Chapter 858. Xiao Runing led Lin Xian into the main hall. Xiao Runing's grandparents had quite a special status in the imperial palace. Clearly, Xiao Runing could enter and leave this place as she pleased. After entering, Lin Xian glanced around. All of them were amazing people. Just by sitting there and standing there, one could tell with a glance that they weren't ordinary people. They were also chatting and laughing. It was as if the outside was a gathering and the inside was also a gathering. It was a gathering of people of two different statuses. However, that wasn't the case. They were just following the international convention of exchanging pleasantries. The entrance of Lin Xian and the others naturally attracted their attention. Oh, isn't this Ning Ning and Xinyue? They're really getting more and more beautiful. So it's Ning Ning and Xinyue. Come here, let me see how tall you've grown. This brat can't be Ning Ning's boyfriend, right? Obviously, Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue had a very big reputation in Bing City. After all, they were the two daughters of the top families. Moreover, they were also very beautiful. It was estimated that in their hearts, these people were hoping that their sons would be able to reach an agreement with them. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue helplessly chatted with these elders. Then they finally found an opportunity. Xiao Runing pulled Lin Xian in front of her grandparents. Right now, their general cultivation was pretty good. Xiao Runing's grandparents should be close to 70 years old. However, they looked like they were in their 40s or 50s. Grandpa, Grandma, this is Lin Xian that I mentioned to you before? Xiao Runing said with a slightly red face. Good. You finally brought my grandson-in-law home. Xiao Qingcheng looked at Lin Xian and nodded with satisfaction. Hello, Grandpa, Grandma. Lin Xian obediently called out. Lan Mei waved at Lin Xian. Child, come here. Lin Xian then walked over shyly. To be honest, he was actually quite embarrassed. Everyone around him was amazing, and at this moment, their attention was all on him. His every move was being watched by others. Lan Mei grabbed Lin Xian's hand. You have a unique bone structure. Since my granddaughter has taken a fancy to you, you must have something outstanding about you. Lan Mei smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head. Grandma, you flatter me. Haha. At this time, a middle-aged man smiled as he looked at Lin Xian and said, as her uncle, I have nothing to do. Xiao Zun, this is your fault. Why didn't you tell me that Ning Ning's boyfriend was coming? The dignified middle-aged man smiled and said. Xiao Zun smiled and said, it's just a small matter. I don't want to trouble you all. Are you treating us as outsiders? Lan Tianhai smiled. Second brother Lan, you must be joking. How can a family treat you as an outsider? Lan Tianhai then looked at Lin Xian and said, when you and Ning Ning officially have a banquet, I will definitely give you a big gift. Why aren't you thanking your Uncle Lan? Xiao Zun said to Lin Xian. Thank you, Uncle Lan. Lin Xian glanced at Lan Tianhai. This Lan Tianhai should be the master of this imperial palace. Dad, at this moment, a sweet voice was heard. Then, a girl in a blue dress ran out. She seemed to be about the same age as Miao Xiao Miao. No, she was even younger. Around 12 years old, but she was really beautiful and delicate like a porcelain doll, a little fairy. No wonder she didn't trigger a mission. Although she was so beautiful, she was too young. If she triggered a mission at such a young age, it would be too exaggerated. Her appearance caused the surroundings to be filled with a youthful vigor. My good daughter. Lan Tianhai hugged her and rubbed his face against her face lovingly. You prickly. Lan Xingxing pushed him away in disgust. The surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. Then the girl blinked her big eyes and looked around. Suddenly she saw Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue. Sister Ning Ning. Her big eyes were filled with little stars. Then she happily ran to Xiao Runing and hugged Xiao Runing. Sister Ning Ning, you're finally back. Xingxing missed you so much. Lan Xingxing said with grievance. I've been back for a few days, but I didn't have time to come and see you. Xiao Runing smiled as she rubbed her little head and said in a pampering tone, You don't like Xingxing anymore. Lan Xingxing pouted and said, Yeah, your sister Ning Ning has a boyfriend. She must have put all her thoughts on her boyfriend. Lan Tianhai laughed. Boyfriend? Is it the kind of boyfriend who can have children? Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes and asked. Yeah. Then her little mouth pouted again. Her big eyes looked for Xiao Runing's boyfriend. Then she saw Lin Xian in front of Lan Mei. She ran over and tugged at Lin Xian's clothes. Lin Xian looked at her. Are you Sister Ning Ning's boyfriend? She asked in a charming voice. How did you know? Am I too handsome? Lin Xian teased. No, you're the worst. Lin Xian, ha. Hearing her words, the surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. Little Xian, don't mind her. She's just a child. She has a good relationship with Ning Ning. She once said that she would protect Ning Ning forever. Lan Tianhai said with a smile. Lin Xian, but if you protect Ning Ning forever, who will protect you forever? Lin Xian asked Lan Xingxing with a smile. Sister Ning Ning. Then I can protect your sister Ning Ning forever. Your sister Ning Ning can protect you forever. You can also continue to protect Sister Ning Ning. At the same time, I can also protect you forever. So why do you hate me? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Oh, Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes. It seemed to make sense. Then why do I hate him? Am I right? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Oh yes. Then do you still hate me? Lan Xingxing shook her little head. I don't hate you anymore. The surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. This was really interesting. Ning Ning's boyfriend is quite interesting. I believe he must have some outstanding points. Not to mention other things, Ning Ning's taste isn't bad. Lan Tianhai said to Lan Mei. It doesn't matter if he's outstanding or not. With the Xiao family's protection, there's nothing to worry about. The main thing is that Ning Ning likes him. That's enough. Xiao Runing's grandfather Xiao Qingqing said with a smile. At this time, Lan Tianhai stood up and said, Everyone, it's about time. Let's go out and start the banquet. There's also the annual poetry gathering later. But then everyone rushed out. Chapter 859. The banquet lasted for about an hour. There wasn't much meaning to it. It was just eating and drinking, just like any other ordinary gathering. However, the Imperial Palace's gathering was an important part of maintaining the relationship between the major families and the major powers. It was an opportunity for everyone to interact with each other. Here, Lin Xian could deeply feel the harmony between the major families. It was definitely something that couldn't be felt in Tiandu or China. Perhaps there were also open and covert struggles between the major families, but the relationship between them was definitely much better than in China. Perhaps this was one of the more outstanding aspects of the Imperial Palace. Everyone was more united and harmonious. Only in such an environment could the Xiao family not dislike Lin Xian's background at all. Of course, that was only relatively speaking. Lin Xian also made a lot of friends, but they weren't really friends. They just exchanged a few pleasantries. Most of them came to hit on Xiao Xinyue. Lin Xian didn't remember many of them. Everyone, now that everyone has eaten and drunk to their fill, let's enter the house and begin the poetry and prose segment. Lan Tianhai said to the crowd. Then, they walked into the huge palace one after another. Poetry and prose? Before Lin Xian's face was full of suspicion. Xiao Runing's grandfather, Lin Xian, said, In our ice country, it's the only country that advocates poetry and prose because this is an era where strength is respected. However, our ice country's ancestors told us not to forget about our cultural heritage. To us, poetry and prose are a part of our culture. Therefore, in any city in our ice country, in addition to increasing one's strength, a martial artist must also have some attainments in poetry and prose. If one can reach the elite level in both aspects, then any girl from any family will be more likely to be accepted by the elders. So that's how it is. Lin Xian was suddenly enlightened. This was actually quite good. Just like China, there were very few places for people to study. Wasn't it all about learning martial arts? How many schools were there to learn the 9 subjects? How many people were willing to spend time and energy learning the 9 subjects in this era? This led to more and more illiterates. Was this a good thing? Absolutely not. This would only result in the deterioration of the generations. That's right, if everyone's strength increased, then who would be responsible for the change of era? Where would talents come from if they didn't study? Who would create it? Who would invent it? He didn't even know the most basic chemical equations or physics formulas. How could he make this era better? In this way, thousands of years later, the entire era would still be the same. A few hundred years ago, planet Sky Blue did not have any technology. It was similar to the ancient times. Because people were knowledgeable, in just a few hundred years, there were airplanes, cannons, cell phones, WeChat, and everything else. If they did not learn, without that group of people, 100 years, 300 years, even 500 years later, they would still be the same. It was not a good thing. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that this aspect was quite good. Moreover, it's different from China. Every academy in every city in Ice Country has a place to study the 9 subjects. If you can't pass the cutoff, the academy won't let you cultivate in the Sky Martial Court. This is mandatory. Although China also has a place to study the 9 subjects, it's up to you whether you want to go or not. This is a substantial difference. Xiao Runing said. Lin Xian, so, Ice Country is stronger than China? That's not right. Xiao Qingqing then said, China has been established for a longer time and has a wider territory. The most important reason is that China has 4 distinct seasons. The 4 distinct seasons give us a lot of advantages over Ice Country. Our Ice Country can't compare to China in terms of national strength, but in terms of technology and some things that have been passed down, we can indeed leave China in the dust. Lin Xian agreed with this point. In China, when had Lin Xian ever seen a poetry gathering? That was impossible. Maybe Ning Ning likes to be a teacher because she was influenced by this. Xiao Qingqing was very satisfied with his granddaughter's choice. Although she might not have a high status, she did something that many people were not willing to do. Then in Ice Country, if you are smart and have a certain level of attainment in literature, you don't need to be very strong to have a high status? Lin Xian asked. Xiao Runing nodded. That's of course. It may not even be lower than those powerhouses of the Empyrean realm. Let's not talk about scientific research first. Just take tonight's poetry gathering for example. If anyone can create a poem that can be passed down through the ages, then they will be revered by many people because most of the young men and women here may not necessarily like it, but they all have some attainments in this aspect, especially my uncle who is very supportive of this aspect. If you can get his approval, then even at such a young age you can be promoted to an official, but how can it be so easy? So, you and Xinyue are actually quite good in this area? Xiao Runing said proudly, of course. I can't say that I'm very good, but I'm still better than an old boar like you. Lin Xian, little Xian, you don't come into contact with this kind of thing, right? Xiao Qingqing asked. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. I'm already troubled to death by memorizing poems, let alone composing poems. I can understand. After all, you were born in China. However, since you're with my Ning Ning, you'll be considered half an Icelander in the future. You still have to understand this kind of thing. I understand, Grandpa. Then let's go in. Then, they entered the 2nd floor of the huge hall. Lin Xian had gone to the 1st floor before. Now that he had gone to the 2nd floor, he was hit with a learning atmosphere. Whether it was the decoration or the atmosphere, it all had the feeling of watching an ancient school in a TV series. However, this place was even bigger and could accommodate thousands of people. This could no longer be called a classroom or a school. Isn't this too exaggerated? Lin Xian was secretly speechless. There's nothing to be exaggerated about. You haven't seen the day of our Icelandic Poetry Festival. That's what's called exaggerated. The entire city's streets and alleys were filled with people. It was even more lively than the New Year. Red lanterns were everywhere, and there were all kinds of riddles and games. It was really a city game. All the lights were lit up, Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian. If there's a chance, I'll go and experience it. Xiao Qingqing laughed and then said, I'll go and prepare first. What's your grandpa going to prepare? Lin Xian asked curiously. My grandpa is one of the few masters of poetry in the Icelandic country. No, he should be a master. Back then, he relied on these poems to chase after my grandma. Xiao Runing said. Lin Xian, awesome, awesome. Chapter 860. Lin Xian only knew one thing, and that was that if you were to pursue a girl, you should never write poems or lyrics. That would make you an idiot. Of course, for a girl who also likes you, this might be a different kind of romance. But if she also likes you, then it would not be considered a pursuit, but a hit-off. The pursuit of love was a relatively long process. It could take a few weeks, or even many years. Under such circumstances, if you were to give her a confession poem on the Chinese Valentine's Day, then you would be an idiot. Perhaps after pursuing her for a few months, the girl already had some thoughts of being your girlfriend. But because of such a poem, the girl's hard-earned female hormones would disappear in an instant. And Xiao Runing's grandfather actually relied on this to pursue a girl. It seemed that he was a little something. Then if I write a poem for you, will you be my girlfriend? Lin Xian asked Xiao Runing. I will slap you to death. Little Xinyue, what about you? +1. Lin Xian. Not far away, Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian and the others with a ruthless gaze. In addition to being a genius, he was also one of the famous 4 great talents in the City of Ice. In short, his poems were very powerful, and he had even been praised by many masters. He was not clear about Lin Xian's strength. He was just a kid from a 3rd-tier city. He felt that he could not be compared to him at all. But tonight, he wanted to crush this Lin Xian in all aspects. First of all, it was poetry. In the City of Ice, being able to compose poems and lyrics was worshipped by everyone, especially those who were able to reach the level of the older generation at such a young age. This was definitely an existence that the people of the City of Ice admired. That's right, he was basically such an existence. If he was only good at poetry, he would not be so confident. The main thing was that he was also a top genius in martial arts. Everyone, please be quiet. Lan Tianhai stood on the stage, glanced at the crowd, and said, everyone on the stage quieted down. Last year, Jiming's Ode to the Beloved was strongly loved and sought after by all the masters. Ning Ning's Reflecting the Moon was loved by everyone and us. Of course, there were many other outstanding poems, but I won't mention them one by one here. This year's rules might be a little different from the past. In the past, us old folks who are already parents could participate, but us old folks aren't of much use anymore. So this year, we hope that you children, the future of our world, will be your home ground. So this year, us old guys will not participate. Reflection of the Moon? Read it for me. Lin Xian elbowed Xiao Runing and laughed. Xiao Runing's small face turned slightly red, feeling embarrassed. Scram. Lin Xian's shoulders. Now, all the young people who want to participate in this poetry gathering, please step forward. Then, dozens of people stepped forward. There were about 500 young men and women here, but only a few dozen people participated. Although Ice Country advocated culture, it was not easy to compose poems, especially in front of so many big shots in Ice Country. They did not want to embarrass themselves because their level was not high enough. However, there was still a martial arts competition. Although they advocated culture, they still preferred strength. Ning Ning, you're not participating? Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue did not walk forward. They were more eye-catching. Then Lan Tianhai asked. Xiao Runing said, I won't participate. I haven't touched anything in a year, so I won't embarrass myself. It will be boring if Sister Ning Ning doesn't come. Lan Xingxing pouted and said, it's fine. I'll participate in the martial arts competition later. Xiao Runing said with a smile. That's fine. Is there anyone else? Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian. He won't participate? Absolutely not. If he doesn't participate, how can he prove that he is better than him? At this time, Su Jiming stood up, looked at Lin Xian, and said, Young Master Lin, you won't participate? Lin Xian shook his head. I'll pass. I don't know how to write poems. Young Master Lin, don't be modest. As Ning Ning's boyfriend, you must have some outstanding qualities. Our Ice Country's girls looking for a boyfriend is actually quite important, and that's probably one of the things that Ning Ning likes, so Young Master Lin, don't be modest. Lin Xian. Qin Ming also stood up and said, Yes, Young Master Lin, come and participate. We also hope that Young Master Lin can participate in the martial arts competition later. We also want to see how Young Master Lin is better than us in all aspects. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to pursue our Tiandu's beauty, right? Yes, yes. Young Master Lin cut. For a moment, many people were catering to them. Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose. I really don't know how to write poems. Xiao Runing also nodded and said, Lin Xian is from China. China doesn't advocate these things, so, Ning Ning, you're too modest. Remember a few years ago, you said that the standard of a future boyfriend is to know some poems? It's funny. For this, I spent a lot of energy studying, and only then did I have some small achievements. It's just that you've already found a boyfriend. It's a pity, so young Master Lin must have some attainments in this area. Su Zhiming said with a smile. This, Lin Xian nodded at this time. All right, then I'll show my incompetence a little. Everyone, don't make fun of me when the time comes. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Su Zhiming's plan had succeeded. Of course not, I just hope young Master Lin doesn't pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. You're clearly very proficient, but you act like you're not, huh? Su Zhiming laughed. Of course, it was just a joke. In terms of poetry, he was definitely the best among his peers in this area. Even if Lin Xian wasn't Chinese, there was no way he could beat him. That shouldn't be the case. I don't know any poems. Lin Xian laughed. Ah, that's good too. If Ning Ning's boyfriend can participate, then it'll be interesting. Lan Tianhai laughed. Lin Xian, Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian worriedly. How could she not know what Su Zhiming was thinking? Lin Xian was her boyfriend. What did it have to do with him whether he participated or not? Furthermore, he had asked Lin Xian to participate in front of everyone. Lin Xian had already rejected him, yet he still said it. It was obvious that he wanted to compete with him in front of everyone. As for Lin Xian, he really didn't know any poems. In any case, Xiao Runing's understanding of Lin Xian was that he was a bore. Composing poems and lyrics? Did this guy know how to recite them? It's fine, I'm just playing around. Lin Xian patted Xiao Runing's shoulder and walked forward. Chapter 861. Is there something wrong with him? Xiao Xinyue grumbled. There's something wrong with Tai. He knows he'll be humiliated, but he still went up. Xiao Runing shook her head helplessly. Although he was Chinese, when the time came, he would make some strange things that would make people laugh to death. What if he's hiding his strength? Xiao Xinyue mumbled. Xiao Runing, hiding his strength? He didn't even bother to go to the Sky Martial Court when he was in Tianhua City. Why would he go there to learn? Xiao Xinyue, Tai was done for. However, based on her understanding of Lin Xian, he was very smart. How could he embarrass himself? How could he not know what the other two were thinking? Since he knew, why did he still insist on going up the mountain despite knowing that it was dangerous? Perhaps this was something worth looking forward to. When Su Zhiming and Qin Ming saw that Lin Xian had taken the bait, they were overjoyed. Xiao Xian, if you really can't do it, just play around. Xiao Zun said to Lin Xian. He purposely raised his voice so that others could hear him. This was to protect Lin Xian. He knew that Lin Xian was Chinese and would not be good at poetry. Since there were dozens of young people here who were all talented, Lin Xian could not be compared to them. Therefore, he said that Lin Xian was just playing around. It would not be embarrassing even if he lost. I understand, uncle. Lin Xian nodded. Ah, young people are very brave. I hope you can show us something unexpected. Lan Tianhai said with a smile. I wouldn't dare. I'm just playing around. I don't know how to write poems. I just hope you won't mind. Lin Xian said with a fist salute. Su Zhiming walked over and patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. Every elder here is very easygoing. Don't worry. And you don't have to be so modest anymore. Lin Xian smiled and nodded without saying anything. If that's the case, then let's begin the poetry competition. If there are any outstanding poems in this poetry competition, then I will consider including your poems in the textbook. Hearing Lan Tianhai's words, they were all shocked. In the textbook just now? Wasn't this passed down through the ages? Even if you can't, it's only for a short period of time. Within a short period of time, everyone will know your poem. But how big of a card was that? Of course, since it's in the textbook, it must mean that this poem is extremely outstanding and can't be an ordinary work. However, I think that with your talent, you will definitely be able to come up with a poem this time. Lan Tianhai said. All right, let's start composing the poem now. The designated poem for you is Homesick. 20 minutes should be enough for you scholars to compose a poem. Then, let's begin now. You can walk around the entire venue and ponder. The rest of you can also chat with each other, eat some food, and wait for the children's results. But please don't disturb them. Impromptu composing a poem must have a limited theme. Every time, every year, it would be different. If there wasn't a limited theme, then those people could have already composed the poem a long time ago. They could even get others to help them. How could this be considered impromptu? Of course not. Young Master Lin, do your best. This young master hopes to compete with your poem. Su Jiming patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said with a smile, I will. Then, Su Jiming sneered and walked away with a pen and paper. He went to ponder over the poem. You will? Are you worthy? In a while, everyone will be able to hear the ridiculous poem that comes out of your mouth. Lin Xian bit his pen. It was unknown how long it had been since he touched a pen. Lin Xian's handwriting was already ugly. Now that he hadn't written in such a long time, it was really like a dog crawling. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian's pensive appearance and couldn't help but worry. Homesick poems should be very common. It wasn't too difficult to write, especially if you just casually made up a few sentences. But for Lin Xian, especially when looking at his furrowed brows, it felt like he was in a difficult situation. Yes, Lin Xian was really in a difficult situation. The poems that he learned the most on Earth were homesick poems, right? Which one should he copy? Elder Xiao, how are your grandson-in-law's accomplishments in poetry? Lan Tianhai sat at the judge's table and asked Xiao Qingqing beside him. To be honest, I don't know either. But it shouldn't be comparable to the ones here. After all, China has never advocated this aspect. Their accomplishments in this aspect naturally can't compare to Ice Country. Xiao Qingqing said this to give face to Lin Xian. He wanted others to think that Lin Xian didn't have much accomplishments from the start and didn't have high expectations. This way, even if his poems weren't good, they would have a pardonable view of him. It's just that I feel that since he's participating, he should have something. Lan Tianhai also gave Xiao Qingqing a lot of face by saying this. Time slowly passed. Su Jiming and a few others finished in 10 minutes. Then, Su Jiming walked to Lin Xian's side to take a look. It was still blank. He couldn't help but laugh disdainfully in his heart. As expected, he didn't know at all. Young Master Lin, are you still thinking? Su Jiming said. It's about time. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Su Jiming then walked away with a smile. At the same time, Lin Xian also started writing. Those ugly words were written on the paper. After a few seconds, Lin Xian's movement stopped. Xiao Runing, who had been paying attention to Lin Xian, felt her heart skip a beat. There was no time. Why did he stop? At this time, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at Xiao Runing. Ning Ning, how do you write night can't be May? Everyone, Xiao Runing, Xiao Zun and the others' mouths couldn't help but twitch. Really, Lin Xian's words made many people hold back their laughter. It's fine if you don't know how to write poems, but you also don't know how to write? This really confirmed that he doesn't know how to write poems. A person who doesn't even know how to write can write poems? Xiao Runing then walked over and took Lin Xian's pen and paper. She helped him write the word. When she saw Lin Xian's dog-like words, she simply wanted to cry. Little brother, you'll be laughed at to death like this. Then why did you participate? Xiao Runing helplessly thought. Lin Xian then looked at Lan Tianhai and said, Uncle Lan, it should be fine to let Ning Ning help me write some words, right? Of course it's fine. Lan Tianhai said. Lin Xian nodded and then added in the last sentence. All right, time's up. Now, everyone quiet down. Everyone, recite your poems in order. We will evaluate your poems. Lan Tianhai said. Chapter 862. Then one scholar after another recited their own poems. How should it be said? To be able to improvise a poem in such a short period of time, their standard was naturally not too high, but it was not bad either. After all, their foundation was there, and they were considered average. However, it was naturally impossible for them to be included in textbooks. Lan Tianhai and the others were also quite satisfied. None of them were bad. Elders, this poem that I composed is called Late Moon Thoughts. Qin Ming said faintly. And read it? Again, tonight's parting rain. After Qin Ming finished reading, everyone was silent for a while. As expected of Qin Ming. As one of the 4 great scholars, he is indeed extraordinary. This Late Moon Thoughts is a level higher than those people from before. Maybe it can enter the textbooks. AI, comparisons are odious. I'm afraid that only Su Zhiming can compare. Everyone discussed spiritedly. The dozen or so elders on the judging panel also discussed for a while. Then, Lan Tianhai said to Qin Ming, "Very good. This poem of yours should be the best one up until now. Continue to work hard." "Thank you, Uncle Lan." Qin Ming bowed slightly and then sat down with a smile. Next, Su Zhiming. Su Zhiming then stood up with a smile in everyone's eyes. There were many rich girls who looked at him and Qin Ming with adoration. Because they were both proficient in literature and martial arts, and they were also handsome. They were once the Prince Charming of these girls. Elders, the poem that Zhiming brought is called Thinking of My Lord. He paused and then read, "My lord came from his hometown, so he should know the matters of his hometown." It was a simple sentence, but it made them ponder for a moment. That's right. Zhiming, your poem is on par with Qin Ming's. However, your poem has a few special words that are of a higher quality than Qin Ming's poem. If we're talking about this, your poem should be better than Qin Ming's. However, I'll give you 2 of 50 score. Xiao Qingqing nodded and said, "Thank you, Elder Xiao." Su Zhiming smiled and sat down. Basically, his song was already the best. At least, it was the best song in this round. He glanced at the people behind him. There was no one who was a threat to him. Next, Lin Xian. Lan Tianhai and the others looked at Lin Xian. It was not that Lin Xian was very eye-catching. In fact, he was indeed eye-catching. He was the son-in-law of the Xiao family and Xiao Runing's boyfriend. However, what did everyone want to see more? He made a fool of himself. Because if you got something that they couldn't, jealousy and envy would surge up. What right do you have to get it? Why can't I? With this kind of mentality, he especially hoped that this person would embarrass himself. It was the kind of feeling that no one in the world should have a better life than him. There were simply too many people with this mentality. Su Zhiming thought about how Lin Xian had not written a single word just now. What kind of poem could he write now? He would definitely make a fool of himself. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue also looked at Lin Xian worriedly. After all, Xiao Runing had just said Lin Xian's words to Xiao Xinyue. It was simply unbearable to look at. Xiao Xinyue originally had a little bit of hope for Lin Xian, but it instantly disappeared. Lin Xian stood up and said, "Seniors, my poem is called Autumn Thoughts." Autumn Thoughts? Actually, this poem's name is already too common. An old man said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, there is more than one poem with this name. However, I feel that the name of a poem is not too important. It's mainly because my ability is limited. I don't have that much time to think about the name of a poem. And that's fine. Then recite your poem. Lin Xian nodded. Xiao Runing's little heart was already in her throat. She was begging him, "Please don't let other people laugh their heads off." Everyone else was already prepared to be laughed at. Autumn comes under the fortress. The scenery is different. Hengyang wild geese don't pay attention. Voices rise from all directions. For thousands of miles, the smoke sets and the sun closes the lonely city. With a cup of turbid wine, one can travel 10,000 miles. Yen Ran returns without any plans. The Chang pipes are long and frost covers the ground. People can't sleep. The general's hair turns white and the husband cries. After Lin Xian finished reciting, everyone was silent. Yes, everyone was shocked. This poem was written by Lin Xian? This poem? Xiao Xian, quick, let me see it. Xiao Qingqing said impatiently. Then Lin Xian handed the poem over. Lan Tianhai and the others all looked over. When Xiao Qingqing and the others saw it, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. These words, were too ugly, right? But if one were to disregard this ugly character, Lan Tianhai couldn't help but stand up. Then he wrote down Lin Xian's poem on the blackboard with his beautiful handwriting. Everyone's eyes were on it. Xiao Runing's little mouth opened slightly. This was written by Lin Xian? The crowd might not have heard it clearly when they first heard it, but now that they were looking at the vigorous and powerful poem on the blackboard, they were all dumbfounded. The depth of the poem, the style between the lines, and everything else was too good. Not to mention anything else, at least it crushed Su Zhiming and Qin Ming's poems. Moreover, they both wrote poems. Poems were much more difficult than four-line poems. The word count was also much higher. This was really written by Lin Xian? Xiao Xinyue looked at Xiao Runing in confusion. Should be? Xiao Runing wasn't sure either. As for Xiao Zun and Yi Qianling, their faces were flushed red. Really, they thought Lin Xian would lose face, but they didn't expect this poem to be so good. Voices rise from all sides. For thousands of miles, the smoke sets and the sun closes the lonely city. People can't sleep, the general's hair turns white and the husband cries. Lan Tianhai and the others repeatedly recited the most shocking lines. These two lines were definitely the essence of the poem. Xiao Xian, your poem is expressing, Lin Xian said, it's actually expressing the warriors and generals of the three factions that guard the borders. They guard the borders day after day, year after year, stopping the invasion of demon beasts. It's very tiring, but it's worthy of respect. I've lived in the border cities all year round. Whether it was Tianhua City or Lindian City after Tianhua City fell, I've personally witnessed the fall of cities. I've also personally participated in the fight against the demon beasts. I might understand these things better than many people from the interior. Do they miss home? Naturally, so this poem is actually expressing their feelings of homesickness, not mine. Good. Xiao Qingcheng looked at Lin Xian with satisfaction. It said that poetry is a form of sustenance to express one's emotions. Only with true emotions can one write a good poem. Without such emotions, the poem would be soulless. You've experienced it before, which is why you can write such a good adverb. Not bad. I didn't expect you to amaze me so much just from today onwards. Thank you for bringing such a good poem. I also thank you on behalf of the soldiers guarding the borders. Lan Tianhai walked down and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Chapter 863. Everyone was flabbergasted, because they could not believe it. Was this improvised composition by Lin Xian? But if it was not, they had never heard of this poem before. Then it must be an original composition. As for whether it was prepared for him in advance, the possibility was not high. Because not many people knew the theme this time, there was no way to prepare in advance. More importantly, Lin Xian had always refused to participate. If not for Su Zhiming repeatedly inviting him to participate, he would not have participated. Good luck. I hope you can have great accomplishments in both literature and martial arts. This poem is the best one I've seen today. Patriarch Lan, in my opinion, this poem should be able to enter the textbooks, right? At this time, an old man who was also a judge said, yes, you have the qualifications. Everyone was shocked beyond words. Lan Tianhai then explained to them, whether it is the style or the standard of this poem, it is top-notch. No one would believe that it was written by a young man in his early 20s. More importantly, this poem expresses the homesickness of the soldiers who guard the border and deserve our respect. At the same time, it can also express the seriousness of the current situation. It will have a very positive impact on society. Such a poem is qualified to be included in the textbooks. It can give younger children some inspiration and a deep-rooted impression from childhood. Su Zhiming clenched his fists, his expression ugly. Nonsense, he was supposed to humiliate him and crush him, but he was the one who got crushed. Young Master Lin's accomplishments in poetry can be said to be the cream of the crop. I'm very curious. Young Master Lin was born in China, and China does not pay much attention to this aspect. How did young Master Lin come to possess such literary talent? Although it is important to have experience in this area, The prerequisite is that you have to have a stomach full of ink. Su Jiming asked. Actually, this sentence was a question. How could a Chinese in his early 20s write such a poem? Many people didn't quite believe it either. They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, actually, it's very simple. Although China doesn't pay as much attention to this as Iceland, there are still many schools in China that set up 9 subjects. After all, you can't just be a simple-minded martial artist. Since I was young, I'm not afraid to tell you that I don't have the Son of God system. What? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian then said, without the Godchild system, I can't cultivate. What can I do? That's why I'm different from most Chinese or you guys. I can only learn. That's the only way out. Later on, I slowly realized that the sea of knowledge is really wonderful. I only managed to awaken the God's child system after a long time. However, cultivation can no longer replace my love for learning. I love learning. Even after I entered the Sky Martial Court, I'm more willing to improve my knowledge in the 9 subjects. Perhaps that's the reason why I love learning. Everyone, it's not easy. It's really not easy. It's also because of life. It's just that you've never awakened the Son of God system late. However, the world is so big, and there are so many strange things in the world. It's not surprising. But now, you've become a martial artist with outstanding literary talent. You even managed to woo the beautiful Ning Ning of the Xiao family in Ice City. You can say that you've reached the peak of your life. However, all of this is the result of your own hard work. Little Xian, your deeds are worthy of learning from all the children here. Lan Tianhai exclaimed. Xiao Runing. That's right. Xiao Runing could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Are you talking nonsense? Others might believe it, but she didn't. Yes, you've awakened the Son of God system late, but you love learning. You love to swim in the ocean of knowledge. Tui. Shameless. Other than flirting with girls in the academy, when have you ever gone to a place where you learn the 9 subjects? Others might not know, but how could she not know? Therefore it was very strange. How did this bastard come up with such a good poem? Lin Xian nodded. It's not to the extent of learning. Hard work is indeed important, but I think it's more about talent. Because I feel that I have talent in learning, and I even have a photographic memory. Talent is indeed very important. Lan Tianhai nodded. I see. Then I must learn from young Master Lin. Su Jiming said unwillingly. Of course, she didn't believe it. Do you have literary talent? Do you even have ink in your stomach? Anyway, this poetry gathering isn't over yet. There's more to come. If you can't come up with such a good poem, then won't you be exposed? Because of Lin Xian, the faces of the Xiao family's elders were practically glowing. Is what he said true? Xiao Xinyue moved closer to Xiao Runing and asked in a low voice. What do you think? Xiao Runing asked. It's fake. Although her understanding of Lin Xian was not as deep as Xiao Runing, this little bit of understanding made her feel that Lin Xian was definitely not such a person. Love learning? Nonsense. Then that's it. Xiao Xinyue, but how did he come up with such a good poem? I also want to know. I just hope that he didn't plagiarize someone else's poem. Otherwise, he will definitely be exposed in the following poetry gathering. Xiao Runing sighed. Plagiarism was definitely plagiarism, but it would definitely not be exposed. Good. This poetry gathering's first round has already amazed me. Next, let's move on to the second topic assessment. Lan Tianhai said, Lin Xian, you said it in such a dignified manner, but there are many who don't believe it. You might have guessed it, but I don't believe that you can come up with such a poem. When that time comes and you are exposed, you will be the most despicable person. Su Jiming thought in his heart. Old Su, why don't you come up with the topic for the second round of assessment? Lan Tianhai said to an old man beside him. No need. I'm old. My thoughts are from a long time ago. I can't keep up with the thoughts of modern children. It's better for you young people to come up with it. I'll come. Lan Xingxing ran over and said happily. Don't mess around. No, I'll come. Lan Xingxing said coquettishly. You little girl, Xiao Zun laughed. I think it's really possible. Isn't it just a topic? It doesn't matter who comes up with it. It's best to be able to write any topic. Lan Tianhai nodded. Then what do you want to come up with? Lan Tianhai pinched his precious daughter's pink cheeks. Lin Xian has successfully pursued Sister Ning Ning. Then let's come up with a topic on how to chase a girl. Everyone, go go go, don't mess around. Lan Tianhai said helplessly. I think that makes sense. We can go with the flow and come up with a topic to express the feelings between a man and a woman. Or to write a poem about a beauty like Ning Ning. How about it? Chapter 864. Write about beautiful women? Many of the people present agreed with this suggestion from the bottom of their hearts. Especially Su Jiming. If he wrote a good poem and said that it was written with Xiao Xinyue as the original character, would he be able to win her heart? Although writing poems was the dumbest way to pick up girls, one had to know that it depended on the occasion. In such an occasion, if he wrote a poem with Xiao Xinyue as the original character and wrote it well and received everyone's approval, what would the effect be? It would satisfy the girl's vanity. Would this be effective in chasing her? The effect was simply too great. He couldn't get Xiao Runing, but Xiao Xinyue was just as beautiful. Moreover, this cold woman would feel even better when he conquered her. In fact, he had never expressed his admiration for Xiao Runing to the public. He had only casually mentioned it in his conversation with Lin Xian. If he chased after Xiao Xinyue, no one would say anything about him. Lan Tianhai nodded. Not bad, it's a good suggestion. Everyone here today, Ning Ning, Xinyue, and so on are all beautiful women. Beautiful women are as common as clouds. So be it. Let's write about beautiful women. What do you think? And it's pretty good. Although it seems tacky, it's very realistic. Moreover, there aren't many poems in this area. However, I want to remind everyone of one thing. Xiao Qingqing continued, any poem needs to express some kind of emotion. Using objects to describe people, using objects to describe things. This theme can indeed express a simple description of a woman's beauty and yearning. However, I personally hope to add some other things to it. Elder Xiao, what do you think we can add to this description of beautiful women? I feel that it's a bit difficult. Another old man shook his head and said, I'm just suggesting. Of course, it's difficult. However, that's where the charm of poetry lies, isn't it? Children, I hope that you can display your intelligence. Yes. Then, let's start now. I'll give everyone 10 minutes for this round. There's a total of 30 minutes. I hope that you can come up with better works. Lan Tianhai said. Then, everyone took their notebooks and pens to think. At this time, Su Jiming found an opportunity to strike up a conversation with Xiao Xinyue. President Xiao, I feel that this child, Ji Ming, is interested in your family's second daughter. A middle-aged man smiled and said to Xiao Zun, That's good. Ji Ming is also very outstanding. If the two of them can be together, as a father, I'd be very happy. Xiao Zun said. But my child is also interested in Xinyue. Oh? Qin Ming? He nodded. Sure, Qin Ming isn't any worse than Ji Ming. If the two of them can be together, it's naturally good. It's just that the girl, Xenu, likes him. Why don't you? Mr. Xiao, if you're free, you can help set them up? Of course, there's no problem. Ning Ning's direction is set. Next is Xinyue. If she likes her, that's good. Su Jiming frowned and looked at Su Jiming, who was striking up a conversation with Xiao Xinyue. Su Jiming wanted to pursue Xiao Runing before, but now she was being pursued by Lin Xian. What he said to Su Jiming before was just to ridicule him. He liked Xiao Runing. But now, it seems like Su Jiming has changed his direction and is pursuing Xiao Xinyue. Of course, that's not good. Qin Ming also coughed and walked toward Xiao Xinyue. Xinyue, about this poem, I think you should be able to give me some inspiration. Can I talk to you? Qin Ming smiled and walked over. Xiao Xinyue, to be honest, she didn't want to pay attention to him. But in this occasion, everyone was an elder. Even her parents were here. She could not give him face. She was helpless. Young Master Qin, I was the one who talked to Xinyue first. There should be a first come, first served rule, right? Su Jiming looked at Qin Ming and said. Hearing Su Jiming's words, Qin Ming was sure that this bastard was going to make a move on Xiao Xinyue. Facing Su Zhiming, Qin Ming didn't have much confidence, because Su Zhiming was also very outstanding. Is there a first-come, first-served rule for this kind of thing? Young Master Su, aren't you a little too childish? Qin Ming smiled. Childish? How am I childish? The two of them stood there with smiles on their faces. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over. Sister-in-law, I wanted to look for your sister for inspiration to write this poem, but she asked me to look for you and talk? Okay. Then, Xiao Xinyue and Lin Xian walked away together. Su Zhiming? Qin Ming? What does Lin Xian mean? Su Zhiming frowned and said, What? He already has Xiao Runing as his girlfriend. Are you still worried that he will chase after Xiao Xinyue? But you, young Master Su, you're wrong. What? You still want to fight with me for Xiao Xinyue? Why not? Xiao Runing is already taken. Why can't this young master pursue Xiao Xinyue? Don't you know that this young master has liked her for a long time? When you wanted to pursue Xiao Runing, did I do anything to fight with you? Qin Ming said angrily. Before anyone can pursue Xinyue, everyone is equal. I have the right to pursue her. As for you, young Master Qin, let's see who's better. Su Zhiming said and walked away. You lost to this young master in the Sky Martial Assembly. Do you think you can compete with this young master? Hey, my dear little Xinyue, how are you going to thank me? Lin Xian and Xiao Xinyue stood by the window and asked with a smile. The two of them chatted together and didn't attract any suspicion. Who would have thought that Lin Xian not only wanted to make a move on his older sister, but also his younger sister? Thank you, Xiao Xinyue said indifferently. Oh, I helped you out and you're only going to thank me? I'll treat you to a meal when we get back. Do I need a meal from you? Xiao Xinyue, then what do you want? We've agreed on the favor you owe me before. You'll give me a chance to pursue you in return, right? Xiao Xinyue didn't say anything. Then this time, it'll be a kiss. Xiao Xinyue, you'd better think about how to compose this poem. I heard from my sister that you don't like to study. Think about how to not let others find out that you don't have any real talent. Lin Xian, damn. You think I plagiarized it? No, it could be a blind cat running into a dead mouse. You just happen to be able to write such a poem. But it's just a coincidence. It's impossible to write a second poem as good as this one, unless you have real talent. But you don't. Then what if I can come up with another poem that will shock everyone? What do you think we should do? Let's bet. Chapter 865. Lin Xian had discovered a super magical thing. No matter how hard it was to woo a girl, or what her personality was like, be it Linglong Shui or Linglong Yu, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they would never admit defeat. If it was a bet, then so be it. Why would he be afraid of her? Xiao Xinyue was the same. A bet? Why would he be afraid of her? What bet? How could Xiao Xinyue admit defeat to Lin Xian? Didn't you say that I can't write good poems? If I can write another poem that will shock everyone, then you have to be my girlfriend. Xiao Xinyue, was he that confident? Normally, she would have been fooled by Lin Xian, but her sister had clearly said that this Lin Xian had never learned the 9 subjects or anything like that. He didn't understand at all. What if you lose? Tell me. Xiao Xinyue pondered for a moment, then said, if you lose and don't shock everyone, then you have to help me do 3 things. As for what they are, I don't know for now. Lin Xian started acting again, but he looked hesitant. 2. 3. Then, it has to be within my ability. Okay. Xiao Xinyue heard Lin Xian's hesitation and cowardice, and as expected, she fell for it. She thought that he definitely couldn't write it, then said, you can't go back on your word. But Lin Xian nodded, then said, then if you lose, you have to be my girlfriend. But Xiao Xinyue said confidently. She didn't know how sinister people could be. Lin Xian was laughing in his heart. In Xiao Xinyue's opinion, even if Lin Xian had some literary talent, how could he shock everyone? The previous poem was indeed good, and it almost shocked everyone. The main reason was that the first poem was very good, and it would be accepted by many people. However, because of the first poem, the expectations for the second poem would be even higher. Moreover, the second poem was about a beautiful woman. This kind of position was very different. If it did not meet this expectation, then even if it was written well, it would only be shocking, but it would not be able to shock everyone. To ensure that she would win, Xiao Xinyue continued, also, it has to be written in the textbook. Lin Xian, what? Aren't you too ruthless? You said it, you can't go back on your word. Xiao Xinyue said proudly. Lin Xian looked like he was deflated. Seeing Lin Xian's look, Xiao Xinyue's heart was hurt. Didn't he shoot himself in the foot? Did he want her to be his? In your dreams. Hurry up and write, it's already been more than 10 minutes. Especially when Xiao Xinyue realized that more than 10 minutes had passed, which meant that Lin Xian only had 10 minutes left. How could he write a poem that could shock everyone and even enter the textbook? You're ruthless. Wait until you become my girlfriend, I'll make you cry. Lin Xian spat out some harsh words before walking away. Xiao Xinyue, bastard. When you lose, the first thing I'll do is make you bark like a little puppy. Xiao Xinyue thought evilly. Lin Xian walked to his seat, sat down, and wrote a question without hesitation. Song of Everlasting Regret. Little guy, do you still think you've won? I'm sorry, but I'll definitely have you as my girlfriend. Song of Everlasting Regret. Lin Xian's impression of this poem was simply too deep. It was mainly because the story told in this poem was simply too tragic, yet too beautiful and too helpless. The entire poem was very long, but there were many famous lines that had been passed down. Such a poem was written by a poet for many years before it was completed. Could such a poem win everyone's applause? If they couldn't win, then there was really a problem with their taste and literary talent. Lin Xian still remembered that it took him a lot of effort to memorize this thing. Lin Xian finally started writing, and it attracted the attention of many people. 5 minutes, 8 minutes. Many of those people had been paying attention to Lin Xian, but they were curious. Because it had been 8 minutes since he started writing, and his pen hadn't stopped. What is this kid writing? He's probably written a few hundred words, right? Lan Tianhai and the others were very curious, but they didn't look because it wasn't good to look at it now. It was better to keep a trace of hope in their hearts. Xiao Xinyue also saw that Lin Xian had been writing for a long time. Then she couldn't help but go over to take a look. She finally understood what her sister meant when she said that the words were like a dog's crawl. It was too ugly. What are you looking at? Don't disturb my thoughts. Let me tell you, if I don't win, it's you who disturbed me. Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinyue. Then she walked away silently. Who would want to see it? It was too ugly. How is it? What did he write? He's been writing furiously. Xiao Runing asked. I didn't see it clearly. It's too ugly. Xiao Xinyue said lightly. Xiao Runing held back her laughter. But it seems like he wrote a few hundred words. Ah? He's writing an essay? Xiao Runing was dumbfounded. It was normal to write a poem with more than 100 words. It was a few hundred words. What kind of nonsense did he have to cook up? Su Jiming also came over to take a look in surprise. Then, he was directly persuaded by Lin Xian's dog's crawl. He held back his laughter in his heart. What was the point of writing so much? Alright, time's up. Please put down your pens and ink. Lan Tianhai said. Clatter. At the same time, Lin Xian put down his pen and let out a long sigh. Damn it. Writing 840 words in 10 minutes wasn't easy. Luckily, my handwriting is ugly. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to finish it. Lin Xian muttered in his heart. I don't know why, but this is the one I've been looking forward to the most in so many years. What about you guys? Lan Tianhai asked. Everyone nodded. Yes, this topic is very difficult. Under the premise that it's written well, it's even more difficult to not be conventional. I'm looking forward to the performance of all the scholars. Then let's begin. Then, one by one, they recited their own poems. It was still Su Jiming, Qin Ming, and Lin Xian ending it. Sigh. Hearing the poems recited by those people, everyone was a little disappointed. It wasn't bad, but each of their poems didn't deviate from the conventional. They only expressed pure love and love. It was said that poems were used to express emotions. They borrowed something to express something. Of course, for beauties, emotions were also considered emotions. There was nothing wrong with expressing love. It was very pure. However, everyone was looking forward to something more. Who could express something else by writing about beauties and love? This was what they were looking forward to, and it was also impressive. Of course, it wasn't to say that the ones in front were bad. Of course, it was good. It was just lacking a feeling that made them stunned. Chapter 866. At this time, Qin Ming stood up and said, "Elders, the name of this little one's poem this time is My Fair Lady. And read it." Then, Qin Ming slowly recited the poem he had composed. After reading it, the surroundings were silent for a while. Lan Tianhai and the others were discussing something. After a while, Lan Tianhai said, "Not bad. To be able to compose 8 lines in such a short period of time, and the standard of each line is very high. Although it's purely about love and beauty, it wins in terms of the standard. The expression of emotions is more realistic. It should be the best poem in this round so far. Good luck." "Thank you, Uncle Lan. This poem was inspired by Xinyue." Qin Ming slightly bowed and said, "Could it be that the woman in the poem is Xinyue? With Xinyue as the model, I'm very satisfied to receive everyone's affirmation." Qin Ming said with a smile. "Xiao Xinyue, ha, Elder Xiao, it seems that your little granddaughter is also going to be single." Lan Tianhai smiled and said to Xiao Qingqing. Xiao Qingqing said, "Let the children decide on their own matters." At this time, Su Zhiming stood up and said, "Young Master Qin, although writing 8 lines in 30 minutes is not bad, your poem is still 4 lines short compared to this young master's New Moon." Qin Ming frowned. Then Su Zhiming slightly bowed and said, "Elders, the poem that Zhiming brought is called New Moon. It was also inspired by Xinyue. The following is the content. Lin Xian, wow. These fucking bootlickers are each better than the other." Lin Xian couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. The title of the poem New Moon is here. You're also a fucking talent. After Su Zhiming finished reading, Qin Ming's frown deepened. It was already very difficult to compose 12 lines in half an hour. Furthermore, it was even more difficult to maintain the quality of the poem. Not bad, not bad. Lan Tianhai and the others nodded in satisfaction. Although it's just a poem that expresses love, its standard is about the same as Qin Ming's. At the same time, it has 4 more lines than Qin Ming's. It's very good. The poem depicts a very beautiful moonlit night. The name of the poem, New Moon, has 2 meanings. It also takes the lead in the name of the poem. Everyone, this new moon should be the best poem in this competition, right? Lan Tianhai asked the crowd. Everyone nodded. "Many thanks, seniors." Su Zhiming smiled and bowed. He glanced at Xiao Xinyue, who was not far away. "Both of them want to pursue you?" Xiao Runing nudged Xiao Xinyue with her elbow. "It's their business whether they chase after me or not." Xiao Xinyue naturally did not care, because she did not have a good impression of them. It's Lin Xian's turn. Let's see what he can write. Next, Lin Xian. Lan Tianhai and the others looked at Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, I saw you chatting with Xinyue just now. After chatting, you sat down and wrote a poem. Did you get the inspiration for this adverb from that girl Xinyue?" Lan Tianhai joked. "Family head Lan, you can't say that. Ning Ning is still here." A middle-aged man laughed. "Haha, I don't mean anything else." Lin Xian then said, "No, the inspiration for this poem came from a novel. Although this was a true story, it was a story from his world. There was no such story in this world, so Lin Xian could only say that the inspiration came from a novel." "Then you're in trouble. How can the emotions in a novel be replaced by your own experience in reality?" Lan Tianhai then asked. "Just now, I saw you writing at full speed for more than 10 minutes. How many lines did you write in these 10 minutes?" 120 lines, 7 words per line. Everyone, 120 lines, 7 words per line? 840 words? In just 10 minutes, You wrote a poem of 840 words? Hearing Lin Xian's words, they were shocked. Wasn't this too exaggerated? To write so many words in such a short time, it can't be a running account, right? If it's a running account, everyone here should be able to do it. Su Zhiming said. To be honest, with this amount of time and words, it was hard to believe that he could write a good work. Xiao Runing also frowned. 840 words? He really wrote a composition? Read it out for us. Lan Tianhai said. Lin Xian nodded. The Han Emperor's love overturned the country. Yu yearned for it for many years. The Yang family had a daughter who grew up and was raised in a boudoir. Born with a natural beauty, she chose to be by the side of the emperor. Looking back with a smile, the beauties of the 6 palaces paled in comparison. When Lin Xian simply read out the first few lines, everyone was speechless. Yes, at the beginning, they thought that it might be a running account. But just from the first few lines, which one of them was a running account, even the first few lines made them think that it could be passed down through the ages. The Han Emperor's love overturned the country. Born with a natural beauty, she yearned for it. Looking back with a smile, the beauties of the 6 palaces paled in comparison. Just this directly described the woman in the poem to the fullest. Devastatingly beautiful. Looking back with a smile, she yearned for it. The beauties of the 6 palaces paled in comparison. In heaven, we were willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we were willing to be entwined branches. Heaven and earth are everlasting. Sometimes it ends. This hatred will never end. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian read out the entire poem. To be honest, when Lin Xian was writing, he didn't feel much. But when he finished reading, his heart was filled with emotions. The image and story of this poem were simply too thick. This entire poem had written about a relationship, a story, and an era. Furthermore, running account. I want you to find a line in this poem about a running account. Which one wasn't a masterpiece? When Lin Xian finished reading, the surroundings were still silent. In heaven, we were willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we were willing to be entwined branches. Heaven and earth are everlasting. Sometimes it ends. This hatred will never end. Blue Sky Sea and many other poems were muttering Lin Xian's last few lines. Repeatedly deliberating, repeatedly muttering. Xiao Xinyue and Xiao Runing were also stunned on the spot. As girls, their thoughts were more meticulous. They could understand the image and content of this poem more easily. They could understand the helplessness of the woman in this poem, her devotion and steadfastness towards love, and her final sorrow. This hatred will never end. When Lin Xian was reading, they felt as though they had finished watching a movie. The ending was a tragedy that made them cry uncontrollably. Looking back with a smile, the beauties of the 6 palaces paled in comparison. In heaven, we were willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we were willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we were willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we were willing to be entwined branches. Blue Sky Sea's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Chapter 867. Following Lan Tianhai's praise, the elders and poetry experts couldn't help but applaud. This is little Xian's work? Yi Qianling couldn't believe it and then asked Xiao Zun. I can't believe it. To be able to create such a long and shocking poem in such a short period of time. It's rarely seen in the world. I'm even suspecting that he plagiarized it. It shouldn't be plagiarism. If such a shocking poem existed before, it would have been passed down through the ages. Moreover, little Xian definitely isn't that kind of person. That's right. Maybe he really is a genius. No, he's a monster. Xiao Runing's grandfather, Xiao Qingqing, was also slowly shocked and pleasantly surprised. This poem was of a level that he had rarely seen in so many years. Furthermore, this was from the hands of a junior. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Xian, did you really compose this poem? Asked Lin Xian. Don't think too much. I just feel that this poem is simply too shocking. To be able to create it in such a short period of time is truly shocking. Lan Tianhai asked. Lin Xian nodded. It was created by me in such a short period of time. It's mainly about a beautiful and sad love story. In the face of reality, in the face of power, in the face of one's lover, one has no choice but to sacrifice oneself in order to achieve one's lover. You don't have to say this. The entire poem gave me a sense of story and scene that I've never felt before. It tells a complete story with ups and downs. This is something I've never felt before from a person or a poem. Only now did I know that poems can be written like this. It's possible to write a life and an entire story. Lan Tianhai said in shock. Most importantly, to be able to write such a classic in such a short period of time, such a high-level poem, I admit that I can't compare to even 1/10 of it. An elder sighed. Yeah, this poem even made my nose ache. This story is too beautiful and sad. The level of this poem is simply too high. Especially some of the lines that are even more shocking. Quick, let me see it again. Xiao Qingqing reached out his hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian handed the poem over. They all gathered there and then. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Could her handwriting be any uglier? Lan Tianhai couldn't help but write the entire poem on the blackboard. Everyone took a closer look, and the more they looked, the more shocked they became. Running account? Fuck you. Song of Everlasting Regret, Song of Everlasting Regret, the name of this poem. Lan Tianhai let out a long sigh. Whether it was the name or the poem, this poem was simply too beautiful. Furthermore, the beginning of this poem talks about a very, very beautiful woman, and then it tells a story. The entire poem expresses too many things. It's no wonder that little Xian wrote such a long poem. It's because these emotions and the realistic expression can't be finished with just a few sentences or a dozen sentences. Xiao Qingqing exclaimed in admiration. Xiao Runing was also conquered by this scene. Was this really Lin Xian? Are you kidding me? And Xiao Xinyu? She felt that she had been tricked. She had been tricked by this sister, and also by Lin Xian. The height of this poem was too high. It wasn't enough to shock everyone. If it was spread out, it would be a poem that would be passed down through the ages. She seemed to have lost the bet. And Su Zhiming and the rest had nothing to say, although they felt that it was impossible. It was really impossible. In such a short time, this quality of the poem, young Master Lin, isn't the standard of this poem and the time it took to compose it a bit too unbelievable? Forgive me for offending you, but most of the people here might find it unbelievable. Su Zhiming couldn't help but say. So young Master Su thinks that I copied it? No. I just find it unbelievable. Su Zhiming said. Writing 840 words in less than 10 minutes. Such an exquisite song of everlasting regret is too exaggerated. We can't compare, but we hope that young Master Lin can prove himself. Everyone was discussing. Prove, Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then Lin Xian paced slowly. Thinking of clothes in the clouds, beauty in the flowers, the spring breeze brushing the railings. If not seen on top of the Jade Mountain, it would be seen under the moon in the Jade Pavilion. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Thinking of clothes in the clouds, beauty in the flowers, Lan Tianhai couldn't help but mumble to himself in amazement. Everyone, a poem in 3 steps? That's right. Lin Xian only took 3 steps. Su Zhiming clenched his fists. This was another damn poem that would be passed down through the ages. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue's beautiful eyes also lit up. Then Lin Xian paced again. There's a beauty in the north, unique and independent. A glance at her could topple a city, a second glance could topple a country. Everyone, if it's not enough, Lin Xian continued pacing. Bright and clear like the moon covered by light clouds, drifting like the flowing snow returning to the wind. Captivating the birds and fish, shaming the moon and blooming the flowers melancholy, one after another, shocking poems came out of Lin Xian's mouth. Everyone, that's right. They were speechless. And Su Zhiming's face was even more stiff. Then I should have finished explaining how I could compose the 840-word Song of Everlasting Regret in less than 10 minutes, right? Lin Xian asked Su Zhiming. Su Zhiming gritted his teeth and then clasped his fists at Lin Xian. It's young Master Lin's talent. I couldn't wait. Ha! A Xiao Zun and the others' eyes lit up. Good. They already knew that their daughter had good taste, but they didn't expect Lin Xian to have such shocking literary talent. They had picked up a treasure. If the two of them gave birth to a baby, then wouldn't it be perfect genes with perfect genes? Perfect. No, they had to give birth quickly. Their faces were glowing. Lin Xian, their son-in-law, had won them so much face. Sis, is this called not knowing how to write poems? Xiao Xinyue looked at Xiao Runing with some despair. I want to know more. Xiao Runing was also helpless. Lan Tianhai walked down and couldn't help but pat Lin Xian's shoulder. Genius, you're definitely a genius. Every 3 steps you took to compose a poem. Every line and every poem will be passed down through the ages. Lin Xian, it's a loss for the whole continent if you don't further your studies in this field. Lin Xian smiled and then shook his head. No, I'm not interested in this field. Although I love to study, I'm more focused on cultivation now. After all, this is an era where strength is respected. What a pity, what a pity, what a pity. Lan Tianhai let out a long sigh. Uncle Lan, it's the song of everlasting regret. Do you think it can be included in the textbook? Of course. Lin Xian grinned. Thank you, Uncle Lan. Then he turned and raised his eyebrows at Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue. After that, countless students expressed their hatred for Lin Xian. Because they had an additional 840-word poem, the Song of Everlasting Regret. Who knew how many students it had tortured? Chapter 868. Right now, the one feeling the worst wasn't Qin Ming or Su Zhiming, but Xiao Xinyue. Because she lost the bet. She had previously vowed that she wouldn't go back on her word because she thought that Lin Xian would lose. Then reality hit her in the head. Lost, what should she do if she lost? Her mind was currently blank. If she lost, she would have to become Lin Xian's girlfriend. No, she had to go back on her word. How could she become Lin Xian's girlfriend just like that? Although she wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose, this was a major event in a girl's life. It wasn't something that could be decided by a bet. Although she didn't hate Lin Xian and even had some feelings for him, as a super conservative girl, if she were to become Lin Xian's girlfriend like that, she would even look down on herself. Although she would also look down on herself if she went back on her word. Alright, today's poetry recital will end here. This is also the most amazing poetry recital I've had in so many years. Thank you, little Xian, for coming. At the same time, I also want to congratulate Brother Xiao on finding such a good son-in-law. Lan Tianhai laughed. Ha, you're too kind. Xiao Zun couldn't stop laughing. Lin Xian really gave him a lot of face today. Everyone, drink some tea, eat some food, and take a rest. Next up is our last martial arts segment. Little Xian, didn't you say that you would focus more on cultivation? You also want to participate in this martial arts competition? Lan Tianhai looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Right now, he was simply too curious about Lin Xian. He even wanted to see if he was as outstanding in martial arts. I don't think so. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, I do. Yi Qianling nodded repeatedly. Lin Xian. Yi Qianling walked over and patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, Good luck. Lin Xian, damn. Since his mother-in-law had said so, then wouldn't he have no choice but to participate? Yeah, then young Master Lin will definitely participate, Su Zhiming said with a smile. However, he was calculating in his heart. He had won the literary battle through opportunistic means, but he had great confidence in the martial battle. One had to know that he was the second place of the Ice Capital's Tianwu tournament. At the same time, Qin Ming also had the same thought. He was ranked third in the Tianwu tournament in the Ice Capital. What did it mean for them to be second and third? It was similar to China's Tiandu's ranking in the Tianwu Assembly. In other words, among their peers in this Tianwu Assembly, they were the best in the most prosperous city with the most experts. In other words, they were the best in the entire continent. Would they be afraid of a kid from a third-tier city? If it was a brat from a third-tier city, he might have a slight chance of having literary talent, but in terms of strength, It was impossible for him to compare to the dignified Ice City, the capital of the Ice Country. This time, Lin Xian must participate in the martial arts competition. He must personally take down Lin Xian. Then let's participate, Lin Xian said faintly. That's right. It doesn't matter if you lose, just treat it as making friends through martial arts. Our poetry and martial arts competitions are all about stopping when it's appropriate. The main purpose is to make friends. All year round, you are busy with other things. Every year, only at this time can you gather together to exchange ideas. This is a rare opportunity, so little Xian, you must seize it. Yi Qianling said to Lin Xian. Understood, Auntie. And rest first. Ning Ning, why don't you peel some fruits for little Xian? Oh, coming. Xiao Runing then unhappily peeled fruits for Lin Xian. On the surface, she still had to show a loving expression. Lin Xian, of course, enjoyed the yuppie scene, especially the envious gazes of the surrounding people. Hey, how did you come up with those poems? Xiao Runing and Lin Xian went to a corner and asked curiously. If you said that Lin Xian was really talented, Xiao Runing really didn't believe it. That's how I wrote it. Come on, are you really that talented? Sister, you don't know that I'm talented, but you can't generalize that I'm not talented. I just never showed it to the outside world. Tell me, what could I do when I couldn't cultivate? Other than studying, all I could do was study, right? Lin Xian said. But your sister told me that you didn't like studying. You were always dispirited. Other than playing games, all you did was play games. Lin Xian. That's because she didn't know. On the surface, I was like that. But you also know that I came from an orphanage, so I was more mature. Secretly, I also knew that if I couldn't cultivate, I had to have a skill, right? So I studied in secret. Sigh, you guys don't understand me. Lin Xian sighed. Xiao Runing bit her lips slightly. What Lin Xian had said was simply too true. Furthermore, he had really written such a good poem in front of everyone. But I really like your chief's hate song. The story is so sad and beautiful. Is it true? Are you stupid? Didn't I say that this is the plot of a novel? What novel do you recommend? I want to read it. I can unleash unlimited moves. The author is Yun Jifan. From what I know, he's a handsome guy who is about as handsome as me. Go read it when you have time. Tisk, Xiao Runing clicked her tongue and said, he's definitely more handsome than you. Lin Xian nodded. I agree with you. Then I'll definitely go read it when I have time. I'm not going to chat with you anymore. I'm going to chat with my sister-in-law. Lin Xian then walked away with a smile. Xiao Runing was speechless. Did this bastard like Xiao Xinyue? Xiao Xinyue refused to appear on the same screen as Lin Xian, so she stayed in a corner, quietly drinking a cup of iced red tea and playing with her phone. Then she saw a figure standing in front of her. She slowly raised her head, and her small face flushed red. Little Xinyue, you lost? Lin Xian couldn't help but tease her. So what if I lost? Xiao Xinyue muttered. Then the bet, though. Lin Xian was speechless. But you're actually such a person. In fact, Lin Xian didn't think that Xiao Xinyue would abide by the bet. It was too difficult. Moreover, it depended on the person. Xiao Xinyue was very conservative. It was quite difficult to use a bet to determine her lifelong partner. Xiao Xinyue's small face was slightly red. Then, she helplessly tidied the loose hair in front of her forehead. She looked at Lin Xian and said, I did lose. Breaching the contract was my fault, but this bet is too difficult for me to accept. How about, you name 2 conditions? I'll definitely do it if I can. Sigh, Lin Xian sighed. 3. Xiao Xinyue knew that she didn't keep her promise, and she also knew that it was her fault, so she was very embarrassed. Alright, it seems like it's difficult for you. 3 conditions it is. But you can't go back on these 3 conditions, right? Xiao Xinyue nodded. Xiao Xinyue's favorability towards you +5. There are still so many girls waiting for me to comfort them. There are also the Xiao sisters waiting for me. Xiao Runing, was this bastard serious? The Xiao sisters? Xiao Xinyue and her? Could it be that he really had designs on the two sisters? That was too scary. You really should go to hell. Xiao Runing was really angry. She couldn't fight with Lin Xian in this place. Otherwise, she would definitely beat him up. Lin Xian grinned and hugged Xiao Runing's slender waist. This was what angered Xiao Runing the most. In this place, they were a couple. Lin Xian hugging her was super normal. Did you think she could avoid Lin Xian's actions? If she tried to avoid it, she would be caught. That was why Lin Xian was taking advantage of her so unscrupulously. I'm warning you. When we get back to Lin City, I won't let you off. Xiao Runing said fiercely. Then before we get back to Lin City, I will make you feel despair. Lin Xian laughed. Xiao Runing. Why did she think of bringing this stinky hooligan home? What a loss. All right, everyone, please move to the palace's arena. We will now prepare for a friendly martial arts competition. Lan Tianhai said at this moment. Then, everyone left this place one after another. They went out of the hall and walked towards an open-air martial arts arena. Lin Xian couldn't help but be surprised. This imperial palace was really big, and there was even this kind of open-air martial arts arena. The martial arts arena wasn't too big, but the number of people who could sit and watch in a circle was at least tens of thousands. Those who want to compete, please come up to the arena to count. Then about 20 people walked up. There weren't many because everyone knew that there would be some very powerful geniuses. They were just cannon fodder compared to these geniuses, so they couldn't be bothered to compete. Wasn't that just looking for humiliation? Therefore, the 20 or so people who went up were either top-notch in terms of strength, or they were purely brainless. However, although there weren't many people, they were all elites. Everyone could also see the growth and changes of each person in this year. It was also a very important segment. There were exactly 24 people. Xiao Xinyue didn't participate. Originally, she was prepared to participate in this segment, but because she lost a bet to Lin Xian and had to kiss him, her mood suddenly turned bad. Then, she didn't want to participate. Xiao Runing, on the other hand, participated. She had already agreed to participate. Now, what was she looking forward to? She was looking forward to fighting Lin Xian. Yes, she was very unhappy. She wanted to beat up Lin Xian. Qin Ming and Su Jiming glanced at Lin Xian intentionally or unintentionally. They were also looking forward to fighting with Lin Xian because to them, defeating Lin Xian was equivalent to stepping on his head. It was equivalent to telling everyone that they were stronger than Lin Xian. Telling Xiao Xinyue that he was stronger than her sister's boyfriend. Be outstanding. If you choose me, at least in terms of finding a boyfriend, you will be better than your sister. This was a friendly martial arts competition, not a normal martial arts competition. Therefore, they didn't choose their opponents by drawing lots, but by choosing their opponents. What were they doing by drawing lots? The numbers were from 1 to 24. Starting from number 1, they would choose their favorite opponent and fight with them. Once they had made their choice, the people behind them wouldn't be able to choose their opponent for the time being. They would have to wait for the next round. Therefore, Su Jiming, Qin Ming, and even Xiao Xinyue were praying that no one would pick Lin Xian first. Lin Xian glanced at his number. Damn, number 24? Does that mean that I'm destined to be the one chosen? Su Jiming glanced at his number. It was number 3. He was very close to the front. He had a good chance of picking Lin Xian. Qin Ming glanced at his number. It was number 12. He glanced at Su Jiming. He knew that Su Jiming must have the same idea as him. However, he didn't know what his number was. Xiao Runing also glanced at her number. It was number 23. Damn. Chapter 870. At this time, Lan Tianhai walked over and said with a smile, "Well, everyone has got their number. Now, stand in order of number." After standing in place, everyone knew who was number. Lin Xian and Xiao Runing stood side by side. The two looked at each other helplessly. For Su Jiming, this was excellent news. As long as the two people in front did not choose Lin Xian, then he would inevitably fight with Lin Xian. Well, Qiyun, you are number 1, so you choose your opponent first. Lan Tianhai said to the man who was number 1. Li Qiyun, the genius of Ice City's Li family. His strength was naturally unquestionable. In the entire Ice City, he was also ranked at the top. Actually, I also want to fight with young Master Lin. Young Master Lin came from China and has great attainments in poetry and literature. Young Master Lin said that he is now focusing more on cultivation, so I want to exchange pointers with young Master Lin. Young Master Lin it is. Li Qiun glanced at Lin Xian on the other side and smiled. On the surface, it seemed that only Qin Ming and Su Zhiming were targeting Lin Xian. In fact, there were many people in the dark. Because of Lin Xian's extraordinary performance, or to be precise, Lin Xian got the woman they all wanted, they were jealous. Xiao Runing, as one of the top beauties in Ice City, was their dream lover. They all wanted to compete with Lin Xian, but Su Zhiming's mentality was more serious. Li Qiun also knew that he definitely couldn't beat Qin Ming and Su Zhiming. If he lost, then he would just be looking for humiliation. Then who would he beat? If he won, he would be able to get higher praise? Obviously, it was Xiao Runing's boyfriend, Lin Xian. In his opinion, Lin Xian was a warrior from a third-tier city. Their age difference was not big, and he had a lot of family resources. What kind of resources could a person from a third-tier city have? So what could he use to win against him? Fuck. Su Zhiming cursed in his heart. If the first person selected Lin Xian, what should they do? If Lin Xian lost to him, then wouldn't he have no chance to fight against Lin Xian? But could Lin Xian win? He didn't know. Although he didn't like Li Qiun's strength, he was still an expert. He felt that Lin Xian, a country bumpkin from a third-tier city, couldn't compare to him. That would be awkward. Now, he could only hope that Lin Xian could advance. That way, he would have a chance to fight against Lin Xian in the next round. Xiao Runing was not worried about Lin Xian. She was the one who understood Lin Xian the most among everyone present. No matter what, Lin Xian was also a 5-star law realm warrior. In terms of realm, he should be about the same as Li Qiun. In terms of strength, she felt that Lin Xian should be better. Since I'm lucky enough to be chosen as Brother Li's opponent, then I hope we can have a good fight. Lin Xian walked out. The others silently returned to the audience seats and sat down. Good. Then the two of you should get ready. Everyone else might know the rules, but little Xian shouldn't. I'll reiterate the rules here. You can't use martial skills or spirit weapons. You can only fight with your fists and feet. This is also to maximize your safety. However, you can use your respective attribute powers. The rules of winning and losing are the same as the rules of an ordinary martial arts competition. Here, I'll emphasize that this is a friendly fight. I hope that you can stop when necessary. Don't hurt each other and don't get hurt. Lan Tianhai said. Understood. Then get ready to begin. Son, how is little Xian's strength? Xiao Qingqing walked toward Xiao Zun and asked doubtfully. Xiao Zun shook his head. Actually, I'm not too sure. Ask Ning Ning. She should know. Xiao Runing just happened to walk over and heard their conversation. It's all right. It shouldn't be much different from Li Qiun's realm. Around 5-star law realm. 5-star law realm? It's still a bit low. Xiao Qingqing sighed. It had to be known that whether it was Qin Ming or Su Zhiming, they were both at the domain realm. It's a bit low, but he obtained the Divine Sun system much later than everyone else. Realm isn't the only standard to evaluate strength. The main thing is combat power. Let's see little Xian's combat power first. By the way, Ning Ning, what's this kid's attribute? Xiao Qingqing asked. Xiao Zun and Yi Qianling knew, but as his grandfather, Xiao Qingqing didn't know anything about Lin Xian. Grandpa, you'll know when you see. Xiao Runing kept him in suspense. On the stage, Lin Xian and Li Qiun faced each other. Young Master Lin, this young master is at 5-star law realm. Please advise me. And I happen to be at 5-star law realm too. Please advise me. Lin Xian cupped his fists. Li Qiun frowned. He actually had the strength of a 5-star law realm cultivator? Was this still the level of a third-tier city? In fact, third-tier cities lacked powerhouses. Many people didn't dare to go to the demonic beast domain often, so their realms were generally low. Large clans like this didn't lack powerhouses, and they could go out every day. With the protection of powerhouses, It was normal for their realms to rise relatively quickly. However, there was definitely one thing. Within the same realm, under normal circumstances, regardless of martial skills or the like, the people in border cities were definitely stronger. This was because they had all cultivated themselves, and these people had more people protecting them. This was the difference. Hearing Lin Xian's words, many people expected it, and some were slightly surprised. 5-star lower realm? This age was indeed not bad, but Xiao Runing should be much stronger than him, right? How could someone like him, whose cultivation was weaker than Xiao Runing, still be able to win her heart? This was very strange. Chapter 871. Lin Xian threw a punch at him. What happened next? Li Qiun looked like he wanted to casually catch Lin Xian's punch, but their fists collided. In that instant, Li Qiun's expression changed greatly, but it was too late, and then he directly flew out of the battle arena. Falling out of the arena meant that he lost. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat dumbfounded. How could Lin Xian crush Li Qiun when they were in the same realm? Lin Xian was of the metal attribute? Even if he was, he didn't release any attribute power. He was able to crush him with just his physical strength alone. What the hell? Why is this happening? Even if there's a gap between people in the same realm, it shouldn't be so big, right? In this case, the gap between their strength is at least double. Yes, although Li Qiun might have underestimated his opponent, they're still in the same realm. How could the gap between their strength be so big? Moreover, neither of them released any attribute power. It shouldn't be. Could it be? Lin Xian isn't just a 5-star law realm expert? No, it can't be. It's not good to deliberately hide this kind of thing. Lin Xian should know that too. The people who were watching the fight were discussing animatedly. As for the experts and elders, they were also puzzled. They exchanged glances with each other. Lan family head, do you understand this? An old man asked Lan Tianhai. Lan Tianhai shook his head slightly. I don't understand. That little Xian did release the power of a 5-star law realm expert, and so did Qiun, but the gap between their strengths is too big. Lan Tianhai also didn't understand why. This little Xian is really amazing. Yi Qianling was simply becoming more and more satisfied with Lin Xian. Xiao Runing also didn't understand. Was he really that strong? Lin Xian stood on the stage and smiled at Li Qiun below. Young Master Li, you've misunderstood me. I also mean that if you don't attack first, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to attack. Thank you for letting me win. Everyone, wasn't this a little too pretentious? Li Qiun's complexion was extremely ugly. As the person involved, he didn't understand why. He only felt that Lin Xian's strength just now far exceeded his, and there was no way he could resist. If he was a little more serious, he might be able to exchange a few moves, but even if they really fought, he felt that he had no chance of winning. He could not figure it out. However, Lin Xian's words were too fucking pretentious. Su Zhiming frowned. How could this be? Just now, it was clearly the power of a 5-star law realm expert. But how could Lin Xian's strength crush him in one move? So it turns out that young Master Lin's cultivation realm is far above 5 stars of the law realm. Li Qiun said to Lin Xian, No, I'm indeed a 5-star law realm expert. It's just that I'm naturally strong, so you might need to pay attention to my strength when fighting against me. Lin Xian shrugged. Everyone, could this be used as a reason? Naturally strong. It wasn't impossible, but you had to have a strong physique, right? No one knew if what he said was true or false, but Lin Xian defeating Li Qiun in one move was indeed a fact. There was no doubt about it. Li Qiun said that just to give himself some face. How could he not know that Lin Xian's aura was indeed that of a 5-star law realm expert? Why should Lin Xian give him face? Lin Xian naturally knew that Li Qiun wanted to defeat him to improve himself. He even knew that Su Zhiming and the others had the same idea when they forced him to participate in the poetry gathering or the martial arts competition. Since they wanted to slap his face, then what was wrong with him slapping their faces? It had to be said that Lin Xian's ability to knock down his opponent in one move had indeed surprised many people, especially since he didn't crush his opponent with a higher realm. Instead, he was able to produce such an effect at the same realm. This was the most amazing thing, but no one knew why. Was it really because he was strong? Li Qiyun didn't say anything and silently sat in the audience. However, his expression wasn't very good. Being knocked down in one move by the opponent in the same realm, who would have a good expression? Then, Lin Xian walked down and silently waited for the others to fight. Little Xian, why is your strength so high? Lin Xian sat beside Xiao Runing. Xiao Zun asked doubtfully. Great strength? Lin Xian said. Is that true? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it's true. I was born with it. That's an extraordinary talent. Xiao Zun praised. It's all right. Actually, there's also the Hall Master's reason, which is that I often fight. Maybe he doesn't. Lin Xian scratched his head. His realm is the same as yours, so his actual combat experience shouldn't be less than yours. Xiao Runing said. Lin Xian means that young masters like Li Qiyun will definitely be accompanied by experts from their families to protect their safety every time they go out of the beast domain. In this way, their improvement in various aspects won't be much. However, Lin Xian is truly alone. Without the protection of experts, he can train himself even more. Yes, this is indeed a very important point. Xiao Zun nodded. Actually, that's not the case. After all, there were many times when Lin Xian went out with Ling Longyue to protect their safety. In fact, they were the same in some aspects, but no one knew. For example, when he wrote a poem, it was indeed copied, but no one knew that it was written by himself. The following battles continued. Lin Xian and Xiao Runing sat together and chatted, admiring the battles. Later, you have to pay attention to Su Zhiming or Qin Ming. Xiao Runing reminded Lin Xian. She was extremely intelligent, so she naturally understood why these two people kept asking Lin Xian to spar with them. Don't worry, I'm your husband. Your husband is #1 in the world. How can I lose to them? Lin Xian grinned. Xiao Runing, old your sister's male? They're in the domain realm. Xiao Runing said. I know, as a genius of the ice capital, isn't it a must to be in the domain realm? After all, Lin Xian had also experienced Xiao Yun and the others in China. They were all in the domain realm. As the ice capital, wasn't it reasonable for there to be a few geniuses in the domain realm? However, Lin Xian had an ability that they couldn't even imagine. The domain realm won in the domain realm. In other words, the martial techniques unleashed by those in the domain realm would be more exaggerated. However, in this battle, they couldn't unleash their martial techniques. This caused Lin Xian to have an advantage in certain aspects. Compared to the battle with Xiao Yun in Heaven Capital, Lin Xian would definitely have an easier time if he were to fight with Su Zhiming and the others in the domain realm. This was without a doubt. In fact, Lin Xian wasn't that worried. It just so happened that Lin Xian could test the level of his physical strength. Chapter 872. Xiao Runing found it very strange. You also know that they're in the domain realm? Then why aren't you panicking at all? Actually, a loss was a loss. It was indeed nothing. However, the most special person present was Lin Xian. If he lost, it might not be a big deal to the elders. It was normal to win or lose, but to Su Zhiming and the others, they would be villains intoxicated by success. Of course, Xiao Runing did not want to see such a scene. After all, she was on Lin Xian's side. However, the law realm was the law realm, and the domain realm was the domain realm. Even if the domain realm had not comprehended the law, the attribute gap of that realm was there. Was Lin Xian really not panicking? Losing wasn't a big deal. She wouldn't lose anything. However, based on her understanding of Lin Xian, this bastard either didn't participate, or he couldn't be overshadowed. He wanted to be the brightest one. Therefore, she felt that Lin Xian might have some confidence. However, he was a 5-star law realm cultivator. It might be possible if he was 8 or 9 stars, but the difference between a 5-star and a domain realm cultivator was too big, right? Want to bet? Lin Xian asked Xiao Runing with a smile. Xiao Xinyue, who was beside them, heard Lin Xian ask Xiao Runing, want to bet? She subconsciously wanted to shake her head for Xiao Runing. She felt that this bastard's so-called bet was to give others the impression that he could not do it, but in fact, he could do it himself. Too bad. After all, she knew that Lin Xian and her sister were a fake couple, so Lin Xian might take the opportunity to take advantage of her sister through a bet. After all, she was the victim. Bastard. As expected, men were all fickle. What are we betting on? Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian really would not be easy to win against. The gap between realms was just too huge. Although Lin Xian did indeed have the strength to fight across realms, but if he did not use a spirit artifact or a martial skill, how could he win? Although Xiao Xinyue looked like she was watching the competition, she was actually listening to their conversation. Let's bet on whether or not I can win. Alright, I'll bet that you won't be able to defeat Su Jiming, provided that you don't use the space attribute. Wow, aren't you being too cruel? I can use the space attribute, but I can't use the space attribute to directly send him off the stage, is that okay? Logically speaking, it was really hard to beat him without the spatial attribute. Sure. As for the wager, there are other people waiting nearby. Let's talk about it later. In any case, we can't go back on our word. Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinyue's pretty face blushed slightly. Then, she coughed lightly and looked at the arena seriously. She couldn't be bothered to listen. Sure. Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian had no chance of winning at all. According to what she knew, Su Jiming was a 2-star domain realm cultivator while Lin Xian was a 5-star law realm cultivator. The gap between them was very obvious. Although Lin Xian had several attributes, Su Jiming was definitely not weak. If he was weak, how could he have gotten second place in the Ice Capital's Sky Martial University Assembly? Moreover, Xiao Runing understood Lin Xian better. Many of his martial arts techniques were powerful. Without martial arts techniques, how could he win against Su Jiming under normal circumstances? Although she felt that Lin Xian wasn't the kind of person who would do something he wasn't confident in, but the reality was too difficult, so she would rather gamble with Lin Xian. If she won, she would torture him to death. Let me tell you something first. Su Jiming has dual attributes of darkness and lightning. Right now, it's night time, when the darkness attribute is at its strongest. Although your spatial attribute is powerful, his realm is much higher than yours. If you insist on competing attributes, your spatial attribute can be instantly broken by him. However, his darkness attribute isn't something you can compare to. The difference between their realms is too great. Xiao Runing said. AI, yeah. Lin Xian sighed and nodded. Xiao Xinyue, something was wrong, something was wrong. Just now, when Lin Xian made a bet with her, he looked as if he didn't have much confidence, which made her feel that her chances of winning were higher. Just like now, she was sighing, but he still crushed her. It couldn't be the same now, right? Well, this man was too evil. There were tricks everywhere. She finally understood. Hey. But Xiao Xinyue also felt that if a normal law realm cultivator and a domain realm cultivator purely competed in terms of strength, speed, and other aspects, it would be fine. If Lin Xian was an 8-star or 9-star law realm cultivator, it would be fine, but a 5-star. Was he really not confident? But there's nothing absolute in this world, right? Not being able to use martial skills or spirit artifacts is actually beneficial to me in a certain way because the martial skills released by a domain realm cultivator are too terrifying. That's your confidence? Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian. No, I feel that not using martial skills or spirit artifacts is more of a test of actual combat ability. Fist techniques, leg techniques, movement techniques, and so on, I feel that I'm quite outstanding in this aspect. He's also from a wealthy family. How much worse can he be compared to you? Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian was a little too arrogant. She felt that this was not good. He had probably never fought with a domain realm cultivator before and did not know how much stronger a domain realm cultivator was compared to a law realm cultivator. However, if she knew that Lin Xian was also at this realm back in Tiandu and had even defeated Xiao Zun, who was equally outstanding, she probably would not think so. Unfortunately, she did not know. There was also another point. Although he could not use martial skills or spirit artifacts, there was no rule that said he could not use laws. Although the other party definitely had laws, Lin Xian felt that there were not many laws that could compare to his creation laws. So if I win the bet, can I raise 2 conditions with you? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Wishful thinking. TSK, then forget it. Lin Xian shrugged. The battles on the field ended one after another, and in the end, 12 people advanced. The 12 people went on stage again to draw lots and draw numbers. This time Lin Xian drew 12. Lin Xian really wanted to curse. Why was he always the one who was chosen? Then, Lin Xian silently looked at Xiao Runing beside him. That's right, the 2 of them were the last 2 people. It was very helpless. This was also quite fated. Lin Xian, let's see how you run this time. Qin Ming, who drew number 1, smiled slightly. He was a 1-star domain realm cultivator, and his attributes were relatively ordinary. Wind and water. Wind was a rare attribute, but his personal strength was still not bad. He also got 3rd place in the Tianwu tournament, but if Xiao Runing participated, he probably would not have gotten 3rd place. However, he was still a domain realm cultivator. It was impossible for him to be afraid of Lin Xian, who was a 5-star law realm cultivator. Qin Ming, choose your opponent, Lan Tianhai said. Many people thought that he would choose Su Jiming. He lost in the Tianwu tournament, but he could win back the face at this time. Young Master Lin, to be honest, among all the people here, I want to fight with young Master Lin the most. Although young Master Lin's realm doesn't seem to be too high, I think the gap between us shouldn't be too big. Moreover, I saw the battle between young Master Lin and young Master Li very clearly. Young Master Lin is very strong, so I want to personally experience it. So, I want to fight with young Master Lin. Qin Ming smiled. Chapter 873. Lin Xian shrugged. When he saw that the first person was Qin Ming, he had already guessed it. Everyone was secretly speechless. Basically, everyone knew that Qin Ming was at the domain realm. Everyone had more or less seen the outcome of a battle between a domain realm cultivator and a law realm cultivator. However, it was precisely because of this battle that there might be a different kind of attraction. In fact, on one hand, everyone really wanted to see Lin Xian being defeated because of jealousy. On the other hand, it might come from Lan Tianhai's seniors. They wanted to see how great Lin Xian's potential was. They wanted to know what would happen if he fought a 1-star domain realm cultivator with the power of a 5-star law realm cultivator. Alright, then I hope young Master Qin will show mercy. Lin Xian smiled at Qin Ming. Of course, I also hope young Master Lin can surprise me. I will. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up. If I beat Qin Ming, does that mean I won the bet with you? Lin Xian then quietly asked Xiao Runing next to him. Xiao Runing thought about it. Qin Ming had both wind and fire attributes, and his realm was much higher than Lin Xian's. Lin Xian would not have an easier time fighting Qin Ming than fighting Su Jiming. Of course. Then what if I defeat him and Su Jiming? Xiao Runing, that would be equivalent to you losing the bet twice. You would owe me 2 bets. Lin Xian said. Xiao Runing, can you win? I'll give it a try. Anyway, if I lose, there's no next round. Alright. Xiao Runing nodded. You said it. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Why did Xiao Runing have a bad feeling about this? Illusion. How could a 5-star law realm cultivator fight a domain realm cultivator? I'll head down first. After Xiao Runing and Lin Xian finished speaking, they walked down the stage. Only Lin Xian and Qin Ming were left standing on the stage. Elder Xiao, what do you think? Lan Tianhai asked. In the end, the law realm and the domain realm are not on the same level, so there's basically no way to fight them. Xiao Qingqing said. But I think that since little Xian agreed, he might have some confidence. What do you think? Xiao Qingqing nodded. That should be the case, but we've all come from these realms, so we understand the gap between these 2 realms better. Let alone a 5 or 6-star difference, even if Lin Xian is an 8-star, 9-star, or even 10-star law realm cultivator, the difference in strength, speed, physique, and other aspects of this realm is too great. It's very difficult to fight him. That's why I look forward to it even more. Young Master Lin, you go first. Qin Ming looked at Lin Xian and said, No, 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 you do it. Qin Ming, this again? Young Master Lin, don't tell me you also think that if you attack first, I won't have a chance to use my hand? Qin Ming smiled. Lin Xian shrugged. That won't happen. After all, young Master Qin is at the domain realm. In terms of strength, how can I compare to young Master Qin? Then you might not have a chance to attack with this punch of mine, Qin Ming said. Then come at me. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed. But then I won't be pretentious. Take this. Whoosh! In the next instant, Qin Ming's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Lin Xian at an unimaginable speed. With a powerful punch, he directly punched at Lin Xian. Too fierce, this is the domain realm. And the most important point is that Qin Ming is of the wind attribute. Even if he doesn't use the power of the wind attribute for the time being, his speed is not something that Lin Xian can compare to. With this speed, I feel like I can't dodge at all. Xiao Runing, Xiao Xinyue, and even the people from the Xiao family looked at Lin Xian nervously. On one hand, they hoped that Lin Xian could bring about some miracles. On the other hand, they hoped that he wouldn't be injured. If this son-in-law was injured, wouldn't the plan to make a baby be delayed again? However, the next scene made everyone look incredulous. Everyone thought that Lin Xian might try to dodge, but he didn't. He met the punch with force. Bang! The two fists collided. Both of them staggered and stopped. Lin Xian staggered about 7 to 8 meters back while Qin Ming staggered about 3 to 4 meters back. This punch seemed to be Qin Ming's gain, but he was at the domain realm. Shouldn't his strength be able to crush Lin Xian? With this punch, shouldn't Lin Xian be sent flying while Qin Ming didn't move at all? Why did Qin Ming stagger? Everyone was puzzled. You said that you were born with great strength, but it couldn't be so great that you could almost contend with the difference of a realm, right? Qin Ming frowned. How was that possible? How could he be so strong? His grand domain realm strength was only able to suppress his strength by a tiny bit? How was that possible? Lin Xian's strength was naturally not that strong, but Lin Xian had exchanged for an attribute that doubled his strength. The effect of this exchange would become more and more monstrous as his realm increased. The strength of a 5-star law realm expert would be doubled. In terms of strength, it should be about 9 or even 10 stars of the law realm, right? Compared to a 1-star domain realm expert, there was only a difference of 1 major realm. Then how did Lin Xian make up for it? Very simple, creation law. Lin Xian secretly released a little bit of the law of creation to increase his strength. The law of creation could instantly heal his injuries, increase his speed, or increase his attributes. It couldn't be any easier for him to do that. In this way, Lin Xian's strength was indeed not much worse. However, this scene was too unbelievable to the surrounding people. Isn't the difference in strength a little too small? Maybe it has something to do with Qin Ming not releasing his full strength, but he's also at the domain realm after all. It's indeed too unbelievable. What's the reason? It was a reason that no one could think of. Xiao Runing's mouth was also slightly agape. How was that possible? How did he do it? Xiao Xinyue asked. I want to know too. Then did you lose the bet? I want to know too. Xiao Xinyue, young Master Lin's strength is really strong. It makes me feel that you're not a 5-star law realm expert anymore. Qin Ming forced a smile. Of course, it's just that I'm born with great strength. There's no other way. All right, then let's continue. Qin Ming's expression froze. He seemed to have won that move just now, but in fact, he had lost because he was at the domain realm. He couldn't crush Lin Xian at the domain realm. It was simply embarrassing. But now, Qin Ming was really serious. He couldn't look down on Lin Xian anymore. His wind attribute surged, and his speed was so fast that some people who weren't at a high realm couldn't see him clearly at all. It was dazzling. However, Lin Xian's speed suddenly skyrocketed. Although he wasn't as fast as him, he wasn't that much slower. Chapter 874. Lin Xian had exchanged for double the speed attribute and created a law to increase his speed. Didn't you want to slap my face? Then who is slapping whose face now? You're a domain realm martial artist with the wind attribute. In terms of strength and speed, you're higher than me, but not by much. This scene made everyone even more incredulous. This bang bang bang. The two figures intersected and collided at an unimaginable frequency in the dark night. Some people who were not strong enough could not catch their tracks. Why does Lin Xian have twice the speed and strength of his realm? Xiao Runing was dumbfounded. Wasn't this too exaggerated? It was completely unbelievable. Martial techniques? No, he couldn't use martial techniques. Moreover, everyone saw it. Where were the signs and power of martial techniques released? After more than a minute, the two of them separated. Lin Xian shook his hand. Don't say, it hurts a little. Everyone, fuck you. Are you trying to act cool? Normally, it was too normal for a 1-star domain realm cultivator to be insta-killed when fighting a 5-star law realm cultivator or a 5-star law realm cultivator. You've been fighting with the other party for a minute, and during that time, you haven't even lost, yet you're saying that it hurts a little? Are you saying that the power of a domain realm cultivator only hurt you a little? The corner of Qin Ming's mouth twitched. He also wanted to know why a 5-star law realm cultivator was so terrifying in terms of speed and strength. It was fine if they were terrifying, but if they collided, they would be injured, right? But they weren't, because Lin Xian had also exchanged for double the physique attribute. Young Master Lin, are you really a 5-star law realm cultivator? Qin Ming asked with a frown. I'm the real deal. Su Zhiming also frowned. They knew better than those powerhouses whether he was a 5-star law realm cultivator or not. He definitely was, but what was with these attributes that far exceeded that of a 5-star law realm cultivator? Could it be that this is the difference between fighting alone all year long and having an expert accompanying you in battle? Isn't this too big? Lan Tianhai said. Impossible. It's normal to have a difference, but it's definitely not normal to have such a big difference. However, in terms of actual combat, Lin Xian does have the advantage. If it weren't for the difference in realm, Qin Ming would have lost. Qin Ming gritted his teeth and charged towards Lin Xian once again. He couldn't drag this out any longer. Even if he won, it would only be a narrow victory. He would be the one losing face. Sorry, you are of the wind attribute, but I am of the ice attribute, so I might be able to restrain you. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up, and then his body was surrounded by ice attribute energy. The entire stage was frozen by the ice attribute, and the ice attribute countered the wind attribute. Do you think this young master only has the wind attribute? Yes, your ice attribute does restrain this young master, but this young master also has a fire attribute that can restrain your ice attribute. Qin Ming shouted, and raging flames burst out. Then, at an extremely fast speed, the raging flames condensed in front of his fist and blasted towards Lin Xian. Sigh. But, in terms of strength, how can your fire attribute compare to my lightning attribute? Lin Xian smirked. Buzz buzz buzz. Purple lightning flashed. Boom. What? In the next instant, they collided again. Purple lightning? This Lin Xian actually has both the ice and lightning attributes. The most important thing is that this is purple lightning. It's an extremely rare purple lightning, the strongest lightning of the lightning attribute. Compared to the blue lightning, purple lightning is more than twice as strong. I haven't seen it for many years. In a collision between the fire and lightning attributes, the lightning attribute definitely has the advantage, but the realm. Before that person could finish speaking, Qin Ming's figure had already flown out of the stage and landed on the ground. Everyone? What's going on? Everyone looked at each other. Yes, your lightning attribute is indeed better than the fire attribute in terms of strength, and you are even a purple lightning, but one was a fire attribute released by a domain realm cultivator, while the other was a lightning attribute released by a law realm cultivator. This difference wasn't something that could be made up for by attributes. But why was Qin Ming blasted down instead? It was actually very simple. It was just that Lin Xian released an even stronger law of creation, doubling his own attributes. Lin Xian's law of creation allowed his strength to double. That instant increase directly allowed Lin Xian's pure strength to reach the domain realm, so it was normal that he couldn't compete. Qin Ming landed on the ground and even felt as if a lifetime had passed. He wasn't injured, but he had already lost. As the person involved, he had lost in a daze. It went against common sense. Everyone whispered and looked at each other. This is too unbelievable, right? With a 5-star law realm strength, he actually won against a 1-star domain realm cultivator in terms of attributes. This is impossible. In theory, it's indeed impossible. The difference of these few stars is too great. If a normal 5-star law realm expert is an infant, then a 1-star domain realm expert is a 10-year-old child. There's no way to compare the two, but an infant defeated a 10-year-old child. Would you believe it if I told you this? What kind of monstrous son-in-law did the Shao family find? Shao Zun, Shao Qingqing, Yi Qianling, and the others were also pleasantly surprised and in disbelief. This son-in-law was too fierce, right? Could their daughter take it? This was a victory that completely went against common sense. If you won with a martial technique that far surpassed the other party's grade, this was very normal. For example, Qin Ming had released an Earth rank martial technique, and you had released a Heaven rank martial technique. A Heaven rank martial technique could make up for the difference in realm between you two, but without a martial technique, just pure strength, speed, and attribute strength, Qin Ming was instantly defeated. I won, right? Lin Xian then silently said, "Of course you won. Little Xian, I'm very curious how you did it. You did release a 5-star law realm strength, but how can you compare to a domain realm cultivator? It's too unbelievable." Lan Tianhai stood up excitedly and asked Lin Xian. This was definitely a monster. It's just that my strength is great. Maybe my attribute purity is also relatively high, so this slightly makes up for the difference. Lin Xian said, "Attribute purity?" "Yes, 100% attribute purity." Everyone, no wonder it's purple lightning. It turns out that it's 100% attribute purity, but, even so, it shouldn't be. Lan Tianhai was still puzzled. Then I don't know. Maybe it's because of the other party? Lin Xian asked. Everyone, Qin Ming, the other party's reason? What did that mean? What else could it mean? The other party was too weak. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth twitched, and he secretly gritted his teeth. Young Master Lin's strength is indeed strong. I was careless. Without a martial technique, young Master Lin should be invincible in the same realm. I admit defeat. Qin Ming said unwillingly, but his words gave him leeway. Carelessness, no martial technique. Many people were more willing to believe that he was careless. If that wasn't the case, then Lin Xian was too terrifying. He could easily fight across realms. Chapter 875. One had to know that this was a 6-star realm. How difficult was it to defeat a 6-star opponent in the same realm? And this was a major realm gap. Su Zhiming frowned. This unbelievable outcome made him panic a little. It was really too unbelievable. God knew how much of a sensation Lin Xian had brought to these people in this battle. It had even subverted their worldview of martial arts. A 5-star law realm cultivator had defeated a domain realm cultivator. No one would believe it. Lin Xian then cupped his fists at Qin Ming. Thank you for letting me win. Then Lin Xian walked down. After walking down, Lin Xian was greeted by Yi Qianling, Shao Zun, and the others. Lin Xian naturally couldn't expose himself, so he gave an ambiguous answer. Perhaps the other party was really weak or had gone easy on him. That's right. In fact, although many people found it unbelievable, they felt that Qin Ming had gone easy on him or had really been negligent. Of course, Lin Xian was indeed strong. After all, everyone had seen that he didn't lose to him by much. But everyone basically felt that if they really fought, Lin Xian wouldn't be Qin Ming's match. Moreover, Qin Ming hadn't released his laws yet. Yi Qianling knew that Lin Xian still had the spatial attribute, which meant that he still had it. If he had held back but still won against Qin Ming, he might be stronger. Shao Ningning, you lost? Lin Xian grabbed Xiao Runing's hand and rubbed it unscrupulously. After all, they were a couple in front of everyone, so Lin Xian could take advantage of her. How did you do it? She had indeed lost, but compared to losing, Xiao Runing wanted to know more about this unbelievable thing. My laws. Lin Xian wouldn't hold back too much from the woman he had decided on. It didn't matter if he told them about laws. Your laws? To increase your strength? You can do that. Increase strength, speed, and so on. No wonder. If there were laws and you were at the same level, you should be stronger than him. That would explain it, but can laws make up for it? Just how high is the grade of your laws? Xiao Runing was a little confused. How can your husband be bad? Lin Xian laughed. In fact, many people had guessed that Lin Xian had released the law. Otherwise, it would be too inconceivable, but they did not say anything. Because it could only be explained by the laws. The laws, combined with the purple lightning, and a strength that might indeed be different from that of an ordinary person, it was possible. On the other side, Su Jiming walked towards Qin Ming and sat beside him. How could he lose? Su Jiming asked. I advise you not to fight with him. You will lose too. Qin Ming sighed and said, How is this possible? Do you think I'm holding back? No, I really unleashed the power of a one-star domain realm expert, but I still wasn't able to defeat him. At that time, his strength had also reached the domain realm. Of course, it doesn't mean that his cultivation base is at the domain realm. It just seems that his strength has increased. Qin Ming said, You mean through the laws? Qin Ming nodded. That's the only explanation. It's a pity that my laws don't have much effect on Oz, so it's useless. However, his laws should be a kind of amplification law that can greatly increase his speed and strength. It can even allow him to unleash the purple lightning attribute, and his strength will reach the domain realm. The purple lightning is still very strong. Humph. You are you and I am me. Don't forget that I have the dark attribute. Although my lightning attribute isn't the purple lightning, it's not weak either. Moreover, my laws are much more useful than yours. Then I wish you good luck. Qin Ming said. Although he felt that Su Jiming could defeat Lin Xian under normal circumstances, after fighting with Lin Xian, he inexplicably felt that it was very difficult. This Lin Xian was clearly very weak, but he could unleash such power. It was very mysterious. He inexplicably felt that he was really not a match for Lin Xian, and he did not understand why he had such a feeling. If he wanted to use martial arts or something, he would definitely win if he fought with all his strength. Look at the gap between you and this young master. After saying that, Su Jiming walked away. Why did he inexplicably feel that Lin Xian might win against Su Jiming instead? One match after another was finished, and everyone was very happy to watch, especially when they were able to watch Xiao Runing's battle. Not to mention anything else, this woman was really beautiful. Just looking at her was a kind of enjoyment, and they could not understand how much her boyfriend, Lin Xian, was enjoying himself. Alright, there are still 6 people left. It's getting late. Let's fight one last round with 6 people. Let's form groups of 2. After that, everyone can go back and rest. At this moment, Su Jiming stepped forward and said, Just now, when I saw that young Master Lin could actually defeat young Master Qin, who is at the domain realm, I found it unbelievable. So, I wonder if young Master Lin can fight with me? Let me feel young Master Lin's strength. Young Master Lin, what kind of strength can a 5-star law realm cultivator have? Su Jiming's words naturally won the respect of everyone. They wanted to see how Lin Xian won, and they wanted to see whether he was lucky or not. Previously, when he fought with Qin Ming, they did not see it clearly, and they did not think about it. This time, if he could fight with Su Jiming, everyone would definitely look very carefully to see what was different about him. So, they were all looking forward to Lin Xian agreeing to this battle. Okay, but I hope young Master Su will go easy on me. Lin Xian smiled. No, no, no. You being able to defeat young Master Qin proves that your strength absolutely cannot be treated as an ordinary 5-star law realm cultivator. I will fight with you very seriously, Su Jiming said with a smile. Then what if young Master Su fights seriously and loses? Lin Xian's inexplicable words stunned Su Jiming. Winning or losing is normal. Since young Master Lin can defeat young Master Qin, then you might indeed have a chance to defeat me. However, this young master has to remind young Master Lin that I have the dark and lightning attributes. It's night now, and it's the time for the dark attribute to shine, so young Master Lin, you really might not be able to win. Su Jiming said with a smile. Is that so? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then let's fight. Lin Xian said with a shrug. Everyone, they kept feeling that Lin Xian had confidence, but where did this confidence come from? Previously, Qin Ming's wind was restrained by his ice, and his fire could not resist the attack power of his lightning. Now, however, Su Jiming was also a lightning and dark attribute. His advantage was completely gone, and his realm was even suppressed. Relying on his seemingly innate strength? It would be very difficult. In front of the dark attribute, strength was not worth mentioning. However, it was precisely because of this, and because of Lin Xian's agreement, those powerhouses were all more curious and prepared to watch this battle. Young Master Lin, do you want to rest? Su Jiming asked. No, let's hurry up and finish the battle. After this, I still have to go home and sleep. Lin Xian stretched and said, But then I won't be unreasonable with you. Take this. Chapter 876. Su Jiming could no longer underestimate Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had defeated Qin Ming. Therefore, for this first move, Su Jiming directly released the lightning attribute. Lightning wrapped around his fist. His speed was not as fast as Qin Ming's, but he was still at the domain realm after all. His speed was not slow at all. Competing in strength, is it? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to compare to this kind of gap. However, he had a bug-like law of creation. Everything could be controlled by his will. The consumption of spirit energy was actually acceptable. It was almost equivalent to using the spirit energy of an earth-stage martial technique in battle on this law of creation. Lin Xian stood there with purple lightning wrapped around his right fist. Since you want to embarrass me, then I'll let everyone see who's the one who's embarrassed. He can't be going to compete in strength with Su Jiming, right? Su Jiming's realm is 1 star higher than Qin Ming's, and he's also at the domain realm. Moreover, he has the lightning attribute. How can they compete in strength? Crazy. This is really the first time I've seen a 5-star law realm cultivator dare to compete in strength with a domain realm cultivator. Although he did win against Qin Ming previously, the lightning attribute Su Jiming. When those people saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They felt that it was inconceivable. It was completely beyond their understanding. Courting death. When Su Jiming saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Did he still think that he was Qin Ming? Boom. In the next instant, the two of them collided with a fist accompanied by lightning. The entire martial arts arena was filled with lightning and dust, blocking everyone's vision. Suddenly, the two of them jumped out of the range of the dust, and the distance between the two of them was not much different from when they collided. This was the most exaggerated. It can't be that this move is 50-50 again, right? When the people saw this scene, they could not help but be dumbfounded. Crazy. What's wrong with this world? They looked at each other. Xiao Runing frowned. Just how much could Lin Xian's laws strengthen him? The difference between a 5-star law realm cultivator and a 2-star domain realm cultivator should be around 4 times in terms of pure strength, so a difference of 10 times in terms of overall combat prowess was normal. Even if Lin Xian was extraordinarily talented, he would only be able to close the gap slightly. The rest would be made up for by his laws of nature. The power of a single law was almost enough to make up for the difference of a 7-star domain realm cultivator, and there was even a major domain realm cultivator in between. This increase was a little too exaggerated. The two of them pulled apart the distance between them. What's going on? How is this possible? Su Jiming's eyes widened. Why didn't his laws work? But if my strength is quadrupled, and you reduce it by half, then I'll be the same as before. That seems to be the case. That move just now was about the same as before. Lin Xian said. Everyone, what? Does that mean Lin Xian's law power is quadrupled, and that's not all? He can do it again? What kind of law is this? This is the most fucking terrifying law I've ever seen or heard of. It's several times stronger than the strongest law. Isn't this too scary? Doesn't that mean that he's invincible in the same realm and can easily fight those of a higher realm? Of course it's easy. Didn't you see that Su Jiming, who's at the domain realm, didn't have any advantage? Invincible. This kid will be heaven-defying when he grows up. Xiao Zun, Xiao Qingqing, and Yi Qianling also looked at Lin Xian with incomparable surprise. His daughter had really picked up a treasure and brought it back. Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. After a few seconds, he said, "That's really terrifying. I didn't expect young Master Lin's law to be so strong." Young Master Lin, don't forget that I also have the dark attribute. After saying that, Lin Xian was fixed in place. You increased your strength, not your realm. If that's not your true strength, then can you break free from my domain realm? The surrounding people were extremely shocked. Yi Qianling knew it, so she was fine. However, when she heard the shocked voices of the people around her, she couldn't help but smile. This son-in-law of his was really giving him face. Su Jiming also widened his eyes. He also had the space attribute. This sense of inferiority arose spontaneously. What did he force Lin Xian to do? Other than this realm, what else was there? He was even crushed by Lin Xian in all aspects. Could he win? He couldn't win. The dark attribute was nothing in front of the space attribute. These two attributes were different, but they had something in common. The space attribute was really strong. Everyone would admit this. Lin Xian used a few seconds to break free from the shackles of fixed image. Fixed image was fatal. In a real battle, not to mention 1 second, even 0. 1 second of fixed image could cause you to die without a burial ground. However, Lin Xian, who had the space attribute, could escape immediately and at the same time, had time to break free from fixed image. I didn't expect young Master Lin to have the space attribute. If that's the case, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to end this match. Let's end it here. No, young Master Su, Lin Xian said at this time. Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian. I have to defeat you. If I don't, what if my wife refuses to give birth to my baby? Lin Xian said. Su Jiming, then I admit defeat. You win. Su Jiming then walked down the stage with a smile. However, his heart was filled with hatred. He knew that if he continued to fight, regardless of whether he won or lost, he would lose. He was at the domain realm and couldn't face Lin Xian. If he really lost to Lin Xian, it would be even more embarrassing. Therefore, he directly admitted defeat. This way, no one knew whether he would lose to Lin Xian or not. More people still felt that he wouldn't lose. Too shocking. It's really too shocking. I didn't expect to see such a battle today that can almost topple us. Lan Tianhai said in shock. Yeah, he can face a domain realm cultivator as a 5-star law realm cultivator and not lose. Under normal circumstances, a law realm cultivator would be instantly killed. It's really toppling us. His poetry is so sharp and his combat talent is so strong. Elder Xiao, your Xiao family has found a good son-in-law. Xiao Qingqing said with a smile, it's not bad. It's barely passable. In fact, he was overjoyed. He had face. Lin Xian then walked down the stage and walked toward Xiao Runing. How is it? I won. Lin Xian said with a smile. If you win, you win. Xiao Runing mumbled to herself. So you lost the bet. Xiao Runing, Xiao Xinyue, I knew it. She didn't know how her sister would be taken advantage of by this Lin Xian. Why was she so unhappy? Xiao Xinyue thought. All right, everyone, it's getting late. Let's go back. Little Xian, if you have time, come here and see Uncle Lan. I like you a lot. Lan Tianhai said to Lin Xian with a smile. Of course. Okay, go. Then they all left. The shock that Lin Xian gave them today was simply too great. As for Su Jiming, he really couldn't win. He tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Xiao Runing's grandparents lived in Imperial Palace, so they didn't go back. However, they agreed to have a meal together tomorrow and have a good chat with Lin Xian. On the way, Xiao Zun and Yi Qianling praised Lin Xian. Xiao Runing was especially unhappy. However, she had to admit that Lin Xian really shocked her and everyone else. When they got home, Yi Qianling said to Lin Xian, "Little Xian, go take a shower and sleep early." "Okay, Auntie." "Ning Ning, don't forget what you said to little Xian. If he wins, you'll give birth to his baby, right? Mom remembers. Do you still need Mom to remind you?" "No need," Xiao Runing said with grievance. "She didn't say that. Bastard." "Okay, then you and little Xian can rest later." Lin Xian, Xiao Runing. Chapter 878. In Xiao Runing's room, Lin Xian looked at her with a smirk. "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian, took off her jacket, and hung it on the hanger. "I'm laughing at you for losing." "If you lost, then you lost. Tell me your conditions." "Conditions?" Lin Xian rubbed his chin. "I want to have sex tonight." Xiao Runing, "Fuck your mother." She really wanted to curse. "Get lost." Xiao Runing walked into the bathroom with a face full of shame and anger. Sigh, women are all bad people who don't keep their words. Lin Xian grumbled in an aggrieved manner, and then lay down on Xiao Runing's fragrant bed. 10 minutes later, Xiao Runing walked out, wiping her wet hair. "Get lost and take a shower." "I'm not your woman. Why do I have to take a shower every day in the middle of winter?" Lin Xian refused. "Also, you've really changed. You wouldn't yell at me in the past." Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Xiao Runing, "Yes, she wouldn't yell at Lin Xian in the past. But you fucking came to my house and had sex with me. Who would feel good if that happened to you? Hurry up and take a shower. Otherwise, I won't let you on the bed. You must be sweating after fighting with someone today." Lin Xian shrugged and walked into the bathroom. "Hey, Xiao Ningning, can you take out your underwear first?" Lin Xian's voice came from inside. Xiao Runing, her pretty face immediately flushed red, and she hurriedly rushed in. "Bastard, bastard, bastard." Lin Xian hummed a tune as he took a shower. Xiao Runing sat on the bed with a red face, doubting her life. Really, this Lin Xian was her nemesis. Not to mention the flirting before, even here, because of her mother, she lost her first time. Sigh. Did she really have to let him be her partner for life? But he was so perverted, Xiao Runing was very confused. Lin Xian came out 5 minutes later. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Xian saw Xiao Runing sitting there in a daze and asked. "Nothing," Xiao Runing shook her head. "Then go to sleep, I want to have sex with you." Lin Xian smiled as he sat beside her and hugged her delicate body. "Go to hell." Xiao Runing pushed Lin Xian's hand away. "But you lost the bet. My condition is to have sex." Lin Xian said. Normally, he wouldn't dare to say this, but they had already had sex, so it was different. If there was a first time, then a second time was easy. If there was a second time, then there would be countless times. Change it. Xiao Runing Lin Xian gritted her teeth and said. Sigh, forget it, so be it. Time to sleep. Lin Xian looked disappointed. He wrapped himself in the blanket and lay down, his back facing Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing Lin Xian, hey. She wasn't Lin Xian's girlfriend. She had no obligation to do that with him. But she did lose the bet. Let's sleep then. Xiao Runing Lin Xian turned off the lights and crawled under the blanket with her back facing Lin Xian. Then, the whole atmosphere became silent. After about 5 minutes, Lin Xian's hands began to move. He first turned around and then hugged Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing's delicate body suddenly trembled. Hee, Xiao Ningning, turn around. Lin Xian whispered into Xiao Runing's ear. Don't bother me, go to sleep. Xiao Runing mumbled. However, Lin Xian found that she didn't remove his hand from her body. Instead, she held his hand tightly and didn't let him move. This was actually extremely good news. "I want a kiss," Lin Xian whispered. Xiao Runing did not respond. Then, Lin Xian smiled and flipped to the other side of her, which was in front of Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing opened her beautiful eyes and saw Lin Xian's naughty smile in the dark. "Don't move." Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he kissed Xiao Runing's cherry lips. There was no need to say anything else. Just like that, Xiao Runing was conquered by Lin Xian step by step. Ding! The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Runing in his arms. He revealed a naughty smile. This Xiao Runing was more or less taken. All that was left was to wait for her mission to be triggered. Even if it wasn't triggered, it didn't matter. Lin Xian felt that he was really a scumbag, but his luck was really good. Which girl around him wasn't beautiful and outstanding? But he just let Lin Xian take advantage of her. What kind of logic was this? Lin Xian then rubbed his face against her hair and closed his eyes again. Xiao Runing slowly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Xian's side profile. She sighed softly. Why did she and him last night? Oh God! She wasn't a woman who didn't know how to reject. Some girls really didn't know how to reject, but she wasn't one of them. But why couldn't she reject Lin Xian? Was it because this bastard was too naughty? At first, she was determined to refuse. But after being kissed by him, her whole body and mind slowly fell into his hands, and then he gave her a slap. This wasn't what she wanted. After about 2 hours, Xiao Runing woke up after a short nap. She wriggled out of Lin Xian's arms. At the same time, Lin Xian opened his eyes. "Good morning." Lin Xian couldn't help but kiss her pink cheeks. "Go away." Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian flirtatiously. "Hee," Lin Xian grinned. "I'm going to get up," Xiao Runing said with a red face. "Get up. Turn around." Xiao Runing gritted her teeth and said, "Wow." Xiao Ningning, we're so familiar with each other, and it's not like I haven't seen it before. Why are you still shy? Turn around. Xiao Runing's voice became louder. Lin Xian then quietly turned around and lay down. Xiao Runing quickly put on her clothes. "I asked someone to buy a few concert tickets. Let's go see it together at 8 tonight." Xiao Runing stood at the bathroom door and said to Lin Xian, "My dear wife, I'll go if you go." Lin Xian smiled. "Get lost." Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian again and then went to wash up. "Comfortable." Lin Xian stretched and then put on his clothes. He walked in while massaging his waist. Xiao Runing saw Lin Xian massaging his waist and couldn't help but blush again. "Bastard." "Xiao Ningning, give me a massage later. My waist hurts." "No way." "But I'm tired because of you." "Xiao Runing, did I ask you to move?" Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian unhappily. But in the end, you were the one who grabbed my arm and told me not to stop." Xiao Runing, get lost. "Okay." Lin Xian then walked out with a smirk. Xiao Runing looked at her pink face in the mirror and took a deep breath. Was Lin Xian her nemesis? Why did it feel like she was mad at him, but it wasn't real anger? So annoying. Chapter 879. Downstairs, Xiao Xinyue was sitting quietly on the sofa, reading a magazine. She was quite similar to Han Chuxue. Her every move was polite, but the difference between them was that Han Chuxue was colder than her. Xiao Xinyue was more like a cold girl next door with a bit of a strong career woman. She was also more serious. It wasn't that Han Chuxue wasn't serious, but sitting there, one was an ice beauty, and the other was a colder girl. Anyway, they each had their own characteristics. If you put them together, you wouldn't think that they were made from the same mold. Xiao Zun sat on the other side, drinking tea and reading newspapers. Yi Qianling and a few maids were busy. Xiao Xinyue and Xiao Zun were calmly drinking tea and reading newspapers. It was as if they were people from two different worlds. They didn't care about the world at all. "I say, you two, can't you help me with something? Your grandparents will be here at noon." Yi Qianling rolled her eyes at them. "What can we do?" You'll say that we're causing trouble later, right? Xiao Zun asked Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Yes, and Lin Xian and sister didn't do anything, right? You compare yourself to your sister? Your sister has more important things to do, Yi Qianling said. Then she looked at the time. It's already 10 o'clock, and your sister and Xiao Xian still haven't come downstairs. It seems that they really went to bed quite late last night, Yi Qianling said with satisfaction. Xiao Xinyue, this mother was really indecent. I say, Mom, don't always rush them. Xiao Zun said helplessly. Don't rush them? How can I not rush them? It's not like you didn't hear Xiao Xian say that he hasn't touched our eldest daughter more than a few times. If I don't rush him, when will we get a grandson? Xiao Xinyue, Xiao Zun, okay, as long as you're happy. At this time, Lin Xian came downstairs. They all looked at Lin Xian. Xiao Xian, you're awake. Hurry and eat something to fill your stomach, Yi Qianling said cheerfully. Thank you, Auntie. Ning Ning hasn't woken up yet? She's up. She should be coming down soon. Well, hurry up and eat something. At noon, the family ate the meal together. Xiao Qingqing and the others also chatted a lot with Lin Xian. In any case, they were very satisfied with Lin Xian. The Xiao family didn't place much importance on things like matching families. The Xiao family was a big family. They didn't need their daughter's other half to be rich and powerful. As long as he was outstanding, it was fine as long as their daughter liked him. To be honest, in the current era, no matter which era, which world, such a family was really rare. After eating, they went shopping again and then went home. Mom, we went to the concert. Xiao Runing changed into a set of cultivation clothes and shouted. Okay, go ahead and have fun. Then Lin Xian, Xiao Runing, and Xiao Xinyue walked out together. They didn't even drive because the stadium wasn't too far away. They could take a walk and chat on the way. The concert started at 7 p.m. It was 5 p.m. now, but because of the weather, it was already a bit late. When are you going back? Lin Xian asked Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing said, in the next few days, I have already done what I need to do. After watching the concert, there will be nothing left to do. I don't want to stay at home anymore. I think it's good to stay at home, Lin Xian said with a smile. Get lost. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes. Good, but what about her? Torture. Little Xinyue, look at your sister. As their daughter, she wants to leave just like that. She doesn't even want to spend more time with her parents. Don't you think that's right? No. Xiao Xinyue said faintly. Even little Xinyue said that it's wrong. Xiao Runing, this guy definitely thought that he could take advantage of her in Ice City, in the Xiao family, but after leaving he couldn't do it anymore. Bastard. But it's time to go back. Xiao Xinyue added. Buy the tickets tomorrow and leave the day after tomorrow. Xiao Runing said. He still wanted to stay in Ice City and take advantage of her? Dream on. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Okay. There were a lot of cars and pedestrians on the road today. Lin Xian had been here for a few days and had gone out to play a few times. Logically speaking, it was just after the new year, and the closer it was to the end of the year, the more people there would be. However, today was an exception. There was a traffic jam on the road, and there were a lot of pedestrians. Most of them were young people and most of them were couples. Moreover, they were heading in the same direction as Lin Xian and the others. Don't tell me they're all here to watch the concert? Xiao Runing nodded. The Ice City Gymnasium can accommodate 130,000 people. It can be considered a top gymnasium, and 130,000 people will definitely be full, so there will be 130,000 people coming to the Ice City Gymnasium one after another. Lin Xian, damn. What kind of celebrity is so famous? 130,000 people in a concert with a full house? Even if Lin Xian didn't chase celebrities, watch dramas, or listen to songs, he could still roughly hear some news. A normal A-list celebrity would hold a concert in a stadium with a capacity of 70,000 to 80,000. Because of that, the stadium wouldn't be full. 130,000 people in a stadium, and it was full. This should be a super A-list celebrity. An Exin, you've never heard of her? Lin Xian, an Exin? Lin Xian suddenly remembered the beautiful girl he met on the plane. Wasn't her name Enrich? Could it be her? It couldn't be so coincidental, right? Moreover, didn't celebrities have to make a big show when they appeared? How could she be the only one on the plane? Even if she chartered a plane or took a private plane, it would be normal. It shouldn't be her. It's a pity that her tickets are too difficult to buy. Even in the first second when the tickets are sold, it's hard to buy them. The software directly jams. When it's not jammed, the tickets have already been sold out. I had to ask someone to buy 3 tickets for the inner field. Although it's the inner field, the seats are very ordinary. They're in the back row of the inner field. The front row was the kind of area that was very close, and even celebrities could interact with each other. It was a pity that it was impossible to buy tickets in such an area. Those who could buy tickets were the children of destiny. 130,000 people in a stadium, the back row of the inner field. That's still very far. What's there to see? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. There's no other way. I tried my best, Xiao Runing said helplessly. But you also chase celebrities? Lin Xian asked. I'm not chasing celebrities. I just like her songs a lot. There must be a lot of her songs in New Moon's song list. Since she's holding a concert in Ice City, I'll go and take a look. At this moment, Lin Xian's phone rang. Chapter 880. Lin Xian picked up his phone and glanced at it. Xiao Runing, who was beside him, sneaked a peek at Lin Xian's phone screen. Damn it. Although she couldn't see clearly, the profile picture of the person chatting with him on WeChat was that of a real girl. Bastard. Chatting with a girl again. Lin Xian was still confused. Why did the system prompt that Xiao Runing was unhappy suddenly appear? Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue went to the side to chat. Lin Xian looked at the message. It was from an Xin. To be precise, she had sent 2 messages at 8 in the morning. However, Lin Xian was sleeping too soundly and Lin Xian had muted his phone. Why did he mute it? There were too many girls in his WeChat. Who knew how many girls would look for him, and if Xiao Runing saw it, wouldn't that be detrimental to the development of their relationship? Anyway, it didn't matter. Those who were really close to him had his phone number. If there was something important, they could just call him. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't use his phone much. He didn't like using his phone. Compared to his phone, he preferred girls. Plus, he was eating, chatting, and shopping with the elders of the Xiao family. He couldn't possibly play with his phone, right? How impolite would that be? Therefore, it was as if he hadn't looked at his phone for an entire day. He didn't even open WeChat. He only looked at the time. It was only when Lin Xian pressed the mute button on the side of the phone that he heard the sound. An Xin sent a message to Lin Xian at 8 in the morning. Are you there? At 8:30, she sent another message. Are you still sleeping? Then, at 11 in the morning, she sent another message. Hey, do you want to watch the concert? I'll give you the tickets. Lin Xian still didn't reply. Hey, are you dead? Still no reply. Then there was this message. If you don't want to reply, then don't reply. You didn't even reply once. Goodbye, I'll delete you as a friend. Clearly, an Xion's imagination was running wild. She felt that he didn't care about her at all after not replying to her messages for an entire day. It was very depressing. Although they hadn't known each other for long, they had experienced life and death together. Moreover, she was also a beautiful girl, so why didn't she reply? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. My phone was turned off. I just turned it on, so I didn't notice. Lin Xian sent a message over. An Xin replied instantly, I don't believe you. You just don't want to reply to me. That's true. I have so many beautiful girls around me. Who do you think you are? Lin Xian sent a message over. An Xin, he really wanted to hit someone. Hey, are you watching the concert or not? Lin Xian asked. Yours? Lin Xian frowned. Her name was an Xin, and she just happened to ask him this question. The concert they were going to watch was an Xion's, so there was no need to guess. Lin Xian. Then, an Xion sent another message. Are you going to watch it or not? If you do, I'll give you tickets. Okay, I'll watch it. On the other side, an XN revealed a happy expression. Ice City Stadium. You can go in through Gate 8. There will be people waiting for you there. I'll give you tickets for the front row, the ones at the very front. Do you have 3? I also have 2 friends. Yes. Okay, thank you. I'll be there soon. An XIN put down her phone and made a cheering gesture for herself. She was very happy. Although this bad guy was a scumbag, she felt that he wasn't bad after getting along with him. Perhaps she misunderstood him. After all, she didn't feel that he was a scumbag, and he even saved her life. Anyway, he was very special. An XN, why aren't you changing? Your concert will start in an hour. Don't let your fans wait too long. An XIN's agent, Zhang Ling, walked out and said with a smile. I know, Sister Ling. By the way, Sister Ling, I have 3 friends coming later. Please arrange for someone to wait for them at Gate 8 and give them these 3 front row tickets. An XN handed the tickets to her. An XN, this is your first time in Ice City. You have friends here? It's Lin Xian who saved me on the plane. I see. Then I really have to thank him. Yes. Zhang Ling smiled. Okay, then you go and prepare first. On the other side, Lin Xian put away his phone and looked at the beautiful sisters next to him with a smile. By the way, how do I get the front row tickets? Lin Xian asked. The front row tickets have the least number of votes. Although it's also the most expensive, it's impossible to get it through the normal software. It's purely based on luck. Some tickets are even sold to tens of thousands of yuan in the hands of scalpers, so it's basically impossible to get the front row tickets. Xiao Runing said, I don't think it's difficult. You've never seen a concert before. How can you understand the difficulty of getting tickets? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes. Then what if I can get you the front row tickets? Lin Xian asked. How is that possible? At this time, there was only one way to get tickets for the front row, and that was to buy tickets from those who had tickets for the front row. However, those tickets cost more than 100,000 yuan. How could it be so easy to find 1 or 2,000 tickets? And since they bought the front row tickets, they're true fans. How can they change hands? Especially now that it's starting in more than an hour. Xiao Runing said, Do you want to bet? Lin Xian asked. Xiao Runing, Xiao Xinyue, why is it like this again? Now when Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue heard Lin Xian's words, they inexplicably felt that they were going to lose. There was a shadow. Bastard, what do you want now? Xiao Runing stared at Lin Xian. Nothing. I'm just asking if you want to bet. Let's bet on whether I can get 3 front row tickets before the concert starts. Moreover, they're the ones in the very front row. They'll be able to touch hands with the big stars, Lin Xian said. They don't tisk. You don't dare to bet? Lin Xian said. We'll bet. But you can't buy it with money. Xiao Runing said. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Buying it with money was actually a way. Would they sell a ticket for 500,000 yuan? Those people would definitely sell it. And Lin Xian wasn't short of money. So as long as they didn't buy it with money, they couldn't think of any way to get 3 front row tickets. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Oof, did I hit the nail on the head? Xiao Runing laughed. Do you think I only have one way? Lin Xian said. Keep pretending. So, do you want to bet? Xiao Xinyue, actually, she didn't want to bet for no reason. But her sister didn't hesitate to bet. Okay, if I win, each of you owe me a condition. If I lose, I owe each of you a condition. Sure. Chapter 881. Xiao Xinyue secretly rubbed her forehead. She now owed Lin Xian 3. If she lost, it would be 4. There's good food over there. Do you want to eat? I'll go buy it. Xiao Runing then ran over. Hey, if I win, I'll cancel the 3 conditions I owed you. Is that okay? Xiao Xinyue looked at Lin Xian and asked. -1. But if you insist, you have to add 3 more conditions if you lose. Xiao Xinyue clenched her teeth. She had a bad feeling. Forget it. She felt that if she agreed, she would owe Lin Xian 6 conditions. Wouldn't that kill her? After a while, Xiao Runing came over with a few egg rolls and handed them to Lin Xian and Xiao Xinyue. Let's go. It's time to enter. Then they walked towards the Ice Capital Stadium. I'll go. Lin Xian had never been to the Ice Capital Stadium. He didn't know what a normal stadium looked like. But now, the huge parking lot was filled with cars, and a dense crowd was pouring into the stadium. Within sight, there were more than 100 special police officers maintaining order. Throughout the stadium, there were many men and women giving out support items, such as light sticks, fluorescent paper, and so on. Lin Xian saw an XIN on the huge poster. It was her. So many people. More than 100,000. Xiao Runing sighed. How popular is this in Xin? Lin Xian asked. She has a childlike innocence since she was young. She debuted when she was 4 or 5. When she was 16, she wrote and composed her own song, 16, and became popular throughout the 5 great empires. In addition to her beautiful appearance, she has won all the awards in the past 3 years. She has 300 million fans on Weibo and countless fans in the 5 great empires. She is probably the most popular celebrity in recent years. Xiao Runing said. But her songs are really good, and she basically wrote the lyrics and music herself. She's really talented. Talented people won't be buried in the end. Xiao Xinyue nodded in agreement. Lin Xian also agreed. If it was in the past, talented people would also be buried. But now, in the era of the internet, as long as you have talent, as long as you are really talented, you will not be buried. Basically, 50% of her fans are fans of her because of her songs. Of course, that includes her looks. She is indeed beautiful. What about the other 50%? Lin Xian asked. He didn't expect an XIN to be so famous. Wait a minute. Lin Xian suddenly remembered that Linglong Shui and the others had watched many of her dramas. The other 10% probably fell in love with her after watching her drama, and the other 40% were fans of her character. Character? Xiao Runing nodded. For example, on some variety shows, she is really popular with the audience. Moreover, she has earned a lot of money over the years, and even her own company is very profitable. I don't know if it's because she doesn't lack money or something else, but she started a peace foundation. Over the years, she has earned several billion, or maybe even more. Anyway, the Peace Foundation alone has invested several billion to help the poor people. This is one of the reasons why I like her very much. In short, although she is young, she is very likable and admirable. She is a true idol. Lin Xian nodded secretly. This and Xine really couldn't tell. As expected, the girls who triggered the system's mission were all very good girls. Not only their looks, but also their character. Which one of the girls who triggered the system's mission wasn't good? And according to statistics, an XIN's fans are the most cohesive. No other celebrity can compare to her fans. In short, her influence is very big. As they spoke, they followed the crowd and walked towards the entrance. Wait a minute. Lin Xian glanced and then asked, where is door number 8? We can only enter the stadium from door number 1. Door number 1 checks the tickets. The other doors are closed today or are guarded by other people's security. Don't forget our bet, Lin Xian said. Xiao Runing? She didn't quite understand Lin Xian's meaning. Anyway, just bring me to door number 8. Alright, I don't know what you want to do. Anyway, it's still early. Then, Xiao Runing brought Lin Xian and Xiao Xinyue to door number 8. There was a sea of people in front of door number 1. There weren't many people in door number 8. They were all passing by and heading to door number 1. What is it? Xiao Runing asked Lin Xian. She didn't understand why he was here. Lin Xian glanced and saw someone he had seen before. Just come with me. Then Lin Xian walked over. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue looked at each other in confusion. Then they followed him. Mr. Lin, right? Zhang Ling saw Lin Xian and hurried over. Lin Xian nodded. Then, Zhang Ling took out the tickets and handed them to Lin Xian. She said, and asked me to give you these. 3 tickets for the front row. But you still have to go through door number 1. It's okay. Thank you. It's okay. I won't disturb you. I'll help An with the preparation, Zhang Ling said and then walked away. Beside him, Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue looked at each other in confusion. Lin Xian smiled and threw the 3 tickets in his hand. How is it? You've lost, Lin Xian said proudly. Xiao Runing then snatched the tickets from Lin Xian's hand and took a look. These were real tickets. Just a second ago, she was still wondering if that woman was Lin Xian's prop. Now, it seemed that she was definitely not. You know an Exan? Xiao Runing asked in surprise. Don't change the topic. You lost the bet. Don't forget, Lin Xian said. I'm not lying. Tell me you know an Exan? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I know her. We've met once. Tisk, you've met her once. She specially got someone to give you the front row tickets? Xiao Runing didn't believe it. Chapter 882. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue looked at each other again. Lin Xian's luck with women was a little too good, wasn't it? He could even meet an Exan like this? He could even save her like this? Somehow, there was a relationship between them. No wonder Lin Xian had so many beautiful girls around him. Somehow, he was destined to be popular with women. You couldn't reason with this kind of thing. For example, some people were quite handsome and outstanding, but they hadn't been in a relationship for 23 or 24 years. What about others? They were sloppy and didn't want to make progress. The number of girls they'd had sex with was enough to form a class. Or they were all looking for jobs that were more or less the same. For example, being a salesperson in an office building. Other people had a lot of girls, but those who went were mostly men. The girls were also not young, had boyfriends, and were even married. How could you reason with them? Or, your friend had sex with a girlfriend in a week, but you had a girlfriend for a month, and they were only holding hands. You couldn't even have sex with her because the girl didn't agree. You broke up with her before you could really take advantage of her. Therefore, luck with women was something that couldn't be seen or touched, but it did exist. Take Lin Xian for example. His luck with women couldn't be called good. It was heaven-defying. It was fine if he had a lot of girls around him. It was fine if all of them had a good relationship with him. But weren't all of them campus belles and goddesses wherever he went? Which one of them wasn't beautiful? Find one and see. It was very annoying. You're amazing, okay? Xiao Runing said helplessly. I'm amazing, but I only know that you've all lost. Lin Xian grinned at Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing, seeing this extremely familiar smile, Xiao Runing was a little flustered. The last time, the most recent time, this smile had made her sleep for the second time. This time, when she went home to sleep at night, no. Absolutely not. This was absolutely impossible. Her current relationship with Lin Xian, how should she put it? They weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, they weren't lovers, it was more like pal friends. That was right. This was the feeling. But since when had she, Xiao Runing, been reduced to such a state? Xiao Xinyue lowered her head and walked forward silently. For conditions. With this scoundrel's character, she felt that her future would be bleak. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian and continued walking forward. There were still a lot of people at Gate 1. They followed the crowd and slowly made their way inside. I don't care, I want to see Sister and Xian's concert, I want to see it. At the side, a little girl about 10 years old was hugging a woman next to her, who should be her mother. She was constantly acting coquettishly and making a lot of noise, attracting the attention of many people. Be good, child. It's too late to buy tickets now. Let's wait for the next one, okay? The woman patiently comforted her daughter and sighed in her heart. Although she lived in Ice City, she came from a very remote area to work, so her life wasn't very good. The tickets for such a big star cost more than 1,000 yuan, which was equivalent to a few days' worth of money, so she couldn't bear to part with it. Although her child really liked it, she had no choice but to bring her child to take a look. What if she accidentally saw an Exen in person? When Xiao Runing saw this scene, she could tell from the expression on the child's mother's face that she was in a difficult position. Then Xiao Runing walked over. "Little girl, here you go." Xiao Runing passed 2 tickets to her. The girl took them, her little mouth wide open. "Sister and Xian's tickets?" she said happily. Xiao Runing then smiled and rubbed her head, saying, "Little girl, if you like an idol, you don't necessarily need to go to her concert, because those idols are out of reach for many people. As a child, you should pay more attention to your own parents. They are the ones who accompany you the longest, And, thank you, sister. Miss, this, if you give us the tickets, then you? It's okay, I still have them," Xiao Runing said and walked away. "What a kind heart," Lin Xian said. "No, I just happened to meet them. The 3 tickets I already have are useless, so isn't it better to give them to them?" Xiao Runing said. "Everyone, please take out your tickets in an orderly manner. We will now check your tickets." After checking their tickets, they entered the huge stadium. At this moment, the stadium was relatively dark. The whole stage was playing some songs and an Xian's music video. In the huge stadium, there were various colors of glow sticks and fluorescent signboards. Occasionally, there would be people screaming an Xian. Everyone was talking and waiting for the main character to appear. To be honest, the current environment was quite noisy. There were too many people, but it didn't matter. The noisier it was, the livelier it was. After a while, tens of thousands of people would sing along to the music video. They were unusually orderly. "Oh, I've heard this song before," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Of course, as long as you're a citizen of Sky Blue Planet, as long as you don't live in a place isolated from the rest of the world, there will be at least one of her songs that you've heard before. Maybe it's in the mall, on TV, in various shops," Xiao Runing said and sat in the front row with them. This was really the front row, the first row closest to the stage. How close was it to the stage? If you bent forward slightly and stretched out your hand, you would be able to touch the stage. What was the best thing about this position? When a celebrity sang, they would interact with the audience. For example, as they sang, they would walk to the side of the stage and give the fans a high five. That's right. That was the best thing about this position. Perhaps Lin Xian couldn't understand, but for the real fans, to be able to shake hands with their idols, it was a kind of happiness. However, the front row wasn't the best position to watch the performance. But it was still okay. You could see the people in the front row, but the people in the back couldn't see the people on the stage clearly. They could only watch through the big screen. "You don't say, she's quite beautiful." Lin Xian looked at the female lead, an Xian, on the big screen. She was really beautiful. She was a little young, but her looks were top-notch. There's nothing that isn't beautiful in your eyes," Xiao Runing said in a displeased tone. "Who said that?" "In my eyes, you're all beautiful except for the 2 of you." "The 2 girls? Hey, I forgot to buy food. Do you want to help us buy some food?" Xiao Runing elbowed Lin Xian. "Errand fee. Okay, go buy it." Lin Xian was very willing to run errands for his woman. But Chapter 883. When Lin Xian got up and walked down the aisle, his whole body trembled. But what the fuck? They were in the first row, about the 5th row, which was basically directly behind them. The distance between them was less than 8 meters. Lin Xian didn't know why, but he looked over and saw a girl who was munching on delicious food. When he took a closer look, he thought, what the fuck? Isn't that Ling Longyue? Then, Lin Xian looked beside her, Ling Longshui, Bing Lingyue. Why are they here? No one knew why Lin Xian was here. If they knew that he was here for a girl, wouldn't Ling Longshui be angry? Why are they here? As the venue was rather dark, there were many people walking in and out of the corridor at this time. Furthermore, they definitely did not expect Lin Xian to be here, so they did not mind. Lin Xian, on the other hand, lowered his head and hurriedly walked over. Why are they here? Ling Longyue had wanted to tag along when Lin Xian came because an Xian's concert was here. They didn't really like her that much, but they had listened to a lot of her songs, watched a lot of movies, and watched a lot of dramas. They just wanted to see how she was like in real life. Since they had nothing to do, Ling Longyue spent a lot of money to buy 3 front-row tickets from a scalper. Then they came. They were rich, but they didn't have any concept of money. For example, the front-row tickets, the official selling price was less than 2,000 yuan, but the scalpers increased it to almost 20,000 yuan. Ling Longyue bought 3 tickets without hesitation. She didn't feel like she was at a disadvantage because she didn't know how much it was worth. Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyue didn't care. Since they had nothing to do, it was better to watch a concert than to stay at home and watch TV. Also, after being in the human world for so long, they had never seen a celebrity's concert. When I get home, I'm going to laugh at Lin Xian. Ling Longyue took a picture and said, "What are you laughing at? I came to the concert, but he didn't. Maybe he's busy now. Didn't he say that he had something to do in Bingdu?" Bing Lingyue said, "Not necessarily. Maybe he's just playing." Ling Longshui knew Lin Xian relatively well. What could make him cross the border? She now knew that Lin Xian's Yexian group was temporarily developing in Hua Nation and had not even cooperated with other families for the time being. Even if he wanted to develop his own power, he should start from Linjin City, various cities, and Hua Nation first. Why did he have to go to Bing Nation? It most likely had something to do with women. At least, that was what her intuition told her. After Lin Xian bought the food, he braced himself and walked past them. Ling Longshui and the rest did not notice because they were not the kind of people who would be swayed by the movements around them. For example, some people kept looking at the aisles beside them. They did not recognize anyone and just wanted to see the passers-by. For people like Ling Longshui, what was there to see? Only Ling Longyue would pay attention to it. Why? Do I seem to smell Lin Xian's scent? After a few seconds, Ling Longyue muttered softly. If Lin Xian knew about her, Lin Xian would probably cry. The Void Fox belonged to the demon race and the Void Fox's sense of smell was extremely sharp. In such a noisy environment with so many people, she did not deliberately sniff but still felt a little bit of Lin Xian's scent. Of course, she did not suspect too much and just muttered. "Really?" Ling Longshui asked. "I don't know, it shouldn't be. Forget it, forget it. Let's not think about it. Let's eat and wait for the celebrity to come. I wonder what a human's concert is like?" Ling Longyue muttered to herself curiously. On the other side, Lin Xian sat down awkwardly with the delicious food. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue each took a bag of delicious food, popcorn, cola, and so on and ate silently. "Why aren't you eating?" Xiao Runing saw Lin Xian sitting there in a daze and asked. "I don't feel like eating. Let's talk about it later." Then, Lin Xian silently turned his head. What should he do? The 3 of them did not even tell him that they were coming. If he did, Lin Xian would not come to watch the concert. Time passed slowly and it was almost 7 o'clock. Click. Suddenly, all the lights in the stadium went off and the entire stadium slowly turned into a starry sky. The big screen started playing a new song. Everyone knew that this was the prelude to the celebrity's appearance. Starry Sky, my favorite song. The stadium was filled with screams. The big screen was playing a very nice song. Some people were singing along softly, some people were paying attention to the huge changes on the stage, and some people were calling in Xian's name. The first half of the song was played and the fans were shouting in Xian's name in unison. With hundreds of thousands of people shouting, one could imagine the feeling. At this moment, the song continued playing but someone realized that something was wrong. The original song's audio and some details made it obvious that it was played. But now, although it was nice, it did not seem to be played but sung. Click! A ray of light suddenly shone on a corner. A beautiful girl wearing a white princess dress smiled and sang while waving at the crowd. She walked towards the center of the stage. "I love you. And I love you. Goddess, goddess." Seeing her suddenly appear, the entire stadium was in an uproar. But it was only for a short while because everyone wanted to listen to her sing quietly. "Tisk tisatif. She's really pretty." Lin Xian glanced at her and said. She sang very well and her voice was very sweet. The song was quickly finished, and an Exian bowed in several directions. The pitch-black stadium was filled with glow sticks and fluorescent signboards. This was the time when the fans' shouts were the loudest. It was simply deafening, and there was a boiling cauldron of voices. An Exian stood on the stage and glanced at the front row. She was the one who gave the tickets, so she knew where Lin Xian should sit if he came. Then, she glanced around and saw Lin Xian. Seeing that he came, she was actually quite happy. Then, she saw the two girls sitting beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian asked for 3 tickets, which meant that the two girls sitting together were his friends. Chapter 884. Lin Xian's seat was at the end of the aisle. There was no one on his right. On his left was Xiao Runing, and on his left was Xiao Xinyue. Next to Xiao Xinyue was another girl. Therefore, an Exian knew that the two on Lin Xian's left must be Lin Xian's friends. Moreover, the tickets were for these 3 seats. The distance was a little far, and the lighting was a little dim. She could only tell that they were 2 girls, but she didn't know how beautiful they were. But women were like this. When they saw the girls next to a boy, they always wanted to know if they were beautiful or not, and what their relationship was, but after all, her every move was watched by hundreds of thousands of people. Although they wanted to see it, they definitely didn't want to leave any traces. Thank you, everyone, for coming to my concert in Ice Nation, at the Ice Capital Stadium. Everyone came from all over the world. Although most of you might be from Ice Capital, there will definitely be people from the other 4 empires who came from afar. Actually, I don't think it's necessary. An Exian hugged the microphone and continued. Ice Nation, this is my first concert here, but I promise that I will hold more concerts here in the future. Besides China, I will even start my concert tour in the other 3 empires. So, friends and fans from other countries, please don't be too anxious. After all, it's quite expensive to travel across borders, and it's quite dangerous. So, I will often go to other empires to hold concerts in the future. Excited shouts came from all around. Goddessin, you have to be careful too. Be careful. We're fine. You must be careful when flying in the other empires. Some people shouted. As an Exian's fans, they definitely knew which flight an Exian was on. Naturally, they also knew that something had happened on that flight. On the day of the accident, this news directly rushed to the top of the trending list, but it was quickly suppressed. To be precise, the survivors of that flight and the captain were interviewed by the media. They said that they were about to lose all hope, but somehow, they appeared on the ground. They didn't die, and it seemed like someone had saved them. Then, some people guessed that it was the space attribute. Other than an Exian, no one knew that it was Lin Xian who did it, and an Exian didn't expose it either. An Exian held the microphone and said softly, yes, there were indeed some dangers on the way to the Ice Nation, and it was also my own fault. But fortunately, I was lucky and everyone on the plane was saved, so because I experienced this myself, I don't want everyone to go across the country and cross the dangerous demon beast territory to come to another empire, so I promise everyone that if I want to hold a concert, I will try my best to hold it in every empire. What followed was another round of cheers and screams. Alright, now I'll dedicate 16 years old to everyone. Even if he used his toes to think, he knew it was fake. This girl was doing it on purpose. It was actually nothing. But Lin Xian was hiding it, but now, what was there to hide? The big screen clearly showed him sitting with the 2 beauties. Ling Longshui and Xiao Xinyue were probably preparing to kill him. Wow, I didn't expect the big screen to capture such beautiful sisters. What great luck. However, row 24 in section A is the gentleman next to them. An Exian smiled and said, but I think everyone must be hoping that the 2 beautiful ladies can come up on stage, right? Hundreds of thousands of people shouted loudly. An Exian smiled and said, then don't be anxious. Let's first invite the gentleman in row 24 to come up on stage and greet everyone. Lin Xian, I want to fuck you up. Then, an Enchanting smiled and walked over. She stood in front of Lin Xian, just 1 meter away. Chapter 885. Lin Xian really wanted to press an Enchanting down on the sofa, make her wear a little skirt, and then give her a tight slap. It was her. She purposely let him show his face and purposely chose him. Now he was exposed. Damn it. Mister, please go on stage. An Enchanting smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Is it okay? Actually, Lin Xian wanted to ask this question, but he didn't dare. Lin Xian was afraid of being spat to death by these fans. An Enchanting invited you to go on stage, and you still asked if it was okay? Wasn't that asking for it? Then, Lin Xian stepped onto the stage and followed an Enchanting. Hey, an Enchanting must have purposely chosen Lin Xian, right? Xiao Xinyue asked Xiao Runing, who was next to her. Definitely. Xiao Runing said. They knew that Lin Xian and an Enchanting knew each other, and the 1 in 100,000 chance fell on Lin Xian. Obviously, an Enchanting had purposely chosen Lin Xian. But Ling Long Shui and the others didn't know. When they saw that Lin Xian was chosen, they were also stunned. Why did he happen to be chosen? Can he sing? Ling Long Shui asked. They couldn't blame Lin Xian, because Lin Xian didn't say what he was doing in Bing country. Was he developing his career or something? Although it was unexpected that he appeared at the concert, he didn't lie to them. If he said that he was developing his career in Bing country, then he would be lying to them. But he didn't, he just said that he had something to do here. Something to do. That covered a lot of things. So, they couldn't blame her. Ling Long Shui was still very rational. Anyway, she hated people who lied to her the most. If you didn't lie to her, even if you had other big sisters outside, she wouldn't blame you. At most, she would feel a little wronged. Ling Long Shui shook her head. I've never heard of it. I haven't heard of it either, but with his voice, his singing should be pretty bad. Anyway, Lin Xian wasn't around and Bing Lingyue didn't give him any face. Ling Long Shui nodded. You're a man, yet you're so bad at gaming. How can you sing well? If Lin Xian heard what they said, he would probably have a mental breakdown. Is this how you talk about me behind my back? His heart ached. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Bing Lingyue could not help but laugh. He's thick-skinned. He's not afraid of losing face. Ling Long Shui said. She had a lot of resentment towards Lin Xian, although she would never say it out loud. She was such an outstanding woman. She didn't feel wronged when she was with Lin Xian. It was just that she felt a little resentful when he still ran out and flirted with other girls even though she was pregnant with his baby. Lin Xian and an Enchanting then faced the audience and the camera. Sir, why don't you briefly introduce yourself to everyone? An Enchanting acted as if she didn't know Lin Xian and said with a smile. Not to mention, although Lin Xian wasn't a very handsome man, but he was very good-looking and was relatively photogenic. After all, he was meeting Xiao Runing's parents, and he was with a beautiful girl, so Lin Xian didn't dress sloppily or casually. Although he didn't give people the feeling that he was a celebrity, he didn't look ugly. A brief introduction. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Well, a brief introduction will do. An Enchanting said with a smile. She felt that Lin Xian didn't seem nervous in front of hundreds of thousands of people. She was nervous in front of so many people during her first 7 or 8 concerts. It was much better now. It should be Lin Xian's first time facing so many people, right? She felt that his expression and speech were quite normal. That was true. Lin Xian didn't have anything else. During this time, he had been flirting with girls. Anyway, no one could compare to his shamelessness. Although he was facing hundreds of thousands of people, he wasn't nervous at all. Compared to this, Lin Xian felt that he was being watched by Ling Long Shui and the others. This was the most nervous thing. Then, do you have a ruler? Lin Xian asked. Ruler? What ruler? Why do you need a ruler? An Enchanting looked at Lin Xian in confusion. That's right. Hundreds of thousands of people were confused when they heard Lin Xian's words. A brief self-introduction? Why does this guy need a ruler? A self-introduction, of course. Lin Xian. Lin Xian's words left everyone scratching their heads in confusion. This was a fan that made people feel that there was something wrong with his brain. Logically speaking, if he was chosen, he should be especially excited. Even if it was a guy, he would probably cover his mouth and excitedly come to an Xian's side. He would then say all sorts of things like, "I'm so happy and I didn't think of it." However, this person seemed very calm and even said a bunch of things that no one understood. An Xian was puzzled. What was Lin Xian trying to do? Alright, since this gentleman wants a ruler to introduce himself, although I don't know what it means, he might have some other methods. Then let's look forward to it. After all, a 1 in 100,000 chance has landed on your head. Then we're quite fated. Everyone, please wait a moment. I'll get the staff to bring a ruler over. After about 30 seconds, a staff member ran over and handed a measuring tape to an Xian. An Xian passed it to Lin Xian. "Sir, there's only a measuring tape. Can you introduce yourself now?" An Xian asked with a smile. Lin Xian nodded. "Of course." Then, Lin Xian took out the measuring tape and pulled out 20 centimeters. Then, he pressed his hand on the 20 centimeters position. "Done?" Lin Xian said. "What do you mean?" An Xian and everyone else looked at each other on the big screen. "Please give me a close-up." "Thank you," Lin Xian said. Then, the big screen showed Lin Xian holding the measuring tape with his thumb and index finger on the 20 centimeters position. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Alright, this is my short self-introduction," Lin Xian said. "Everyone, what did he mean?" An Xian was also stunned for a moment. "What did he mean?" "Sir, what do you mean?" An Xian asked, puzzled. "This is my self-introduction. 20 centimeters. Lin Xian said straightforwardly. Everyone, in that instant, about a third of the 100,000 people suddenly understood what Lin Xian meant. Then, the rest of the people slowly began to understand what he meant. Or they asked the others and understood. A short self-introduction, this self-introduction of yours, is really direct and short. The next moment, those people couldn't help but burst into laughter. What the fuck? Talent. This is a fucking talent. Logically speaking, I feel like this is the effect set up by Goddess and 20 centimeters, a simple self-introduction. This guy is amazing. He's probably going to become an internet celebrity. I'm dying of laughter. Is this a little flirting with our goddess in? It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Anyway, I'm really convinced. This fucking concert passerby gave me a surprise. I'm dying of laughter. Chapter 886. Those who were able to attend the concert were basically all adults. They all knew what was going on. It was just a matter of how fast they reacted. Xiao Runing also knew what was going on. She blushed helplessly. Bastard. You even dare to tease an Xian. You must be tired of living. Xiao Runing said helplessly. If she didn't know that they knew each other, Xiao Runing would be even more confused. This bastard was really thick-skinned. However, some people really didn't understand. Sister, what do you mean? Ling Longyue blinked her eyes and asked. Although Ling Longshui had done it with Lin Xian before, she really didn't know how to react. It was mainly because Lin Xian had never joked about the number of centimeters with her, so she didn't really understand. After all, they didn't always live in the human race. Oh, but what are they laughing about? Ling Longyue heard the thunderous laughter and didn't understand what was so funny about them. Hey, sister, what are you laughing about? Ling Longyue then asked a lady with glasses who she didn't know. I'm laughing about the person and found. This short self-introduction is too short and too realistic. Why? The lady with glasses saw that Ling Longyue was quite young and felt that it was normal for her not to understand. She then explained to her. Ling Longyue, bastard. Stinking hooligan. Stinking hooligan. She blushed and kept mumbling to herself. To be honest, a national idols concert with hundreds of thousands of people would probably be recorded on the internet. Lin Xian's short self-introduction would probably go viral. No, it would definitely go viral. And Xian's face also turned slightly red. Bastard. Stinking hooligan. Stinking hooligan. She didn't expect Lin Xian to tease her in such an occasion in front of so many people. It might not be considered teasing, but a short self-introduction could give him so much space to act. No one else could do it. This was the first time an Xian didn't know how to continue. Cough cough, this mister is really humorous? I was asking what your name is, where are you from, not this. An Xian said helplessly. Haha. The people below laughed again. Seeing an Xian's helpless look, they felt that she was so cute. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, Lin Xian from China. China? Ice Nation from Hua Nation. Did you come here just to listen to the concert? An Xian smiled and asked. Of course, she knew that wasn't the case. She was just trying to get some information out of him. Anyway, she cared a lot. No, I'm here to accompany my girlfriend, Lin Xian said. Anyway, he didn't plan to hide it from Ling Long Shui when the time came, so he might as well tell her. Sister, look at him, look at him. When Ling Longyue heard Lin Xian's words, she was flustered and exasperated. When Ling Long Shui heard Lin Xian's words, she felt that he was right. But, whose girlfriend is it? Could it be his teacher? Ling Long Shui had seen Xiao Runing before and knew that Xiao Runing was Lin Xian's teacher. She was indeed beautiful, but wasn't that too sinful? Girlfriend? Is it the beautiful lady beside you just now? An Xian asked. Which one are you asking? An Xian, everyone. Xiao Runing, Xiao Xinyue, the fuck? What the hell? What the fuck? Fuck, did we meet a god today? The fuck, don't tell me that those two super beautiful goddesses on camera are his girlfriends? Could it be that he's a big shot? An Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Scumbag. That's not right. How can there be such a blatant scumbag? He's probably teasing me on purpose. Forget it, I shouldn't talk to him. If I do, I'll be the one losing face. Lin Xian was still so calm. She wanted him to make a fool of himself, but now he was the one in the limelight. Ahem, Mr. Lin Xian, you're really good at joking. Anyway, an Xian felt that Lin Xian was joking. One of those two beautiful ladies should be his girlfriend or neither of them. She inexplicably hoped that it was the latter. It's all right. Didn't the internet say that girls like humorous guys? I was thinking about how there are so many people here. There are more than 100,000 people here. I don't know if any of the pretty girls will take a fancy to me. If there are, I'll wait for you after the concert. Everyone, an Xian even regretted letting Lin Xian come up. Alright, everyone heard that. Mr. Lin Xian is looking for a girlfriend on the spot. If you're interested, you can look for him, an Xian said with a smile. Another wave of laughter came from below. Then Mr. Lin Xian, let's start the duet. What would you like to sing? An Xian looked at Lin Xian and asked. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't know anything. I'm a little nervous. Lin Xian said. An Xian, why the hell are you nervous? Also, I'm tone deaf. I only know how to listen to music and can't sing at all. If I sing, I'll ruin your concert. Lin Xian said. Sing. You must sing. Sing one. Countless people below echoed as if they were injected with chicken blood. They inexplicably felt that this person who was chosen was quite funny. Even if his singing was terrible, the effect of the show was there. They felt that it was quite good. Lin Xian, wow. Are these people beasts? I already said that his singing was terrible, but they still want to listen to it. Are they idiots? Mr. Lin Xian, you see, everyone wants to listen to it. It's okay if it's terrible, but the main thing is that everyone likes your humor. Also, you're the one who got chosen in this segment. If you don't sing, everyone will feel that it's a pity. What's missing, everyone? The voices echoed like a tsunami. Lin Xian, then all right. An Xian, then what would you like to sing? Why don't I sing a song that I wrote? I'm worried that I'll lead goddess and an astray. That would be my fault. Anaxian's mouth opened slightly. He actually wants to sing alone? And it's a song that he wrote himself? Is this for real? Isn't he tone-deaf? Anyway, Anaxian felt that she didn't know what to believe in Lin Xian's words. What does everyone think? Anaxian asked with a smile. Let him sing. Let him sing. Lin Xian's appearance caused the entire concert to be in a state of excitement. Everyone looked on happily and couldn't help but laugh. You're tone-deaf and you wrote your own song? Everyone was ready to hold their bellies and laugh. All right then. Anaxian also wanted to see what Lin Xian was up to. Anyway, it was her concert. She could do whatever she wanted. Lin Xian looked at the piano and asked, "Can I use the piano?" Chapter 887. Anaxian was stunned. He still wanted to play the piano? Could he? Lin Xian's piano skills were quite good. Back on Earth, he had learned from Dongfang Shui for a long time and often played with her. Was he tone-deaf? Of course not. It was just that after coming to this world, Lin Xian had no interest in music. On Earth, Dongfang Shui liked to listen to music, sing, and compose. Lin Xian liked to accompany her. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to remember this. It was just that he really didn't feel good about it. But since he had come to this place and was given such a chance, he felt that, should he give it a try? Of course. Lin Xian then walked to the piano and sat down. Anaxian glanced at him. Why did it feel like he was quite decent? Hey, Lin Xian said into the microphone. Ha, the audience laughed again. She felt like she had lost her cool. Lin Xian can sing? Can play the piano? Can compose lyrics and music? Xiao Xinyue asked. Xiao Runing shook her head. Impossible. It's already shocking enough that he can write poems. I've talked to Lin Xian's sister many times. He has never learned to play a musical instrument, let alone compose his own lyrics and music. This is even more ridiculous than him being able to compose poems. Then isn't he just asking to be embarrassed? If he can't sing, then he can just sing along with an Anaxian. There's no need to do this. Xiao Xinyue shook her head secretly. Ling Long Shui was also stunned. Lin Xian could sing? Compose lyrics and music? Play the piano? As a man, he was so bad at games. How could he play the piano? Was this a joke? Ding! Lin Xian pressed a few keys to get a feel for it. It had been a long time since he touched it. For some reason, they felt like Lin Xian was pressing randomly. He didn't know how to play at all. Those people laughed for no reason. And Xen shook her head secretly. What was he trying to do? This song is called Sunny Day. I hope everyone will like it. Lin Xian said into the microphone. Clear sky, and Xian murmured. The title of this song was actually pretty good. Sunny Day was Dongfang Shui's favorite song. Lin Xian also liked it. Then, Lin Xian's hands slowly danced on the piano. If just a second ago, everyone was hoping to see him make a fool of himself, then at this moment, everyone was stunned. The prelude to Sunny Day started with a guitar, but it was not a problem to use a piano. If it was just a piano, there would be less feeling, but a simple singing would suffice. When Lin Xian played the song, Anaxian knew that he knew how to play the piano. Furthermore, this song seemed to be pretty good. She was a talented girl when it came to singing, so she knew better than anyone else. The reason why the others were shocked was because he could play. And it sounded pretty good. You're really lucky, and I believe everyone will be very happy to hear such a good song at such an occasion. Mr. Lin Xian, I have a presumptuous request, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Anaxian asked. Go ahead. I would like to buy this song of yours. Hearing Anaxian's words, everyone was shocked. Anaxian's songs were basically all composed by herself. Some of them were written for her by talented people, but it was definitely the first time she took the initiative to buy them. But everyone was very excited. This song was very good, and everyone wanted to hear an Exan sing it. That's easy. Lin Xian smiled. That's great. Mr. Lin Xian, everyone was just asking you to sing another song. I wonder if you have any other songs that you composed yourself? That's not very good. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. There's nothing bad about it. Sing another song. That's right. It's best if I can sing with goddess and... Again. As the host, I've become a foil, an Exan said with a grin. In the cafe, 3 beautiful girls sat there. From time to time, people would secretly take photos of them. They were already used to it. Lin Xian braced himself and walked over. Then he sat beside Ling Longyue. Why are you guys here? Lin Xian coughed and said, to watch the concert. Ling Longyue took a sip of coffee and said indifferently, tell me, I'll fetch you guys. Che, I already said that I wanted to watch it. You didn't bring me. Now you have the right to say that. Dogman, Ling Longyue said unhappily. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Isn't it because I have something to do? Something to do is to watch the concert with another girl? Lin Xian, I'm just here to pretend to be her boyfriend. I'm also here to watch the concert. It's really nothing. Lin Xian explained. And when are you going back? Ling Longyue asked. Tomorrow or the day after. Want to go together? No, we're leaving now. You can go back by yourself. Ling Longyue said. Hee, you're not staying for a night? Lin Xian said with a smirk. Sister, let's stay. We can stay at their house for a night. Let's see if they're pretending to be boyfriends or not. Ling Longyue said with a frown. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 889. This Ling Longyue was really ruthless. But he definitely couldn't do that. It would be troublesome if they found out something was wrong. They didn't ask him about his relationship with Xiao Runing, so Lin Xian didn't have to answer. If they asked, he would tell them the truth. He wasn't lying to them. Moreover, Lin Xian would have to sleep with Xiao Runing. If Ling Longyue and the others stayed there, that wouldn't do. That's not good. Her parents are at home too. Lin Xian said. You're guilty. Ling Longyue mumbled. It's not about being guilty. Her parents are at home too. Lin Xian said. It's not good. But was just saying. Don't take it seriously. Bing Lingyue said. Lil Bing Bing, you're the best. Lin Xian said emotionally. Aren't you going to talk business with an Exan? Go, we're leaving soon. Ling Longyue said. Alright, then I'll go. I'll accompany you when I get back. Give me a kiss. Lin Xian then moved closer. Ling Longyue pushed Lin Xian's face away in disdain. I'm sorry. I'm leaving. Lin Xian then walked away. But Lin Xian's songs are really good. My favorite is that nocturne. Ling Longyue mumbled. The melody of the chorus of the nocturne was still lingering in her mind. Ling Longyue also nodded. It was really good. She was also surprised. She had never seen Lin Xian know how to sing. Although his singing and voice weren't particularly outstanding, his songs were definitely outstanding. Otherwise, an Exan wouldn't be so excited. Let's go back. On the other side, Lin Xian arrived at the private room in the 5-star hotel that an Exan had arranged with him. She was more excited about her relationship with Lin Xian right now. She had left the finishing touches of the concert to the staff. These 2 songs were too good. She loved it so much. Especially the lyrics, playing Chopin's Nocturne for You, in memory of my dead love. She didn't know who Chopin was, but since he appeared in the lyrics, as a lyricist, The lyrics had a soul. What really resonated with a song was never the tune, but the lyrics. Of course, Lin Xian had to pay attention to an exin. She had triggered a quest, and the quest reward was maxing out all of her current attributes. This was definitely the most direct way to increase a martial artist's combat prowess. For example, ice, fire, and poison. Lin Xian had it, but he didn't use it much, so the effects weren't that great. However, if you maxed out your proficiency, it would be a different story. Furthermore, she was very beautiful. Perhaps this was what men were like. As long as there was an excuse, he could do anything. Lin Xian knocked on the door. An exine quickly ran over and opened the door for Lin Xian. "You're here. Come in. An exine looked at Lin Xian excitedly. "Just the two of us." Lin Xian walked in. "Yeah, the dishes are all here. We're just waiting for you. Come in. "Yeah, the teacher who taught me cultivation. I can't help it. She's too handsome." "An exin, go away. I can admit that you're talented, but as for handsome, you're far from it." "Then if I become your boyfriend, will you consider it?" Lin Xian smiled and asked her. That's right. Lin Xian was starting to hint, but it felt like a joke. "An exin, tisk in your dreams. I have millions of fans. Boyfriends are useless. But I like you a lot. An exin, go to hell, scumbag." An exine rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Yes, in her eyes, Lin Xian was indeed joking. "It's true. Say, if your girlfriend is a famous celebrity, how much face would that be, right?" Chapter 890. Lin Xian suddenly realized, if this an exen were to become his girlfriend, then the girls around him, he had the school belle Lu Yufan, the ice beauty Han Chu Xue, the tsundra lowly Miao Xiao Miao, the girl next door Wang Xintong, then Linya could be considered a female Xiao, then the beautiful teacher Xiao Runing, then the witch Ling Ying, the noble goddess Ling Long Shui, and then the superstar in Exa. Fuck. Wasn't this the ultimate dream of every man? Invincible. Shoo. We're having a serious chat. An exine rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Although this was only the second time they had met, and the total time they had spent together was only one day, Lin Xian had saved her, and when he saved her, he had taken liberties with her. They were friends, and definitely special friends. Perhaps this special relationship hadn't risen to the level of an ambiguous relationship, but there was definitely a trend. And an exen didn't have the airs of a superstar with hundreds of millions of fans, being together with Lin Xian. In any case, Lin Xian didn't think of her as a superstar, but as a rather innocent and youthful girl. Anyway, it was just one word. He wanted to slap her. It's very serious. I was thinking that having a superstar as my girlfriend would be so glorious. Lin Xian said with a grin. Sure, then if you help me win 10 Golden Melody Awards this year, I'll be your girlfriend, okay? An exan rolled her eyes at Lin Xian again and said casually. It was just a casual remark. The Golden Melody Awards was a very important award in the music industry. It was held once a year, and there were a total of 20 or so awards. To an exan, half of them had nothing to do with her, such as the Best Newcomer Award, Best Male Singer Award. There were only 10 or so awards that were related to her, and she had won them all. Best Composition, Best Lyrics, Best Song of the Year, Best Album of the Year, Best Female Singer Award, etc. She once won 4 Golden Melody Awards in a year. But it wasn't like she could only win once. With Lin Xian's talent, an exan felt that he had the ability to help her win another 10 or so awards. At the very least, she felt that if she maintained the standard of those 2 songs, it would be absolutely possible. But no matter how talented a person was, it was impossible to produce so many high-quality songs in a short period of time. Especially when she said that she would win 10 Golden Melody Awards this year, that was even more impossible. Winning 1 and winning 10 awards were two completely different concepts. Since ancient times, there had never been a superstar who had won 10 awards at the Golden Melody Awards in a year. There were only 13 or 14 Golden Melody Awards that were related to her. It was impossible for her to win 10 awards at this year's awards ceremony. So she said, it to hell it to say to her to not to her to the end. You said it yourself? Lin Xian said. I. And Exen snickered in her heart. It seemed like he really didn't have any concept of the Golden Melody Awards. There were so many outstanding singers, so many songs, and so many outstanding artists in a year. How could she sweep 10 awards by herself? At her peak, she only won 4 awards. That year, she neglected to eat and sleep and almost didn't rest for a day. She released 5 albums. What did it mean to release 5 albums in a year? It was terrifying. Under those circumstances, she even found some outstanding lyricists and composers to write many outstanding songs. Including her own, she only won 4 awards. Lin Xian's 2 songs had indeed amazed her. She felt that they were definitely at the level of a Golden Melody Award. But 10 Golden Melody Awards. It was really impossible. Winning an award and being nominated were 2 different concepts. Alright, just based on what you said, I'll write songs for you. I don't want your money. Hearing Lin Xian's words, an Exen was stunned. No, that's 2 different things. An Exen quickly shook her head. She was just saying it. She felt that it was impossible. If Lin Xian didn't want money, she really felt that she was guilty. Or could it be? He couldn't be serious, right? An Exen's favorability towards you +5. Lin Xian looked at an Exen, then raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, if I can get you, then wouldn't I get everything from you, including your money? An Exen, then what if you can't get it? Wouldn't it be like drawing water with a bamboo basket? And do you know what it means to win 10 Golden Melody Awards a year? The most famous celebrity, Sister Luo Shi, was only nominated for 16 awards a year and won 6. That's the best. An Exen was really afraid that Lin Xian would take it seriously. What if I'm even better? Lin Xian laughed. An Exen, let's agree on this. I'll take care of all the songs for your next album. Tell me the genre and I'll write it for you. I won't take your money. An Exen, what was he after? Did he really like her? An Exen thought to herself. Do you really have the ability? She was really embarrassed, but Lin Xian seemed to be very serious. But Nocturne and Sunny Day were indeed very good, but they were all written by him in the past and might have taken a lot of time. The Golden Melody Awards would begin in May. There were still 3 months. She felt that writing 2 songs of that level would be heaven-defying. Get a paper, a pen, and a guitar. Lin Xian took a bite of the lobster and said, what are you doing? Give me the conditions for a song you want. This young master will show you what true talent is. Lin Xian looked at an Exen. The confidence in his eyes made an Exen feel that this man was really glowing. Wait a minute. An Exen quickly made a phone call. She was very excited and couldn't believe that Lin Xian could say such a thing. He wanted to improvise. She wasn't excited because of her own interests, but because Lin Xian made her feel that. It might overturn her understanding. This was what made her excited. She really liked those talented people. She also admired them. Moreover, a confident man was really charming. But the prerequisite was that he had the capital to be confident. Lin Xian wanted her to come up with a genre on the spot. This already proved that he was going to improvise. It was absolutely impossible for him to take out a previously composed song. Unless he had composed countless songs, that was also impossible. After 5 minutes, a man walked in with a pen, paper, and a guitar. Ansanapa, why are you here? Seeing him, an Exen was stunned. Wei Anshuan was also an A-list celebrity. He was a male singer who had developed his career in Ice Country. Lin Xian had seen him before. It was at this concert that he was one of an Exen's invited guests and had helped her sing 2 songs. He was definitely a popular little fresh meat. I heard from your manager that you wanted a guitar or something. Coincidentally, I had a meal with them and was almost done, so I came to see you and give it to you. Wei Anshuan's gaze then turned to Lin Xian. When he saw them sitting together, he knew that they were discussing something. But he didn't like other men being alone with an exen. Hello, I'm Wei Anshuan. Mr. Lin Xian, right? Please advise me. Chapter 891. Lin Xian wiped his mouth and stood up to shake hands with Wei Anshu. Then he took the guitar, pen, and paper from Wei Anshu's hands. This. Is this what Mr. Lin Xian wants? Wei Anshu asked. An Xian nodded. Mr. Lin Xian wants to improvise. Coincidentally, I also know how to improvise. We can compete. Wei Anshu smiled as he spoke to Lin Xian. Wei Anshu was also considered a talent. He felt that Lin Xian's 2 songs were not bad, but he was sure that he had spent a lot of time writing them. He also had 2 golden songs. If he was given time, he could write even better ones. In the field of improvisation, it still required talent and deep music theory. He did not believe that a layman could compete with him in improvisation. Although Lin Xian had written 2 very good songs, so what? Who couldn't write them when they had the time? Although he did not think that Lin Xian would threaten his pursuit of an Xan, he could tell that an Xan admired him. If he could compete with this Lin Xian in this aspect, with him as a comparison, wouldn't an Xian's image of him be even more perfect? Sure. Lin Xian said nonchalantly. How could he not know what Wei Anshu was thinking? He was probably an Xian's pursuer. Although he might have something, but Lin Xian loved to listen to songs with Dongfang Shui on earth. There were too many golden classics in his head. He was destined to win. Ansuanju, that's not too good. An Xian felt that with Wei Anshu here, the atmosphere had changed. She and Lin Xian could not let go of each other. She wanted to see Lin Xian more than Wei Anshu, but she could not refuse. Since Mr. Lin Xian says it's okay, then let's try it together. Enan, you can evaluate it. Besides, I also admire Mr. Lin Xian. If we compete together, my growth will be great. Then all right. An Xian nodded slightly and said. Lin Xian drank a mouthful of soup and asked, what do you want to write? An Xian lowered her head and muttered to herself. There were too many types of songs, but they were generally categorized into pop, classical, folk, rock, jazz, opera, etc. Each type was further divided into more detailed ones. Then let's write a ballad. An Xian looked at Lin Xian and said, sure, folk songs? No problem. Wei Anshu added, if you're going to improvise, then just compose a song in 10 minutes. Just 1 paragraph will do. Then, play it out slowly. I'll just listen to it. An Xian said. He still felt that it would be better if only Lin Xian was there. He could be more open and they could talk more. Lin Xian picked up the pen and pondered for a moment. Wei Anshu was also thinking, but Lin Xian was thinking about which ballad to write. Lin Xian liked folk songs very much. Then, Lin Xian pondered for about 10 seconds before writing down the title of the song. Those flowers. When an Xian saw Lin Xian start writing, she gave him a puzzled look. The title of the song made her feel that it was quite mysterious. Whether it was Nocturne or this, they were different, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Wei Anshu also glanced at Lin Xian. He started writing so quickly? That laughter reminds me of those flowers of mine, quietly blooming in every corner of my life. An Xian was paying attention to Lin Xian's lyrics. The first and second lines had already shown her how extraordinary Lin Xian was. The lyrics were very ordinary, but very real and very beautiful. Wasn't that how a folk song should be? A minute later, Lin Xian finished writing a paragraph. Then he picked up the guitar and slightly tuned it. On the other side, Wei Anshu had just finished writing the title and the first line when he saw Lin Xian holding the guitar. What was his toy? So fast? It probably wasn't anything good. It had only been a minute. Da-da-da-da, Lin Xian slightly tuned the guitar. It's done. Can I play now? Lin Xian asked an Xian. Lin Xian nodded. And I had a rough idea when I was writing the lyrics. The chords are also relatively simple. I just need to repeat them. The chords of a folk song are very simple. Wei Anshu laughed in his heart. Indeed, the chords of a folk song were generally simple and unadorned. But in such a short time, what good song could you come up with? Lin Xian cleared his throat and then strummed the chords. Xian's beautiful eyes lit up. The prelude to this chord was very warm. That laughter reminds me of those flowers of mine, quietly blooming in every corner of my life. I once thought I would stay by her side forever. Today, we have already left in a sea of people. They are all old. Where are they? Fortunately, I once accompanied them. I miss her. Is she still blooming? Go away. They have already been blown away by the wind and scattered to the ends of the world. When Lin Xian sang the first line, the atmosphere was completely silent. Lin Xian played the guitar and looked at the lyrics he wrote. Sometimes he would smile and sing while looking at an exit. Wei Anshu's pen stopped there and he couldn't write a single word. He realized that he was looking for humiliation. Xian's beautiful eyes were shining. God, what kind of person is this Lin Xian? He is too talented, isn't he? She liked this song so much. She really liked it. Why did she like any of his songs so much? Okay, that's about it. Lin Xian finished playing the last chord and put the guitar aside. Clap, clap, clap. Xian clapped excitedly for Lin Xian and clapped with her little hands. Nice, it's so nice. Xian said excitedly. It's really nice. Lin Xian smiled and then looked at Wei Anshu. Cough, cough. Wei Anshu coughed and said, Mr. Lin Xian is really talented. I admit that I can't compare to you. He was very unwilling, but he could only say so. It's okay. There's still a lot of time. You can take your time. Lin Xian. No. Wei Anshu shook his head and said, after hearing Mr. Lin Xian's song, my confidence in composing is gone. It was really uncomfortable. It's still okay. It would be better if there was more time. Isn't he fucking mocking me on purpose? Mr. Lin Xian is really talented. I have to go back. My manager is probably rushing me. I have to go record a variety show tonight. And I'll be leaving first. Ansanji, take care. Then, Wei Anshu walked out with a black face. Fuck your mother. Once Wei Anshu left, Xian suddenly changed. She looked at Lin Xian like a little fangirl. This man was really glowing, especially when he sang the song, played the guitar, and looked at her with a smile. God, her heart trembled. She didn't have high expectations for her other half. It was fine as long as she liked him. But what she hoped for the most was that her other half was someone talented, someone who was confident and handsome when playing the guitar. Chapter 892. Lin Xian wanted a bowl of abalone soup. Xian quickly stood up and took the initiative to help Lin Xian get a bowl for Lin Xian. Master Lin, please. Xian said with a smile. Oh, even the way you address me has changed. Master Lin is so talented. It's only right for me to give you a bowl of soup. Xian said. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, this song is also very nice. Can I have it recorded? Sure, as long as you like it. Yay! Xian secretly clenched her fists. Too awesome. Then can you improvise a song? Really, if Lin Xian was a scumbag in Xian's eyes in the past, he was a shining scumbag now. That's right, he was inexplicably charming. What should she do? Give me the question. Lin Xian said calmly. Think. Xian was so excited that her face was flushed red. She was so cute. She was really not excited because she might be able to sing and publish these songs. It was really because Lin Xian made her excited. This man was too talented, too exaggerated. If he entered the entertainment industry, he would probably set off a heaven-defying wave. In her eyes, those handsome little fresh meats were so boring and dull. On the other hand, this Lin Xian, who did not look particularly handsome, was so handsome, so charming. Xian's favorability towards you +5. Then, write a love song for the masses. No, that won't do. Nocturne and Sunny Day are both considered love songs. I want to listen to another. Oh, ancient style, okay? Anaxian's beautiful eyes lit up as she asked. She was super into ancient styles. And ancient styles were another kind of music. And there was something very important about ancient styles. Lyrics. Writing. Ancient styles were definitely a test of a lyricist's standard. Ancient styles, Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Is it difficult? Indeed, this is another style of music. It's very rare for someone to know so many different styles of music. Anaxian said. And most importantly, a truly good ancient style song not only had good lyrics and a good melody, but also concept. This mood was not brought about by the beautiful words, but by the story. A really good ancient style song would actually tell a complete story. And some ancient style songs sounded good and the lyrics seemed good, but they were actually trash. It couldn't bear to listen to it. Those that could bear to listen to it must have a very beautiful story, perhaps a poignant one. But it must be very good. Lin Xian laughed. No, I know ancient styles too. Coincidentally, I also know how to make some poems. When the time comes, you might see my poems in your textbooks. Anexin, let's eat first. I'll think about the lyrics while I'm at it. After all, Gu Feng's lyrics are quite unique. Lin Xian said. Do you want to add a little more? Wait, I'll go order a bottle of red wine. Wait a moment. Anexin then ran out excitedly. That's right, the moment she ran out, screams came from outside. She was so excited that she even forgot that she was a big star. She was immediately surrounded by a group of people, screaming and taking pictures. AI, how sinful. It's all plagiarism, but there's no other way. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. Anaxian just happened to like this. Lin Xian could only use this to woo her. So, hooligans were not afraid of handsome hooligans, but hooligans with culture. Anaxian took about 15 minutes to return. Sorry. I was surrounded by fans the moment I went out. Anaxian hurriedly said as she walked in. Lin Xian ate a mouthful of lobster and said, I've finished writing the lyrics. Allo? Anaxian then looked at the small notebook on the table. To be honest, Lin Xian's handwriting was really ugly, but Anaxian picked up the notebook and looked at the content. The more she read, the more shocked and excited she became. Heavens! It was really hard for her to associate this with Lin Xian's image. Moreover, this was the kind of lyrics she wanted to see. This lyric wrote a complete story. It let her see many scenes and made her feel melancholy and touched. Lin Xian, you wrote an entire song in such a short time? And the lyrics are really good. Anaxian looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Actually, this kind of lyric is considered easy to write. The main point is to write a story. This story is a story from a novel I read before and it left a deep impression. It's just a simple compression into a story. The lyrics are slightly old-fashioned. As for the melody, it's probably a bit of a tune. Can I listen to it? Lin Xian nodded, then picked up the guitar and started to play. That year, the long street was full of spring. Riding a horse, the misty rain was like a dream, hiding from the rain under the eaves. Looking into a pair of deep eyes, like the breeze of Mount Hua mixed with fine snow. Anexin listened with her mouth slightly agape. Oh my, this, I want it. Anaxian excitedly grabbed Lin Xian's arm and said, This man is really glowing. I'll give it to you. Lin Xian said, But I have to spend money to buy it. Otherwise, I'll feel bad. Anaxian hurriedly said, All right, but you have to fulfill your promise with me. Lin Xian said, What? Anaxian asked doubtfully, If I can help you win 10 Golden Melody Awards in May, you have to be my girlfriend. Lin Xian said, Anaxian, it's true. If it was just Lin Xian's Nocturne and Sunny Day, she would definitely feel that it was impossible. However, Lin Xian wrote Those Flowers and a Taoist Nun Friend in such a short time. She deeply felt Lin Xian's talent. He didn't need a long time to write a song. He only needed a short time to write a good song. It was as if he was one with the music. If that was the case, she really felt that it was possible. But on second thought, even Luo Shi, that big star, only won 6. "10 Golden Melody Awards was too exaggerated. Moreover, what she thought was good might not be accepted by the majority of people, right? This wasn't a big deal. You might not be popular, and many of your good songs would be buried. However, Enrich was too popular. The songs she released had too much attention. Once these songs were released, it would probably blow up. She wasn't sure, but she did say that sentence. If you go back on your word, I'll look down on you, Lin Xian said. I won't. Enrich mumbled. All right then. Wait for me to return to Lin En City. I'll be in charge of writing the songs for you. You just have to record them. Just wait to be my little girlfriend. Lin Xian looked at her and smiled. TSK, the Golden Melody Awards is every singer's dream. Just one is enough. It's impossible for me to win 10 awards in 1 year. So, you should give up. Drink. Let's celebrate the results of our collaboration in advance. Great talent, Lin. Chapter 893. Lin Xian and Enrich finished a bottle of red wine. Lin Xian ate almost everything on the table. They talked about a lot of things. At first, they only talked about work. Later, they gradually talked about life and the like. Then, they talked about fun and some small things in their hearts. Anyway, what else did Lin Xian and Enrich talk about? For example, if Lin Xian wrote a song for Enrich would give him 10 million. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. This thing can make so much money? 10 million for a song? Normally, it wouldn't make so much money. However, Enrich knew that Lin Xian's songs were really good. She felt that it was worth it. This little rich lady looks like she's not even 20 years old. She's taking out 10 million in a row. Speaking of which, do you make so much money as a celebrity? Lin Xian asked while eating dessert. It's alright. The main thing is that you can only earn money if you're famous. For example, I can probably earn about 300 million from this concert. I'll give half of it to the company, and the rest will be used to pay the venue fees and employees' salaries. I can probably earn a little more than 100 million. Damn. You can make 100 million from singing for 2 hours. Who said that? It's very tiring. I only relaxed a little this year, last year. I don't want to be so tired anymore. Enrich rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Even if it's tiring, it's still something an ordinary person can't earn in their lifetime. Oh, Enrich nodded slightly. Then it's settled. When the time comes, send me these 4 songs first. I'll be staying in Linyan City for a while. Why are you staying in Linyan City? Lin Xian felt that it would be a good thing for Enrich to stay in Linyan City. She was close to him, and they might meet often to cultivate their relationship. It just so happens that during this period of time, I won't take on TV dramas, movies, or variety shows. I want to focus on making an album and aim for the Golden Melody Awards in 3 months. So, in the next 3 months, I will focus on making an album. I can make it anywhere. For the next 1 or 2 albums, you are my exclusive lyricist and composer. It's convenient to be close to you. Enrich said with a smile. Also, I'm going to find a few songs to record with you. Don't. Lin Xian quickly shook his head. But I feel that since you wrote the songs, you can definitely sing the stories and emotions in them more realistically. Enrich blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Xian. She really wanted to sing a duet with Lin Xian if there was a duet between a man and a woman. You're not paying. Enrich, of course I'll pay. Enrich rolled of her eyes. She really money only. Did Lin Xian you Lin Xian of songs of the song of the song of God of her of the songs of the songs of the song of the songs? Or Xian could yang, he's, if he exive. He Lin songs s of their, s. Was it Lin Shuihens? This was probably why Enrich was curious about Lin Xian. Lin he's Yisa Shui Yen, and did not know what's. Okay, I'll be leaving in 2 days. I'll go to Linyan City. I'll look for you then. Whatever. Okay, it's a deal. It was almost midnight by the time Lin Xian finished chatting with an ex-in. The concert was supposed to end at 10 p.m., but Lin Xian had a good time chatting with an ex-in. This girl was not bad. No wonder the system triggered a mission because of her. By the time he arrived at the Xiao family, it was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. The security guards naturally did not stop Lin Xian. The villa was already dark, everyone had already gone to bed, but Xiao Runing's room was still lit. Lin Xian felt a warmth in his heart. Although Xiao Runing was unhappy, she still left the light on for him and waited for him to come home. He had to admit that Xiao Runing would be a good wife and mother. Lin Xianran walked upstairs and slowly pushed the door open. "Xiao Ningning, why aren't you asleep?" Lin Xian looked at Xiao Runing, who was sitting under the quilt, leaning against the headboard and reading a book. Smiling, he moved closer to her. "I'm reading a book. I'm going back to Linxin City to teach the students tomorrow. Miss Xiao, can I call you Miss Xiao when we have sex tonight?" Lin Xian grinned as he leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Xiao Runing pushed Lin Xian away and blushed. "Go to hell. You reek of alcohol. You drank with an ex-in?" Xiao Runing asked. "She asked me to drink with her. It's just red wine, but the aftereffects are a little strong. Go take a shower," Xiao Runing said in disdain. "Hey, it's not summer. Why would I take a shower in winter? Are you crazy? Then you'll sleep on the floor. I'll go take a shower then." That night, Lin Xian had sex with Xiao Runing again. She really resisted, but she couldn't resist anymore. She really wanted to cry. Most importantly, this bastard kept saying that she owed him a favor, and the favor was to have sex with him. What could she do about such a soft-hearted woman? Moreover, it was true that she had lost to Lin Xian time and time again. She swore that she would never bet with Lin Xian again when she returned to Linyin City. The next morning, Lin Xian, Xiao Runing, and Xiao Xinyue boarded the plane back to Linyin City. Xiao Xinyue still owed Lin Xian 6 favors. Lin Xian had to make good use of these 6 favors and try to take her down when the 6 favors were over. But how sinful! A day later, they returned to Linyin City. After returning to Linyin City, they parted ways. After being lovey-dovey for many days, they returned to Linyin City and temporarily had their own things to do. During this time, Linyin City wasn't very peaceful. In the Liao family, Liao Zhibang was secretly killed by Lin Xian. Although there was no evidence, Liao Jian had always believed that it was Lin Xian who did it. Gong Sun Jun was still lying at home. His hand was reconnected, but it still needed some time to recover. Even if it recovered, it would never return to its previous state. When it came to fighting with others, it was definitely his weakness. Too fragile. Gong Sun Hao had been secretly investigating Lin Xian, and Gong Sun Jun had been bearing a grudge against him. However, in the past few days when Lin Xian wasn't around, they basically didn't make a move because they really couldn't find a good opportunity. The only one who could make a move was Lin Xian's sister, Linya. However, Linya had Murong Qing by her side these past few days. They didn't know Murong Qing, but in the past few days, Gong Sun Hao had sent 2 people to make a move on Linya, but there was no news. Therefore, they really didn't dare to make a move. He wasn't sure if this Linya was powerful or the Murong Qing by Linya's side was powerful. It was better to simply look for an opportunity to make a move on Lin Xian directly. After all, Lin Xian's strength was probably clear. Chapter 894. The first thing Lin Xian did when he returned to Linyin City was, of course, to visit Linya at the Yaxian group. Linya didn't know that Lin Xian was back. She was sitting in her office, sorting out some documents. Then, her door was slowly pushed open. Linya heard the movement and looked up. At first, she was very surprised. How could her office door be pushed open? Anyone who wanted to come in had to knock on the door. How could someone come in without knocking? Then Linya was pleasantly surprised. Lin Xian was back. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" Linya quickly got up and walked towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian casually locked her office door from the inside. As for why he locked it from the inside, isn't this a little surprise for you? Lin Xian then hugged Lin Ya's slender waist. Lin Ya's pretty face was slightly red. I'll get you a glass of water. Lin Xian then let go of her. By the way, little fairy, is that Yi Changqing still pestering you? Lin Xian asked. No, he's already returned to Jiangzhou City. But the Yixian group has already signed a contract with him. Do you want to take a look? Lin Xian shook his head. No need. I'm relieved with you here. Our Yixian group can also try to slowly expand to other cities and even the empire. Lin Ya put the glass of water in front of Lin Xian and then looked at Lin Xian. But if we expand too quickly, I'm worried that we won't be able to control it. For example, the problem with the chalcedony liquid. Lin Ya had been paying attention to everything in the Yixian group. Of course, she knew that the chalcedony liquid was provided by Lin Xian. He didn't lack anything else, but the chalcedony liquid? Looking at Lin Xian, it seemed like he didn't have much. Don't worry. Just expand slowly. Leave the rest to me. Lin Ya nodded slightly. By the way, has anything happened here recently? Lin Ya thought for a moment, then shook her head. After shaking her head, she suddenly thought of something. She didn't know if she should say it. If she said it, she was afraid that Lin Xian would be worried. If she didn't say it, it might not feel good. What if it implicated something? Then Lin Ya said, 2 days ago, someone tried to assassinate me, but I listened to you and stayed with Murong. She is very powerful, she beat them all away. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Lin Xian had expected this. Both the Liao family and the Gongsun family would definitely make a move on Lin Ya. Therefore, Lin Xian had arranged for Murong Qing to accompany Lin Ya and protect her. But since this was the case, then it was time to completely deal with these two families. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. It should be easier for the Liao family, but unfortunately, there was no evidence. In truth, the Gongsun clan didn't have any evidence either. Lin Xian might need to find an opportunity. Moreover, the Gongsun family was a member of the Azura Palace. This was a more troublesome part. The Azura Palace was also a big power. However, it was time for Lin Xian to do these things. I know. Lin Xian nodded. Little Xian, you must be careful outside. Lin Ya looked at Lin Xian worriedly. She knew that those people wanted to make a move on Lin Xian. Protecting herself was actually protecting Lin Xian. But Lin Xian had enemies who wanted to kill him. Lin Ya was very worried. Don't worry. I will take care of you for the rest of your life. Nothing will happen to me. Lin Xian kissed her pink cheeks. Lin Ya's pretty face blushed slightly. Are you busy today? Lin Xian asked. Not bad. I will cook dinner and wait for you at home tonight. Lin Xian smiled. Okay, then I will go see the others first. Don't be too tired. Lin Ya nodded slightly. Then Lin Xian walked away. Hey, isn't this young Master Lin? You're back? Just as he walked out, he bumped into Murong Qing. Murong Qing was holding some documents in her hand. It seemed like she wanted to talk to Lin Ya about something. Beautiful sister, give me a kiss. Lin Xian then moved closer. Murong Qing nimbly dodged. Go away. There are many people in the company. I don't want others to gossip. Go away. Murong Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. You dislike me. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Yes, I dislike you very much. Lin Xian, oh right, I might need your help these 2 days. What is it? Lin Xian asked. Murong Qing said with a smile, come to sister's house tonight. Sister will tell you when you are in sister's bed. Lin Xian, that won't do. Lin Xian shrugged and said, do you think I will fall in love with your bed? I am very busy. I will go to someone else's bed tonight. As for yours, let's talk about it when I am free. Goodbye. After saying that, Lin Xian walked away. Murong Qing, this bastard. Murong Qing then smiled helplessly. All right. Murong Qing stopped Lin Xian and said, Teacher Zhang Zhihan is already in Linen City. I've already made arrangements for his family. I've also arranged for his residence. I've also started purchasing the materials. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. Then I will have to trouble you, beautiful sister. Just give me a commission, Murong Qing said. Then Lin Xian walked away. Lin Xian walked on the familiar streets of Linin City. It was a little uncomfortable. Murong Qing's mission was about to start. He needed to spend Prince Charming points in exchange for time. Lin Xian felt that it was really too difficult to woo Murong Qing. There might be some ambiguity between them, but if he wanted to go further, there was no chance at all. Gather the girls together and have some fun. I haven't played in a long time. Then Lin Xian called the 4 girls, Lu Yufan, Yi, Miao Xiao Miao, and Wang Xintong. Of course, the 4 girls were very happy and went out to have lunch with Lin Xian. Wang Xintong did not spend the new year with Lin Xian and the others. It was not that she did not want to, but it was Lin Xian's idea. Qin Feng liked Wang Xintong very much and wanted to take care of her. Therefore, Qin Feng took Wang Xintong as his goddaughter. During the new year, Wang Xintong spent it at Qin Feng's house. Lin Xian was quite happy. When he first saw Qin Feng, he felt that he must be a trustworthy uncle. Sure enough, this way, they might be able to give Wang Xintong a sense of family. New Year's money, New Year's money. In the hotel room, Wang Xintong, Lu Yufan Yi, and Miao Xiao Miao sat there. Then, Miao Xiao Miao stretched out her hand to Lin Xian. Damn, you want New Year's money from me? Hearing Miao Xiao Miao's words, Lin Xian could not help but roll his eyes. Yes. New Year's money. Give it. Lu Yufan also stretched out her hand with a smile. Yi also stretched out her hand and smiled at Lin Xian. Only Wang Xintong smiled. She was too embarrassed to stretch out her hand to Lin Xian. Damn, why should I give you New Year's money? We are of the same generation. Lin Xian said helplessly. Chapter 895. When they heard Lin Xian's words, they felt that it made sense. They were of the same generation, so Lin Xian didn't need to give them New Year's money. However, they were just joking and didn't really intend to ask Lin Xian for New Year's money. Of course, it would be better if he gave it to them. After all, they had a good relationship. Aren't you always calling me daddy? Then give me New Year's money. Miao Xiao Miao wrinkled her cute little nose and said. Lu Yufan, Yi, ahem, Lin Xian coughed dryly. He didn't always call Lin Xian daddy. He only joked and chatted with them occasionally. For example, Lu Yufan would ask Lin Xian for a small favor, or Yi would ask Lin Xian for a small favor. It was very small. For example, when her account was frozen, she would ask Lin Xian to help out as a friend. Then Lin Xian would say, "Call me daddy and I'll help you." Pervert. Lu Yufan rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. She didn't expect this pervert to ask Miao Xiao Miao to call him daddy. How perverted! Lin Xian's face turned red. That wasn't really perverted, it was quite normal. In any case, Lin Xian felt that it was. Hey, it's not like you guys haven't called me that before. I remember it very clearly. Miao Xiao Miao called me that once, you called me that twice, and you called me that 8 or 9 times, right? Lin Xian said to Lu Yufan with a smile. At first, Miao Xiao Miao and Yi's pretty faces turned slightly red. However, after hearing Lu Yufan's words, they... Bastard! Lu Yufan went crazy. What a disgrace. If it was just Lin Xian alone, it would be fine. Miao Xiao Miao and Lu Yufan were beside them. Although everyone had called him that before, she had called him that many times. How am I a bastard? I'm just telling the truth. Miao Xiao Miao and Yi couldn't laugh at her. After all, they had called her that before. Moreover, they understood that this Lin Xian was really bad. It was normal for them to be bullied. Since we've already done that, you have to give me some New Year's money. Miao Xiao Miao extended her hand towards Lin Xian again. Lin Xian, holy shit. It seemed to make sense. She had already called him daddy. It seemed that he had to give her some New Year's money. Alright, I'll give it to you. Lin Xian then fished out a few coins from his pocket and tossed 1 coin to each of them. The 4 girls, shameless. The 4 girls rolled their eyes one after another. 1 yuan per person, you're really shameless. Let's eat. If we don't eat, the food will get cold. This meal cost me a lot of money. Then where are we going to play after eating? Lu Yufan asked expectantly. Wherever you want to go. but I have to go home before dark. I have an appointment with Little Fairy. Okay, then let's go to the arcade. Sure. 30 minutes later, they had eaten their fill and sat there to rest for a while. Shintong, how strong are you now? Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian could see their realms. Wang Shintong was about to reach the Law realm. Lu Yufan and Yi had also reached the mysterious Heaven realm. Normally, you wouldn't be able to tell that these young beauties had such strength. Wait a minute, Lin Xian remembered that when he left, they were not at such a high cultivation level. It had not even been a week, and each of them had at least risen by 3 or 4 stars. This was especially true for Yi and Lu Yufan. Their cultivation levels were not high to begin with, so they had probably risen even more. This was normal and there was nothing strange about it. It wasn't difficult to reach the mysterious Heaven realm from the arcane body realm, or even 3 or 4 stars in a week. The premise was that you had to dare to go out and kill more monsters. It's still okay. I learned a lot from Uncle Qin, and he also helped me get a lot of martial skills. My combat strength should be pretty good now. I hope I'll have the ability to open the Heaven Awakening door when the time comes, although it feels very, very difficult. Wang Shintong stuck out her tongue and said, the Heaven Awakening door was the Heaven Martial Assembly. Only the top 10 from the 5 empires would have the qualifications to enter. It was indeed very difficult. But since Wang Shintong said so, Lin Xian felt that it was a good thing. She was actually quite confident in her own strength now. Oh, Yi and I can only try to fight for the next Heaven Martial Assembly in 3 years, Lu Yufan said embarrassedly. They were about the same age, but there was a huge gap between them and Wang Shintong. It's fine. You're still young, Lin Xian said. It seems that the Empire-level Heaven Martial Assembly will start this year, right? Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian and asked while eating dessert. Lin Xian nodded. It's this year. First, we'll hold the individual empires' Heaven Martial Assembly. Then, we'll hold the 5 empires' Heaven Martial Assemblies to decide the top 10. Then do your best. I'm also going to participate in the next Heaven Martial Assembly. Miao Xiaomiao muttered. You're still very strong. Lin Xian felt that Miao Xiaomiao was very strong. The key was that she didn't put much effort into cultivation but instead into inventing things. Otherwise, she would be even stronger. Of course, Miao Xiaomiao said proudly. Wang Shintong then said to Lin Xian, when you weren't here, we went to the demonic beast domain together. We were there for 3 days and improved a lot. Did Uncle Qin bring you? Lin Xian asked. Wang Shintong nodded. Uncle Qin said that it might be safer outside now. Then he brought me Yi and Fan Fan. I improved by 4 stars while Yi and Fan Fan both improved by 7 stars and reached the Mystic Heaven realm. The improvement in the early stages was quite fast. In the 3 days outside, with an expert like Qin Feng bringing them along, their improvement was about the same. Actually, this wasn't a big improvement. But Wang Shintong thought of something and suddenly said, there seems to be some problems in the demonic beast domains. What's going on? Lin Xian was very concerned about this matter. After all, Linjin City was the most remote city. Any danger would first affect Linjin City and other remote cities. To be precise, it's not the demonic beast domain but our Linjin City. However, we're not very sure. A few days ago, a group of demonic beasts appeared. We don't know how strong they are. We don't know how they managed to enter Linjin City. Lin Xian frowned. You're saying that some demonic beasts snuck into Linjin City? Wang Shintong nodded. That's right. I know about that too. The news in Linjin City has been broadcasted over the past 2 days. Right now, quite a number of experts are paying attention to this matter. They are also investigating it. Therefore, Linjin City is now in danger. Lu Yufan said. Lin Xian frowned. Normally speaking, this was almost impossible. How could demonic beasts enter a human city? Chapter 896. With the existence of this barrier, it was impossible for demon beasts to enter. No, it couldn't be said that way. If it was very strong, it was possible. For example, Demon beasts that had reached the Empyrean realm could ignore this barrier and enter. The barrier couldn't detect it either. However, when such demon beasts transformed and entered the human world, they were either neutral and had no ill intentions, such as Ling Long Shui and the others, or they were enemies. However, even in this third-tier Lin city, demon beasts at the Empyrean realm were useless in entering the city. Of course, if it was just to kill some people, that was also very normal. However, according to what you said, those demon beasts are at least at the Empyrean realm? I don't know, but it said that the barrier can block all demon beasts below the Empyrean realm, Lu Yufan said. There will also be some very weak demon beasts that enter the city in some other way. Didn't we also encounter them in Tianhua City? Lin Xian was very clear about this point. At that time, he was still very weak and had personally seen a few students being bitten to death on the spot. Therefore, this kind of thing could not be stopped. There were even some people who used certain methods to bring demon beasts in. Most of them were from the evil divine hall. Therefore, no one could come to a conclusion before the investigation was completed. Then how do you know that the demon beasts that entered were in human form? Lin Xian asked. It was captured by the surveillance camera. I'll show it to you. Then, Wang Xintong took out her phone and swiped it before placing it in front of Lin Xian. The video had been exposed. This kind of thing had to be exposed to let everyone be vigilant. Lin Xian then looked at the screen. He wasn't very clear about the location, but it must be some corner of Lin City. It seemed to be a place like a snack street. The surveillance video was taken at the entrance of a convenience store. There were a total of 5 people in the video, but it was not certain if there were really 5 of them. The 5 of them were walking in the quiet snack street in the middle of the night. They turned a corner and walked into a convenience store. So far, they didn't see anything wrong. But in the next moment, the moonlight and a trace of light just happened to shine there. After the 5 of them entered the corner, several shadows appeared at the corner of the snack street. These shadows became bigger and bigger, more and more inhuman. Then he disappeared. The video ended there. It was very simple. The 5 of them were demonic beasts, and they transformed at that location. To be honest, this video was quite shocking. Seeing a few people walk in and then the shadows on the ground transform into demonic beasts was even more terrifying than seeing a human transform into a demonic beast. It was heartbreaking. Have you been to this place? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. They should have checked it already, Lu Yufan said softly. That's strange. It's hard to say when they entered the human world, but why did they transform into demonic beasts in the human world for no reason? Lin Xian muttered to himself. This was what Lin Xian couldn't understand the most. There were many ways for demonic beasts to enter the human world. There was no need to consider this. But in the human world, as long as you were in your human form, as long as you weren't a very powerful human expert, you wouldn't be able to tell that you were a demonic beast. And there was no need for you to transform into a demonic beast. Of all things, humans were the strongest. It wasn't that humans were the strongest, but that humans were the most perfect creatures. Therefore, demonic beasts all hoped to transform into human form. Transforming into human form was very convenient. Demonic beasts might not even like their original forms anymore. Even in the demonic beast domain, those demonic beasts that could transform into human form wouldn't live in their original forms. They all lived in human form. Under what circumstances would a demonic beast transform into its original form again? Battle. And it would only transform into its original form when it was at a disadvantage. After a demonic beast transformed into its original form, its combat power would increase by a lot. But in the human world, in Lin City, they were fighting? Maybe they would kill and fight, but it was absolutely impossible to force them to transform into their original form. Therefore, there must be a reason behind this. They shook their heads at Lin Xian's words. Miao Xiaomiao was deep in thought. If Lin Xian didn't mention it, she really wouldn't have realized this point. That's right, why would demonic beasts transform into their original forms in the human world? They didn't fight with human experts. If they didn't fight with experts, they wouldn't have to use their original forms to kill people. Instead, it would be exposed. If the shop owner hadn't inadvertently checked the video, no one would have discovered this matter. Then why do you think? Miao Xiaomiao asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't understand either. But with these demonic beasts in Linen City, it's very dangerous. Did anyone die? They shook their heads. Maybe, but they didn't know. Now, there might be a piece of good news. These demonic beasts might be neutral and only quietly infiltrated the human world. This might be good news, but you definitely couldn't think in a positive direction. Moreover, if you thought about it carefully, if they came to the human world to play, why would they transform into their original forms in the human world? Therefore, this possibility wasn't high. During this period of time, you must not go out to play at night. You can go out, but you must not go to remote places. You can only go to places with a lot of people like the city center. Do you hear me? Lin Xian said to them. Got it, got it. Even if you didn't tell us, we wouldn't. Besides, we wouldn't go to remote places to play at night anyway. Lu Yufan mumbled. Yes, except for Lin Xian who tricked us. Wang Xintong nodded seriously. Lin Xian, hey. Little Xintong, you're making it sound like I'm a bad person. Wang Xintong held back her laughter. Demonic beasts that can transform into human form are basically in the law realm. The law realm is the base, and the domain realm is more likely. This is because a law realm cultivator needs a stronger bloodline to transform into human form. In addition, if they ignored the human sister and entered, they should be in the heavenly venerable realm. I don't know what these demonic beasts are trying to do. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and pondered. So dangerous. Now, he felt that it wasn't safe to stay in the city anymore. Now, in addition to human enemies, there were also demonic beasts in the outside world. Now, there were demonic beasts in the city. Who could withstand this? Lin Xian planned to talk to Murong Qing about this matter when the time came. Perhaps Lin Xian wasn't worried about Gong Sun Jun and the Liao family, but he was very worried about these demonic beasts. Let's go out and play. After we're done, don't go home. Lin Xian said. Why don't we go home? Yi asked doubtfully. Get a room. The four girls, wow, stinky hooligan. Chapter 897. Of course, Lin Xian didn't book a room with these four girls. Although Lin Xian was very willing, he couldn't do it. Wasn't that too much of a scumbag? Moreover, their relationship hadn't developed to this extent. Among the four girls, Yi wasn't Lin Xian's girlfriend yet, but she should be the kind of girl that would agree to Lin Xian's confession. Only Wang Xintong. If Lin Xian wanted to have sex with her, she would have done it. As for Lu Yufan, she should be able to trick him. As for Miao Xiaomiao, Sin. In the afternoon, they went to the arcade, skating and skiing. Time passed very quickly. The four girls still wanted to continue, but Lin Xian and Lin Ya had promised to cook for her tonight. There was no way he would go back on his word. Oh, I haven't played enough. Lu Yufan pouted and said pitifully. Although Miao Xiaomiao didn't say it, it was obvious that she hadn't played enough. She rarely went out to play unless Lin Xian brought her. Yi was still alright. In terms of playfulness, she wasn't as deep as Lu Yufan and the others. If you haven't played, you can't play today. How about this? Let's have some fun in 2 days. The kind where you forget the time, okay? You said it. Miao Xiaomiao said. Yes, I said it. But it's your turn to pay, right? Fuck, I'm the one paying for everything today. Lin Xian said. Damn. A billionaire like you still cares about this little bit of money. Lu Yufan rolled her eyes. Of course, she knew that Lin Xian was just joking. A little bit of money isn't money? You'll treat us the next time we go out. Fine, I'll treat. This lady will treat you to a big meal. Lu Yufan said generously. Okay, I'll send you home. I don't need you to send me off. Lin Xian shook his head. It's safer. After all, it's getting dark. Especially for Xintong, you'll have to pass through a relatively remote path to get there. Wang Xintong nodded slightly. Her heart was filled with warmth. Lin Xian sent them home one by one. Then, he bought some groceries and went home to cook while waiting for Lin Ya to come home. Why do I feel like I've become a housewife? My sister is earning money outside, and I'm cooking at home while waiting for her to come back. Lin Xian suddenly smiled helplessly. But he was very happy. At about 7 o'clock, Linya opened the door and walked in. The Art Xian group normally got off work at 6 o'clock. Linya would stay behind to finish some work and tidy up some things. Taking into account the time on the way home, it was about 7 o'clock. Today, he was with Lu Yufan and the others. Tomorrow, he would be with Ling Ying and Han Chu Xue, followed by Ling Long Xue and the others. If there were too many girls, it would be a headache for him. This was a classic example of taking advantage of others and pretending to be innocent. Linya changed into slippers and looked at the table full of dishes. Why did you make so much? If I had known, I would have called Murong over to eat with us. Linya said softly. Don't call her. This is for the two of us. Why would you call her over? Lin Xian said with a smile. Linya wiped her hands and sat at the table. Of course, she liked Lin Xian's dishes. It was just that Lin Xian rarely made them. But you don't have to make so much. It's a waste. It's okay. I'll eat if I can't finish it. I have a big appetite. Hurry up and eat. Linya handed Lin Xian a pair of chopsticks. Then, she couldn't wait to add a piece of Lin Xian's braised pork into her mouth. When Lin Xian ate her dishes, Linya would look at Lin Xian expectantly. When Linya ate Lin Xian's dishes, Lin Xian would also look at Linya expectantly. How is it? It's delicious. Linya nodded in satisfaction. Lin Xian then ate with her in satisfaction. Little fairy, I don't have much time to accompany you. Do you blame me? Lin Xian asked. Why would I? Linya looked at Lin Xian seriously and said, I think it's pretty good now. At least you're not as lazy as before. It's just that. Just what? You're not young anymore. About your girlfriend, aren't I eating with my girlfriend right now? Lin Xian said with a smile. Linya's pretty face blushed slightly. That won't do. She lowered her head and shook it. Lin Xian was quite glad that Linya's confession mission had been triggered long ago. However, this mission had no time limit. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have broken the current atmosphere with Linya. I know. You don't have to worry about this. By the way, you should have heard that Lin in city is not peaceful recently, right? Linya nodded. Murong Qing told me a lot about it. It's quite detailed. It's not something that can be seen on the news. And so at night, no, even during the day, don't go to remote places. If you want to go, you must bring Murong Qing with you. She's a master. A very powerful master. Weren't these girls the ones that Lin Xian couldn't let go the most? I know. Usually, when I'm in the company, I don't have the chance to go to remote places. The company's gatherings are usually held in the company or in the hotel. They are all crowded places. It's just that, although you're quite powerful now, you must remember to be careful. Lin Xian nodded. The conversation between them was very ordinary, but it was full of concern for each other. All right. Is this you? Linya suddenly thought of something. Then she put down her chopsticks and picked up her phone, placing it in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at it. Damn, where did you get it? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Hot search. It's the second hot search today. The news was about an Xian's concert. There were 2 videos of Lin Xian singing. However, the environment was very dark. Even though it was filmed on a big screen, the clarity wasn't very high. If people who knew Lin Xian could recognize Lin Xian, but if they didn't, now that Lin Xian was in front of him, he couldn't be sure whether the person in the video was Lin Xian or not. It's me. Lin Xian said helplessly. Then what the news said is true. Did you really write such a beautiful song? Linya said excitedly. She didn't expect her brother to be so outstanding. I just wrote it casually. It's mainly because of an Xian's fame that this news reached the second hot search. Lin Xian said. No, it's really nice. Although the sound quality isn't good, I like it when I hear it. Linya realized that Lin Xian was really different from before. Moreover, he did a lot of things that she thought were impossible. For example, he could write songs and sing. The most terrifying thing was, how could he play the piano? Linya grew up with Lin Xian. He had never learned any musical instruments. And piano was something that couldn't be learned in a short period of time. No matter what, it would take at least a year or so to be able to play a little. However, Linya didn't ask. She would even believe it if Lin Xian was said to be a completely different person. Really, he was a completely different person, except for his appearance. Then I'll write a song for you, okay? Lin Xian grinned at Linya. Chapter 898. Linya blushed slightly when she heard Lin Xian's words. No need, but look at the #1 trending topic. So what if it's the #1 trending topic? Isn't my news the second trending topic? No, you're also the #1 trending topic. Lin Xian. Then Lin Xian took a look. An Xian suspected to be on a date with Lin Xian. Is it really a coincidence that an Xian from Ice Nation drew Lin Xian for her concert? That's right, this was a post posted by an unknown person. No one knew why it became so popular. Lin Xian took a look. It started with a few photos. The photos were of Lin Xian and an Xian having a meal at the hotel. Lin Xian entered the private room, and there was also a photo of an Xian walking out. Obviously, this was taken by the paparazzi. With this kind of title, coupled with an Xian's popularity, it was normal for her to be the #1 trending topic. Regarding an Xian and Lin Xian having a date alone, an Xian's manager and company had already released a statement. They were discussing their collaboration and the production of their next album alone. This was believed by everyone. To confirm this matter, they only needed to wait for an Xian's album to be released, and the lyricist and composer would know. But now, this matter continued to fester because of the second reason. Was it a coincidence that an Xian drew Lin Xian at the Ice Nation concert, or was it premeditated? Then this post gave a lot of opinions. Out of hundreds of thousands of people, the chances of him being drawn were too small. But he was drawn, and he was such a talented person. It was hard not to think that an Xian did it on purpose. Then why did she do it on purpose? She might want to give Lin Xian popularity and hype him up. They wanted him to debut as an amateur. One had to know that for an amateur to produce a song like this and for a singer to produce a song like this, it would be two different feelings to ordinary people and fans. The former would definitely cause a bigger sensation in society. If this was true, why did she do it? At the same time, he thought of the first topic of the post. Lin Xian and an Xian might have a close relationship. An Xian wanted to help him secretly and make him famous. If they were a couple, the best way was to keep it a secret. Once it was exposed, many of an Xian's male fans would be heartbroken and leave her. Lin Xian would naturally be criticized for relying on an Xian to become famous, so he had to use this method. Of course, there were countless people who insisted on this, and countless people who cursed the person who posted it, but there were also people who agreed. Because there was one more thing. Lin Xian was actually very relaxed on stage. How could a normal person be so relaxed when facing hundreds of thousands of people? They could even joke about it. This was impossible under normal circumstances. He even wondered if an Xian had written Nocturne and Fairski for Lin Xian. Was this concert actually an opportunity to increase Lin Xian's popularity and package his debut? Was an Xian a scheming bitch? This suspicion led to many trolls scolding an Xian, and an Xian's fans retaliated. Under such circumstances, it continued to ferment and became the #1 trending topic. With this matter fermenting so much, all the topics were actually about whether an Xian was a scheming bitch or not. After all, in the eyes of the world, an Xian was a pure, adorable, polite, kind, beautiful, and talented girl. Actually, this matter could not be considered a scheming bitch. Even if it was true, it was actually human nature. However, an Xian's image and identity meant that this matter was destined to be magnified. Moreover, she had some competitors. Those competitors' companies or individuals could very well be secretly fanning the flames on this matter. To suddenly be labeled as a scheming bitch, to be honest, this kind of popularity was really huge. Regarding this point, an Xian was also very worried. She really had no way to clarify this matter, because she really did deliberately point out Lin Xian. However, She and Lin Xian were really not in a relationship. She really was not a scheming bitch, and Lin Xian did not want to expose that he was the one who saved her on the plane. Hence, she had been keeping quiet. If not for Linya telling him, Lin Xian would still be in the dark. And Xian was probably very distressed right now. What's going on? Linya asked. What else could it be? I just met an Xian. And Xian appreciates my talent and asked me to help her produce an album. That's all. As for the scheming bitch, the trolls in China are still very powerful. Then aren't you in danger right now? Linya asked worriedly. I'm fine. I've been playing outside for the whole day and nothing happened. The quality of this photo was not high. I just changed my clothes slightly and no one would be able to recognize me, let alone link it to me. As long as you're fine. Linya nodded slightly. After dinner, Lin Xian and Linya chatted a lot. It was getting late. Linya had to go to work on time every day, so she usually slept quite early. Normally, Lin Xian would definitely take advantage of her. No matter what, he would have to hug her to sleep, right? However, Lin Xian was more concerned about an Xian's matter. Hence, Lin Xian returned to his room, took out his phone, and sent an Xian a message. On the other side, an Xian was sitting in a hotel room with her manager, Zhang Ling, and Xian. The public opinion is too big right now. Regarding this matter, you have to explain it. Otherwise, the impact will be too great. As an Xian's manager, Zhang Ling was in charge of her schedule, her concerts, and even the variety shows, movies, and dramas that she accepted for her. An Xian's popularity and her earning money meant that she was earning money. This matter had indeed caused a huge commotion. It could be used to create hype, but an Xian's popularity did not need such hype. More importantly, her innocence and perfect image in everyone's eyes was her. Once this was exposed, it would be over. There's nothing to explain. Let them say what they want. Besides, Lin Xian and I did know each other before. I did mention him on purpose. An Xian scratched her head and said, That's not important. What's important is that those people outside are calling you a scheming bitch and suspecting that you and Lin Xian are a couple. This will have a huge impact on your path to stardom. For a celebrity, especially a girl of your age and popularity, falling in love will ruin your future. You know this very well. Although there's no such thing, you should clarify it. If you don't, then Sister Ling will use the company's Weibo account to help you. Don't. Lin Xian doesn't want to attract attention. Sister Ling, if you say that I met him on the plane, although I'm fine, Lin Xian will be surrounded by people when he goes out. He doesn't like that. An Xian said. Sigh, if she didn't explain it clearly, then it wouldn't be convincing. Chapter 899. At this moment, an Xian's phone rang. An Xian was a famous celebrity, so it was normal for her phone to ring. Especially when such a trivial matter happened, many people in the industry would ask about it. An Xian took a look and her eyes lit up. Sister Ling, let's leave it at that for now. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Zhang Ling nodded. Okay, then you have to give me an accurate answer tomorrow. You can't ignore it, do you hear me? Got it. Then, Zhang Ling walked away. An Xian held her phone and laid on the bed. She kicked her feet skillfully and her slippers flew out. Then, she held her phone and replied. Go to hell. This was for an Xian to return to Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian's opening line was, My little cutie, are you asleep? Then, an Xian received a video call invitation from Lin Xian. An Xian sat up and tidied up the messy hair on her forehead. Then, she picked up the video call. Ah, a hooligan. When the video call connected, the first thing that came into view was Lin Xian's shirtless body leaning against the headboard. Damn, how am I a hooligan? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Are you crazy? You're sleeping shirtless in the middle of winter? An Xian also rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Her face was slightly red. It's comfortable. Not only am I shirtless, but I'm also naked below. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Go to hell, hooligan. An Xian pouted in disdain. Lin Xian smiled and said, When are you coming to Lin and City? I might not be going for a while. An Xian said. It's all because of the public opinion in society. If I go to Lin City now and get photographed by those fans and paparazzi, especially if they take pictures of me and you writing songs together, wouldn't that ferment again? If you don't do anything wrong, then you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Anyway, you didn't really do such a thing, so what's there to be afraid of? An XN raised her middle finger at the camera. You're too heartless. If it weren't for you, I would have clarified it long ago. Of course, Lin Xian guessed it. Then Lin Xian said, can't you clarify it? For example, you know me, but you don't want to talk about what happened on the plane. This won't do. A clarification like this has to be made clear. Otherwise, people won't admit it and will think that I just made up an excuse. Then make up a reason. An XN, go to hell. Isn't making up a reason the same as lying? Once it's exposed, it's over. Lin Xian muttered to himself. He was actually quite touched. An XN, this girl was really not bad. Then tell me the truth. An XN was stunned. Just say it. It's not a big deal anyway. Just don't expose my photo. Tisk, do you still need to expose your photos? There are plenty of them on the internet. An XN clicked her tongue. It's fine. Just say it. It doesn't matter. But forget it, I don't care. An XN shook her head. Just say it. I really don't care. It's not something that will ruin my reputation. It's something worth praising. But, Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. Compared to this, I want to see you sooner. If you come later, I won't miss you so much. So just clarify it. An XIN's little face turned slightly red. You're indeed a scumbag. Lin Xian, damn. Big sister, aren't I helping you? How did I become a scumbag? You're still talking? You said that your words were very heartwarming. Who knows how many girls you've said it to? You're definitely a big scumbag. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Sigh, no one believes the truth these days. Lin Xian then secretly shook his head. But I believe you. I believe you, okay? I also want to release the song and album as soon as possible. Then come tomorrow. I'll help you write the song. Let's be an immortal couple in the entertainment industry, okay? Okay, your head. An XIN rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then she paused and looked at Lin Xian through the camera. She softly asked, can I really do that? Of course. But you have to promise me that you'll come tomorrow. I miss you so much. An XIN, scumbag. An XIN muttered in her heart. Then I'll be rich. Lin Xian nodded. Go ahead. Can you come tomorrow? I can only arrive the day after tomorrow. I'll be in Linjin City in a few days. I might hold a concert while I'm there. Hearing an XIN's words, Lin Xian smiled. I'll wait for you. Then you have to promise me that you'll write good songs for me. Then you have to promise to be my girlfriend. An XIN, didn't we agree? At this year's Golden Melody Awards, you have to win 10 awards for me. If you don't get nominated, I'll agree. An XIN said proudly. That was indeed impossible. All right, I'll work hard. Thinking about my future girlfriend being a popular celebrity makes me feel good. Lin Xian said. Go to hell. I'm hanging up. Sleep early. But I'll post on Weibo. The XIN said. Lin Xian nodded and then hung up the video call. Phew, an XN exhaled and then lay on the bed, swinging her legs. Stinky hooligan, you still want to hit on me? Try again in your next life. An XIN mumbled. However, she had an inexplicable feeling of anticipation in her heart. Perhaps she didn't even know what was going on. Then, an XIN started to edit her Weibo. Her encounter with Lin Xian was written quite clearly. Then she posted it. An XIN had too many fans. Now that this matter was fermenting, too many people were paying attention to her Weibo immediately. When the Weibo post was posted, everyone was surprised when they saw an XIN's explanation. This Weibo post clarified everything. Although an XN did choose Lin Xian on purpose and apologized for that, her fans naturally forgave her. It wasn't a big deal. Moreover, her fans also heard 2 very nice songs. An XIN even said that the album would be released soon and that Lin Xian would be the main producer of the album. Chapter 900. Why did they have to be together? A hero saving a damsel in distress. This was fate. And he was so talented. They met again. It was really a miracle and fate. What made everyone admire Enchanting even more was that the reason why she didn't clarify it immediately was because Lin Xian didn't want to show his face in public and didn't want to be noticed by social media. In this way, Lin Xian's image was completely that of a hero who didn't care about fame and fortune. This was even more worthy of everyone's admiration and praise. For a moment, fans were begging Lin Xian on Enchanting's Weibo. Unfortunately, Lin Xian didn't play with these things. Xian. In the ice country, in a farmhouse courtyard, a woman dressed in casual clothes was sitting there looking at the stars. She seemed to be in a bad mood and had a lot of thoughts in her mind. If Lin Xian saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Fuck, were there so many beautiful girls in the world? This girl looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. However, she exuded a kind of temperament that surpassed her age. Her chestnut-colored bangs hung in front of her eyes. Her wavy hair of the same color was especially charming. She unconsciously shook her head, revealing a pair of clear and mysterious dark purple eyes. That's right, her eyes were dark purple. This was definitely very rare, but it gave her a kind of mysterious beauty. She was cold and elegant. Her thin lips were slightly pursed. Her delicate oval face had long and thick eyelashes that were slightly curled like the leaves of a mimosa plant. Especially her figure, which could be said to be curvy in the front and perky in the back. She had a devilish figure that made people want to vomit blood just by looking at her. Even if she was wearing loose casual clothes or home clothes, if she were to wear something tight, no one would be able to withstand it. At this moment, an old man walked out of the room with a phone in his hand. His hand was slightly trembling. It was unknown whether it was because of excitement or because of something strange with his body. Grandfather. Just by looking at this girl, you would feel that she had a lot of stories. She was very mysterious and had a feeling that strangers shouldn't get close to her. However, when she called him grandfather, she gave people the feeling that she was incomparably obedient. Bai Xian hurriedly stood up to support the old man who wasn't very tall and had an old face. Grandfather, it's cold outside. Your body isn't good. Quickly go in and sit. Bai Xian gently supported the old man. Xian, grandfather has found his benefactor. The old man said excitedly. Really? Bai Xian was also pleasantly surprised. Bai Haojuan nodded. He held Bai Xian's slender hand with one hand and handed over the phone with the other. Although there was still a gap between them and a T2 rank power, the gap wasn't huge. It was even above the T3 rank power of the 8 great families. However, now she hoped. No, she had always hoped that her grandfather's body could recover. Lin Xian had saved her grandfather. She must be grateful to him. Grandfather, you should rest for 2 days. After 2 days, I'll bring you back to Lin Xian City to look for him. Xian, grandfather has dragged you down. Bai Haojuan gently patted Bai Xuan's hand and said, Grandfather, what are you saying? You're my only relative now. As long as grandfather is healthy, Xian will be the happiest person in the world. Xian will definitely think of a way to cure grandfather. That Lin Xian saved grandfather. He is the benefactor of our Bai family. No matter what it takes, we must repay him. If grandfather didn't come looking for you on a whim, I wouldn't have gotten into this accident and you wouldn't have to worry about me. Grandfather, what are you saying? It's my fault. Xian should spend more time with grandfather instead of leaving for an entire month. In the future, let's stay in Lin City. It doesn't matter where we are, as long as grandfather is here, it's home. Bai Haojuan sighed. Lin City is the root of our Bai family. All right, grandfather. We'll go back in 2 days. It's getting late, you should rest. And you should rest early too. After Bai Haojuan returned to the room, Bai Xuan's gaze changed. She no longer had the appearance of an obedient girl. Her light purple eyes were especially mysterious, deep and beautiful. After that, she took out her phone and made a call. Help me investigate a person called Lin Xian in Lin City. I'll give you 5 minutes. I want all his information. Chapter 901. In front of Bai Haojuan, Bai Xian was an obedient girl. But don't forget, she was definitely not simple. At such a young age, she established a power like the Azura Palace, which was not inferior to the 8 great families. This was all created by her. If Lin Xian knew that the master of the Azura Palace was such a beautiful and young girl, he would definitely be shocked. Lin Xian wanted to develop his own power, but it was too difficult. Even now, he had not started. Even with such a large capital like the Xian Group, he did not know where to start. He had a rough idea. But she was able to develop such a power by herself. It was impossible to say that she did not have anything. After a few minutes, she received an email on her phone. Then she carefully looked at it. So he is the younger brother of Lin Ye from the Xian Group. His background is also quite big. First place in Tianhua City's Tianwu competition. Space, lightning, ice, poison for attributes. The more she looked at it, the more shocked she was. If Lin Xian knew, he would also be shocked. The poison attribute was only revealed during the battle between Tian Du and Xiao Yun. She could also find out about this. This Azura Palace's information network seemed to be quite amazing. Then she suddenly saw a message. There was a grudge between Lin and City's Gongsun family and him. But this was not clear. It only said that Lin Xian and the Gongsun family had a grudge. How big was the grudge? Who was right and who was wrong, she did not know. But she was interested. The next morning, Lin Xian woke up early. Another tiring day of playing with girls. Lin Xian sighed. If other men knew what Lin Xian was thinking, they would probably kill him. This motherfucker. Little Xian, I've made breakfast. Remember to eat. I'm going to the company. Just as he left the room, he saw Lin Ye putting on her shoes at the door. And don't be too tired. Got it? Then, Lin Ye went out. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Xian went to Han Chushua's house. Ling Ying was also at Han Chushua's place. Last night, they had slept together. During the day, they had gone to the demonic beast domain to improve their cultivation. Ling Ying was too lazy to go home, so he conveniently slept at Han Chushua's place. Oh, isn't this the great scholar Lin? Seeing Lin Xian come in, Ling Ying, who was sitting on the sofa, habitually said. Han Chushue obediently poured a glass of water for Lin Xian. Stop fooling around. What great scholar Lin. I'm your husband. Lin Xian walked over and pulled the 2 girls into his arms. Oh my God. Comfortable. Lin Xian was too familiar with them. They had slept together several times, so he was very comfortable with it. Go. Ling Ying pushed Lin Xian away. Lin Xian, when did you learn to play the piano? Han Chushue asked with great interest. I don't have any other good points, but I'm very eager to learn. As far as I know, Tiandu's Xiao Yun and the others have already been selected. Their talent, attributes, and strength have all been recognized by the 3 major powers. 3 days ago, a group of people who have already been selected have already gone to Martial God Academy. Moreover, this is only within the boundaries of the 5 great empires. Many people from the other 4 great empires are already in the Martial Divinity Institute. The students of the Martial Divinity Institute include all the geniuses of the 5 great empires. Over there, martial artists of the time and space attributes, as well as dual attribute and triple attribute martial artists, are very common. Ling Ying and I plan to go. What about you? Lin Xian, holy shit. What's going on? Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The 3 major powers' latest policy. The 3 major powers want to gather tens of thousands of the top geniuses in the continent and use the shortest amount of time to undergo hellish training. Then, they will be completely nurtured and refined to become the greatest fighting force of the human race in the future. The Martial Arts Academy has resources and technology that surpasses all other academies and even families. After all, it's a joint effort of the 3 major powers. It's said that the Martial Arts Academy's president is a Heavenly Dao realm expert. The Martial Arts Academy has hundreds of instructors, and each one of them is no weaker than a heavenly venerable. Lin Xian. Chapter 902. Wasn't this too fucking ridiculous? A heavenly Dao realm dean with hundreds of celestial venerables and even virtuous realm experts as instructors. What the fuck? Was this academy trying to defy the heavens? The dean and hundreds of experts and instructors must be experts from the three major factions. Ling Ying then said, the Martial Arts Academy's first recruitment criteria is to reach the Law Realm 5 stars before the age of 25. In other words, among the future students, the lowest realm will be at the Law Realm 5 stars. Lin Xian, what the fuck? If he went to the Martial Arts Academy, he would be at the bottom? Was there a need to do this? Xiao Yun, who is at the Domain Realm, should be considered quite powerful in the Martial Arts Academy, but there must be someone even more powerful. The Martial Arts Academy will definitely be a place that will give us martial artists the most powerful enhancement. Ling Ying then continued, isn't that too exaggerated? Han Chuxue shook her head. No, this is the Martial Arts Academy. The three major factions will focus on this. Here, all geniuses will be overshadowed because everyone inside is a genius. Only in such an environment can top-notch martial artists be nurtured. If one can stand out in such an environment, how capable would that be? This made Lin Xian's blood boil. Among the tens of thousands of geniuses from the 5 great empires, the worst was at the Law Realm 5 stars. That's right, it was people like Lin Xian. To grow up in such an environment, just thinking about it really made his blood boil. Then, did you get an invitation? Han Chuxue and Ling Ying nodded. But we haven't gone yet, so we wanted to ask for your opinion. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He wanted to go. He really had to work hard in such an environment. For example, one class had both good and bad students, and another class had 50 people. These 50 people were all in the top 50 of the grade. You might be first today, but it might be me tomorrow. If I don't work hard today, I'll be 50th. Only by working hard can I climb up. But Lin Xian had many things to consider. If he went, he would obviously be there for a long time. Lin and City still had Linya, Lu Yufan, and the others. Who would guarantee their safety, especially Linya's safety? Ling Ying saw that Lin Xian was deep in thought. She knew what Lin Xian was worried about. We're very lucky. Not only is the Martial Arts Academy of the 5 great empires located in China, but it's also about 50 kilometers away from Lin and City. Lin Xian, Demon Beast Domain? That's right. The Martial Arts Academy is in the Demonic Beast Domain. Their purpose should be very obvious. Once you enter the Martial Arts Academy, in this kind of environment, you can't avoid frequent training in the Demonic Beast Domain. Even the Martial Arts Academy may be attacked by demonic beasts frequently. However, with so many experts, there will naturally be no danger in the Martial Arts Academy. Ling Ying said, oh my blood is boiling. Moreover, the Martial Arts Academy has the support of the 3 great forces. Heaven rank martial arts, even martial arts above the heaven rank, and spiritual weapons will be rewarded. There may be even more rewards that we can't imagine. Han Chuxue said. In any case, they really wanted to go because both of them had the heart to become stronger. They could definitely become stronger there compared to training in the Demonic Beast Domain. If it's just next to Lin and City, 50 kilometers away, it's not a big deal. Lin Xian then looked at Ling Ying and asked, can we go home after school after going in? Anyway, as far as I know, you can. Unless there's some special operation, you can stay in the Demonic Beast Domain all day. If you die, you die. The Academy won't take any responsibility. But I'm not sure. Lin Xian nodded slightly. I know. I'll ask when the time comes and then decide. You don't have to look at me. You can go. But, if you don't go, it will be very boring. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian, hey, you're going in to improve yourself. How is that interesting? Ling Ying, I just want you to go. Sister Linya has Sister Murong's protection. There shouldn't be a problem. Miss Xiao will also go. Xiao Xinyue is also invited. Xiao Xinyue will also go. Then if she went and he didn't go, wouldn't it be difficult to pick her up? What the hell? Miss Xiao will also go? As a student? No, she will be a teacher. She didn't even tell me. Wait, didn't they say that the teachers there are at least in the heavenly venerable realm? I don't know. It said that someone from the divine palace specially invited Miss Xiao. Lin Xian, this was a bit strange. Xiao Runing's strength was obviously not enough, but she was indeed invited by the divine palace. Could it be that she had something that Lin Xian didn't know? That must be it. She must be very powerful in some way to attract the attention of the three major forces. Damn it, each of the women around him was more powerful than the last. Why was he so unknown? Lin Xian didn't want to. Also, she didn't even tell him about such a big thing. He had to spank her. But Miss Xiao should have received the news yesterday. I just happened to be at St. Brilliant Academy, so Miss Xiao told me. Lin Xian nodded slightly. I'll go. If it's decided internally, you can go anytime. The recruitment will be in a week. As for the specific date, you have to wait for the notice. Give everyone who wants to come a time to gather in Lin'an City. Okay, then do you want to take the test with me? Tiske, Ling Ying rolled his eyes. I'm free. I'm too lazy to take the test. I'll just eat melon seeds and watch you slowly get tortured. Wouldn't that be nice? Lin Xian, then I'll make you feel good right now. Lin Xian smirked. He got up and pressed Ling Ying onto the sofa. Han Chuxue, who was next to him, was shocked. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ling Ying struggled with all his might. Han Chuxue then walked away silently. Little girl, since you're in my hands today, shouldn't you serve me well? Rip. In the next moment, Ling Ying's pajamas were torn apart. Ling Ying, bastard. Stinky pervert. Little Chuxue, what are you doing? Don't run. Lin Xian glanced at Han Chuxue. I'm going to sleep. She then ran into her room. Click, the sound of the door being locked. So scary, Chuxue, save me, Ling Ying said with grievance. He save you? Who can save you? Lin Xian waved his hand. A wave of energy rushed out and closed the curtains. Bastard. Half an hour later, Ling Ying was lying on the sofa. He was nestled in the quilt on the sofa without moving. His face was full of resentment. I heard that little Chuxue ran away. I'll go teach her a lesson. Then Lin Xian released his space attribute. He disappeared and appeared in Han Chuxue's room. Han Chuxue, what the hell? What a pervert. Chapter 903. After another half an hour, Han Chuxue begged Lin Xian for mercy, and Lin Xian finally let her go. Be good in the future. Lin Xian kissed Han Chuxue's pink cheeks. Han Chuxue softly replied, N. She hid under the blanket and didn't want to move. It's getting late. I'll make lunch for you. Then Lin Xian walked out. Ling Ying was still under the blanket, but he was playing with his phone. When he saw Lin Xian walk out, he shrank back. What? Are you afraid of me? Lin Xian walked over with a smile. Can you not walk around? Disgusting. Also, why would I be afraid of you? Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Damn, aren't my clothes on the floor? Lin Xian then sat beside Ling Ying. Ling Ying shrank back again. You didn't say it was disgusting when you ate it just now. Lin Xian said with a smile. Get lost. Okay, I'll get lost. Lin Xian then went to the bathroom to take a shower. Ling Ying was really helpless. Did he and Chuxue owe him in their previous lives? No matter what, the two of them were goddess-level girls. Not only did they serve him together, but they were also bullied by him. There was no justice. Lin Xian walked out of the bathroom after his shower. Lie down for a while. I'll make you some lunch. After lunch, let's go out and play? Lin Xian sat beside Ling Ying with a smile. Ling Ying shrank back again and rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. I want to eat a big meal. She said unhappily. Well, you don't want to eat the food I made. You'd rather eat other people's food? Yes. Put on your clothes, let's go. I'll take you to eat a big meal. That's more like it. I want to eat abalone. The kind that costs thousands of yuan. Lin Xian, fine, fine, fine. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Wasn't this girlfriend supposed to be spoiled? Besides, it's not like I don't have money. Move aside. I'll get dressed and take a shower. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Why don't you wear it? Can I be there? Ling Ying blushed and glared at Lin Xian. Let's go. Okay, I'll go call Chu Xue. Lin Xian then walked into the room. Han Chu Xue, who was in the room, screamed and blushed. She quickly covered herself with the quilt. I say, we're an old married couple. Why are you still so shy? Lin Xian said with a smile. Get out, Han Chu Xue said shyly. She was indeed shy. Although they had been married for a long time, both she and Ling Ying were very traditional in their bones. Ling Ying might look carefree, but she was also very shy. For example, they had been intimate so many times. It was fine at night or when they were having sex, but other than that, under normal circumstances, you would be super shy if Lin Xian saw you naked. Lin Xian expressed that he was in a difficult situation and then walked out silently. Ling Ying saw Lin Xian come out again and threw a pillow at him. Lin Xian, I'm in a difficult situation. I'll go to the study. Then Lin Xian walked away helplessly. Han Chu Xue then walked out. First, she sneakily stuck her head out. She was really cute. Only Lin Xian had seen this side of her before. Go take a bath. Lin Xian will treat you to a big meal later. Ling Ying said to Han Chu Xue. Lin Xian is back. Gong Sun family. Gong Sun Jun was lying on the bed to recuperate. Then his father, Gong Sun Hao, walked in and said this. Gong Sun Jun then looked at Gong Sun Hao. Dad, when can we kill him? Hearing the name Lin Xian, Gong Sun Jun gritted his teeth in hatred. Humph. I don't believe that in this Linnan city, I can't kill a kid. Gong Sun Hao was also very angry. He was the hall master of the Azura Palace's White Tiger Hall. There was only one White Tiger Hall in Linnan City. The White Tiger Hall was in charge of developing this area. The other 3 halls were developing other areas. Therefore, the Azura Palace here was actually under his control. The Azura Palace was really a relatively large force. There was no lack of celestial venerable powerhouses. At least in a small place like Linnan City, except for the 3 major forces, no one dared to provoke the Azura Palace. He couldn't let the Azura Palace interfere in Lin Xian's matter. Although he was the hall master of the White Tiger Hall, there were still some existences above the hall master in the Azura Palace. The hall master was only a nominal spokesperson, but he still had a lot of power. Originally, he really didn't want to rely on the Azura Palace, but Lin Xian was really too difficult to deal with. Several assassinations failed. Even the people around him had failed. He believed that if it weren't for Lin Xian's space attribute, he would have died long ago. But at least Gong Sun Hao knew that it was still very difficult to get rid of Lin Xian with the Gong Sun family's power. Dad, do you have any ideas? Gong Sun Hao said with a sinister look in his eyes. Don't worry, I've already talked to an elder of the Azura Palace in Linnan City. He has the strength of a celestial venerable. He will personally kill Lin Xian. A celestial venerable? Is it really enough? That Lin Xian is just a mere law realm. How is it not enough? Gong Sun Hao looked at his son. Gong Sun Jun didn't know why, but he inexplicably felt that even a celestial venerable wouldn't do. After all, there was also a celestial venerable old man who said that he wanted to get rid of Lin Xian, but now there was no trace of him. That celestial venerable from before, that's not one of us. We can't trust him. At that time, our thinking was too simple. This time, you can rest assured. Since Lin Xian has returned, let him sleep here forever. We just need to find an opportunity. In order to invite this celestial venerable powerhouse, Gong Sun Hao even paid almost half of the entire Gong Sun family's financial resources. If he didn't get rid of him, he would feel uneasy. Even if he had to pay such a big price, he was still willing. Lin Xian also played with the 2 beautiful girls for a day. Originally, he wanted to bully them at night, But the two girls rolled their eyes and threw him away. Moreover, he had already bullied them during the day, so it was quite comfortable. Then Lin Xian left at night. After that, Lin Xian went to Xiao Runing's place. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue were together. When they heard that Lin Xian was coming, although Xiao Runing didn't seem to care, she started to prepare dinner, revealing that she actually cared. Xiao Xinyue didn't think much of it. She felt that they were very good friends. This was a very normal thing. Lin Xian had the key to Xiao Runing's house. He directly opened the door and walked in. Why did he have the key to her house? When he was in Ice City, he asked her for it. Lin Xian had the keys to the houses of Han Chuxue, Ling Ying, and Wang Xintong. One could imagine how precious Lin Xian's bunch of keys were. Little Xinyue, I missed you so much. I want a kiss. After Lin Xian came in, he saw little Xinyue drinking tea on the sofa, and then rushed over. Xiao Xinyue nimbly dodged, and couldn't help but pull the corner of her mouth. Stinking rogue. Chapter 904. Xiao Runing walked out of the kitchen when she heard the commotion. I just casually made a few dishes. You don't mind, right? As long as it's made by you, I won't mind. How shameless. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes and then brought out the bowl of soup. Wash your hands and eat. After that, they sat at the dining table and ate. Even though he had casually cooked a few dishes, it was still 3 dishes and a soup. Lin Xian felt extremely blessed. If there weren't any enemies outside, it would be very dangerous if he didn't become stronger. Lin Xian probably wanted to live out his life in peace. Tell me, how many people in this world are as lucky as him? Lin Ya, Xiao Runing, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Ling Long Shui. Which one of them wasn't a goddess? There was also a group of girls that had yet to be defiled by Lin Xian. Heavens! If one were to say that it was because of the blessings brought by Lin Xian's system, Lin Xian could admit that it was because of the system's triggering of the mission that caused Lin Xian to deliberately approach them and flirt with them. If the system hadn't triggered the mission, perhaps Lin Xian would only be with Ling Ying. At most, there would be Lin Ya. It was impossible for anyone else. But now, he was already a father. Ling Long Shui, who was at the Heavenly Dao realm, was pregnant with his child. In an era where monogamy was very common and normal, a few girls could indulge Lin Xian to have several women. How many lifetimes of blessings did he have to accumulate? The main reason was that they weren't the kind of women who casually wandered around in society. Anyway, Lin Xian was very satisfied and guilty, but also very blissful and smug. Perhaps he would become even more lawless. Miss Xiao, I heard that you are going to the martial arts academy? That was the reason why Lin Xian was here. Did Ling Ying tell you? Lin Xian nodded. You're so mean and you? Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xinyue and said, we're all going to the martial arts academy, but no one told me. Xiao Xinyue ate silently and did not speak. Xiao Runing said, I knew that Ling Ying would definitely tell you, so I didn't tell you. Are you going too? Lin Xian nodded. I want to go. You'd better go. I've never seen such a crazy side of the 3 major forces. They've gathered almost all the geniuses in the continent here. They can get the best training and the best resources there. Do you know how many years it took to build the martial arts academy? Lin Xian shook his head. 15 years. Lin Xian was speechless. It's been kept a secret for the past 15 years. I only found out about it yesterday. The others probably only found out about it in the past few days. Anyway, no one knew about it when you were in Ice City. Qin Ming and Su Zhiming, who fought with you, will both be members of the Martial Arts Academy. They were all decided internally. Even Xinyue only found out about it in the past 2 days. I didn't even see the fucking hot search. Take a look at it now. Lin Xian took out his phone. The number 1 hot search was the Martial Arts Academy. The number was 1.38 billion. The number 2 hot search was an Xian's clarification on Weibo. The number was 110 million. Lin Xian was speechless. It was only announced to the whole continent at 12 o'clock last night. Other than that, only some big families and special forces knew about it in advance. The public only found out last night. It was natural that the news was so popular. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been discovered. 15 years of construction? First, it's in the monster territory. Second, have you heard of God Burial Peak? It's one of the forbidden areas. It's about 50 kilometers outside of Lin City. Lin Xian suddenly stopped. Could it be? Xiao Runing nodded. God Burying Peak is rumored to be extremely dangerous. Even Empyreans will die if they go there. There is a terrifying and mysterious strength there. In fact, it's all fake news created by the three great forces. That's because the Martial God Academy is located there. Amazing! Really amazing! There's no other way. The three major forces have to do this now. Otherwise, the future of the human race will only be destroyed by the monster race step by step. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Then, Miss Xiao, why can you be a teacher? I don't mean anything else. I just heard from little Yingying that the Martial Arts Academy's teachers are at least heavenly venerables. I'm not going to be a bishop to cultivate, Xiao Runing said. Lin Xian scratched his head. Xiao Xinyue then explained to Lin Xian, actually, I have a very powerful ability, and that's military simulation. Alu? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Simply put, I'm a military strategist. I've liked these things since I was young. I like watching the 7 Kingdoms, 72 Stratagems, and so on, so I slowly learned. I have some talent in this area. In the future, the war between the human race and the monster race will exceed the scale of billions. In addition to cultivating powerful martial artists, the Martial Arts Academy also needs to cultivate powerful strategists and generals. A good general is far better than 1,000 experts of the same level. Lin Xian agreed with this point. A general led a team to attack the monster race. Behind him were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of soldiers. A general's strategy was related to the lives of millions of soldiers. Therefore, the most frightening thing was that a general only knew how to fight and not lead troops to war. Therefore, my mission is to cultivate generals who have both the strength and the ability to lead hundreds of thousands, or even millions of soldiers into battle. Lin Xian secretly praised. Then why did I look for you? Are you very famous in this area? Lin Xian asked. When Xiao Runing heard this, she became a little proud. This little girl is not talented, but 3 years ago, I defeated everyone in a continental sand table war simulation exercise. All the famous strategists and old generals lost to me. Lin Xian. Lin Xian secretly gave her a thumbs up. Amazing! Really, Lin Xian really did not know about this. Even if Lin Xian did not know about the sand table war simulation exercise, he roughly knew that it was probably a simulation of actual combat. There was a map of various terrains, and you could freely command your army to fight against the enemy. Then, the system would calculate the outcome of the battle and so on. Xiao Runing then said, of course, a simulation is just a simulation. It's definitely different from actual combat, but I also hope to be able to contribute. If I can cultivate a few generals like that, it'll also be a kind of satisfaction for me. Then you should know more about the Martial Arts Academy, right? Is there any other news? I'll only know the specifics when I get there, but I only know that the Martial Arts Academy may have tens of thousands of students in the future. The assessment will be very difficult, but I'm still quite confident in you. In the Martial Arts Academy, there will be a series of measures to help martial artists improve and strengthen themselves. I don't know the specifics, but you'll understand when you get there. In short, the Martial Arts Academy is probably the most important decision that the three factions have made in recent years. Chapter 905. Of course, he would go. But before that, Lin Xian needed to settle some matters in Lin City first before he could go there with a peace of mind. Then I'll go there. I still have to follow you. Lin Xian grinned. Let's talk about it after you pass the test. The test will be very difficult. Besides, what can you learn from me? How to arrange troops. Do you like this? Xiao Runing ate a piece of meat and said, it's all right. It's not about whether you're good or not. To learn this, You have to have a heart that's responsible for everyone. And only when you're outstanding enough, strong enough, and capable enough, will the Empire try to give you power and military strength. And you have to like it. You don't like doing these things, right? Once you learn, you have to want to lead troops into battle. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time. Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian didn't like this. Compared to this, Lin Xian might prefer to improve his own strength. We'll talk about it later. Just because I don't want to now doesn't mean I won't in the future. After all, everyone wants to contribute to the mainland. If I don't work hard, the human race will be gradually swallowed up by the demon race. When that time comes, there won't be a place to stay. What's the use of keeping my strength? Xiao Runing nodded slightly. As they chatted, Lin Xian's phone rang. He glanced at it. It was Murong Qing. Murong Qing directly sent a message, "Little brother, do you want to play?" Lin Xian. This made Lin Xian a little restless. Xiao Xinyue was here tonight. Lin Xian definitely couldn't stay here. What was the point of staying here? He couldn't fuck Xiao Runing. He could go find Murong Qing and cultivate their relationship. He had to find a chance to take her down. Yes, what do you want to play? Lin Xian sent a message. Play me. Lin Xian, wow. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Lin Xian almost dropped his chopsticks. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue saw that Lin Xian seemed to be chatting with great interest. Even a fool would know that he was chatting with a girl. I'm done eating. Xiao Ningning, little Xinyue, bye-bye. Let's play next time. I'm going to find other girls to play with. You're not fun. Bye. Lin Xian then left. The two girls were confused. Bastard. Xiao Runing couldn't help but curse. On the other side, Lin Xian had already arrived at the Rose Paradise Hotel. It's tiring to go out with 3 groups of girls every day. Can you handle it? Fortunately, Lin Xian's body was strong and healthy. Master Lin. The staff of Rose Paradise all knew Lin Xian and were extremely respectful to Lin Xian. They knew that Lin Xian was very familiar with their boss and had a good relationship with him. He might even be their future boss. Hello. Where's your boss? On the top floor. Lin Xian then nodded and walked up. There was a large room on the top floor. It was Murong Qing's personal room. Lin Xian directly used his spatial energy to teleport in. Who knows, he might even be able to see some beautiful scenery without giving her time to react. It was a pity that Murong Qing was only sitting at the table and eating dinner. She was eating alone and there were more than 10 dishes on the table. Since Lin Xian said that he had already eaten, she didn't wait for Lin Xian to eat with her. It's very impolite of you to enter a girl's room without knocking. Murong Qing looked up at Lin Xian and said, "Didn't you say that I'm here to play with you? It doesn't matter how I came in, right?" Lin Xian smiled and sat down. Then he stretched out his hand towards Murong Qing's beautiful leg and placed it on her leg. However, he didn't move. He didn't dare to move. She was wearing pajamas and there was a layer of pajama pants between them. It didn't seem to matter if he just placed his hand on her leg, right? Take your hand away, or I'll cut it off. Lin Xian then let go of his hand. What a fickle woman. 1 second, you were seducing me on the phone. The next second you're ignoring me. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Lin Xian then got up and walked away. Do you want to drink some wine? Murong Qing said. The kind that's drunk? If so, I'll drink. Murong Qing then directly threw a bottle of red wine to Lin Xian and opened one for herself. Then let's drink. Who's afraid of who? Then the two of them really drank from the bottle. I called you here because I need your help with something. Murong Qing put down the wine bottle and looked at Lin Xian with slightly blurred eyes. Lin Xian glanced at it. 40 favorability. In fact, Lin Xian didn't deliberately try to increase Murong Qing's favorability. However, maybe because he was too outstanding, the favorability wasn't low. After all, he could confess at 50. Moreover, Murong Qing wasn't an ordinary woman. Han Chuxue, Ling Ying, and the others couldn't compare to her. After all, she was in a high position. Say it. How can I not help you with your matter? Lin Xian naturally knew that it was impossible for her to have fun whenever she wanted. Then, Murong Qing threw a stack of information to Lin Xian. This is the matter that happened a few days ago in Linnan City. I have the most complete information. Take a look first. Lin Xian then flipped through it. It was about the 5 demonic beasts in Linnan City. What kind of demonic beasts did you find out? Did you fight with them? Lin Xian glanced and asked. No, it's a big data filter. It's just a guess based on a few reflections. It might not be right. Lin Xian nodded and continued reading. So, before and after they were found, there were really dozens of people who mysteriously disappeared? Lin Xian looked up at Murong Qing. That's right. Although there's no accurate evidence to prove that they did it, it just so happened that it happened at this time. We can't help but think that there's a cause and effect relationship between them. Lin Xian then roughly finished reading all these. There was too much information compared to the news. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and said, I want to ask you to help investigate this matter. Hey, big sister, you think too highly of me. This is something that even the 3 major forces can't solve. Why would you ask me for help? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. No, I just feel that you can do it. Lin Xian, is my image in your mind that awesome? Murong Qing nodded. This was true. Murong Qing really felt that Lin Xian was a mysterious person. He looked very ordinary and his strength wasn't high, but he could do many things that those experts couldn't do. It completely went against the truth. It was very strange. Then, she inexplicably felt that many strange things could be done. She felt that he could do things that those experts couldn't do. She didn't know why she had this kind of thought. It was strange. What if I die? Murong Qing, in any case, you have the spatial attribute. Why don't you see it? See if you can find their location. After you're done, I'll represent the Holy Temple to help you get a lightning attribute heaven rank martial skill book. How about it? Lin Xian, you're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.